need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. When I'm in the building, grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Wash you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up for Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and do with the orange pants. 10 years later, now I'm rocking the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted, #1 listed, Nitro, with the nice flow, you know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth, yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good. The golden era.
Giving everything you need, you a precious seed. Don't ever let it keep you when the waves of life come crashing down. Rise above, don't ever let it sink you. Me, I don't like to tell people what to do, but I'm speaking from experience. If I can help another person out going through this hell, then I hope they're hearing this. Like when you're going through the hardest times, what you read the book. You can hit the bar, cold hard, get it shook. You a son of the most sign, not a crook. While you on the block, bad boy with a hard look. I've had a hard time since I was a baby. Struck down to the ground, my life crazy. Tragedies hitting my family. Copers no longer coping like they. I gotta do the hardest thing that a man gotta do. Bow down, give it up, that's real talk. If you wanna go your own way, that's death without life. You outlined the right chalk. Already real, recognize real. Everybody want the truth, yo. I don't wanna blow it. We living in a culture where the people turn up, but they better humble down before it's too late to slow it. So when you wanna be picked up, raise your hands up to the Father like a little baby do. You ain't gotta live your life on your own. When the waves start to crash, have a team by you. And I ain't talking about a team where you have to be initiated just to be accepted. This is your rite of passage. You a human being, come and get connected. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up to the tip top. You are not a floor mat or a flip flop. Sometimes the rain comes down, drip drop. Wait, is that flu under hip hop? We could be a little backwards, upside down. Sometimes you will look at us sideways. I love my Lord, He picked us up off the hedges and highways. All His people feel this. They know that He's the realest. Even demons shaking, they sure that shout Jesus is Lord, He's legit. See, I don't wanna follow anybody else. When the waves come, He can just raise His hand, calm the storm, bring the peace. Point blank, period. He's the man. When I was at my lowest and I had nowhere to go, another sea share 100 and waves down low. I reached to the Father when I didn't know Him. I just heard of His name and He grabbed my hand. I was running for a while, but He made me right there. All of those years saying life is not fair. I never would have made it on my own, that's clear. Looking back now, no doubt God was there. You were never on your own when you're going through it. When the waves come, stand firm, get through it. But you gotta know the one who will get you through it. He'll her heartbreak change, yeah, He'll do it. Never forget to bow down to the Lord who will heal with His touch. Do not blame God when you're going through hell. He loves you so much. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you.
Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Say gon' put me all in a mad with all that mad game you been talking. Oh yeah, man, that's awesome. Yeah. Show me this plan that you brought me and this cash you ain't mentioned yet, dog. I'm done with all that talking. Yeah. No, I don't do pay to play, I get paid to play. And since you're playing games to get paid from me, man, swear to God I'm walking. Yeah. I seen the type before about 100 times, trying to undermine my abilities to be killing anything I target. Yeah. You wanna be a boss with them reins? That power don't come cheap. All my life I've been moving them chains. Now you wanna love me? I see the way you think. You're all about you. And that's cool, you do you. But me, I've been doing my own thing. I swear to God, I be killing everybody. Tell me if you wanna get involved. Lyric or revolver that is aiming at the center of your thoughts. Yeah, they tell me.
Hello and welcome, dear viewers. Back at it again, the third and final weekend here in FIBA Esports Open 3. This is going to be incredibly intense today here. National federations from across the globe are challenging each other in a series of games to find out who is the strongest country amongst them within their own respective regions. My name's Renars, and alongside with me is Linards. And Linards, I mean, we already have had two very action-packed weekends before.
You're not wrong, Renars. We already had those moments before, and now we are having one more time this weekend with a lot of games to come and with maybe even more excitement.
Absolutely true. And I mean, there is a lot of national pride on the line here, but also, of course, from the winning teams, from the champions, we'll also crown the MVP awards, and that is going to be that brand new Tissa watch that we will be giving out, and we will have the glory of choosing the person who will able to get that. So, of course, for all the teams participating here, it's within their own, well, for the players, it's within their own best interest to have their peak performance here in order to be able to obtain that Tissa watch. Now, the players are going to be playing from the comforts of their homes, and they're going to be tuning in from across the globe here. And all the games are going to be held in a little thing called the Pro-Am mode that's in the NBA 2K available for the players. And Leonard, I believe you give a great explanation as to what that mode entails.
Yeah, the NBA 2K Pro-Am mode allows the users to play in a 5v5 format where it's deeply customizable with those jerseys, arenas, with the custom everything, the courts, right?
Absolutely.
We've already seen those good-looking afros there last time around, right? So
yeah, who can forget about the afros?
Yeah, maybe we'll see something more interesting, more fun, right? Colorful.
Absolutely true. You know, and as you said as well, I think we talked about this behind the scenes. Sometimes it can even perhaps play into your advantage, the ability to customize, have a bit of a distraction for the opposing team. You never really know. I did mention that the players are joining us from across the globe. So let's have a look at the global map here and where all these countries are coming from. And the one thing that you'll notice here that we have locked the countries here into geographically located regions. And I mean, there's a very simple explanation as to why that is, Leonard. And if you could enlighten us, I would be very grateful.
That is indeed. So, as you mentioned before, the event is played fully online. So, therefore, in order to have fair conditions for all the participants and to avoid all the lag or the delay, right, produced by the distance to the servers, we have conferences grouped geographically in front of the screen in all interest of that fair play.
Absolutely true. Now, we have one more new addition to this FIBA Esports Open 3 event, and that is we have introduced generations. So there are conferences that are playing on current generation consoles, and those are going to be the PlayStation 4 consoles, of course. And we also have conferences that are playing on the next generation consoles, and those are going to be the players that are going to be playing on those PlayStation 5s. And as Chris usually says, don't do like the picture shows, right? Don't cut your remote in half because you won't be able to put that one back together.
Just wires.
It's just wires really inside there. All right, well, we need to have a quick flashback and let's have a look at what we have seen so far during these 3 weekends. The very first weekend took place from the 16th till 18th of April, and the first conference we looked at was the Southeast Asia Conference. In total, we had 6 countries participating here. In Group A, we had Maldives, Philippines, and Vietnam, and in Group B, we had Indonesia, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, a lot of new teams in this conference participated for the very first time, but Philippines, not the first rodeo for them. They got that first place one more time. They had it in the very first FIBA Esports Open, where they had the first place, then they had the runners-up, the second, and now again the first. So bringing out back Philippines flag on the top of the Southeast Asia's conference. So definitely making a name to themselves as well.
Absolutely.
But now, moving on to the Middle East Conference here as well, that happened from the 16th to 18th of April. 2 groups, Group A, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Syria, while Group B, Bahrain, Lebanon, and United Arab Emirates.
And of course, a huge story here for Saudi Arabia. They are the 3-time FIBA Esports Open champions in the Middle East Conference, able to secure that first place 3 times in a row. And of course, well, I mean, if there was any doubt as to who are the true kings of that region in the e-basketball, that for sure is Saudi Arabia. But I would like to commend here Bahrain, who this time around was joining FIBA Esports Open for the very first time, and already they managed to become the runners-up. So they took the second place here in FIBA Esports Open 3, and I believe that does give us a bit of an insight as to what might the future hold here for the Middle East Conference. One more conference took place over that same weekend, and that was the Africa Conference. And here again, we had 6 countries in total. In Group A, we had Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Tunisia. And in Group B, we had Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo.
And what a Cinderella story for that Egypt team here. First-time participants and first-time winners as well. So very, very good performance by Egypt. Also beating in the finals the previous winners of the last FIBA Esports Open, the Ivory Coast. So definitely making that African conference looking a little bit more interesting over here,
yeah.
Right? With the 2 countries also making their name and getting the first place in their respective conference. But now, moving towards the next here, European current generation that we had from 23rd of 25th April. That was 2 weeks ago. We had 4 groups here. We got Group A, Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, Poland. Group B, Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine.
In Group C, we had Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, and Serbia. And in Group D, we had Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. Now, here, this time around, Russia was able to become the winners of this conference. Back in FIBA Esports Open 1, they took 3rd place in the second iteration. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get out of the groups, but of course came back stronger than ever, were able to get that title to their name. But I would also like to commend Latvia here, who became the runners-up in FIBA Esports Open 3 in the Europe Current Generation Conference, as so far their best showing. And definitely it was a very intense finals, and, you know, for Russia, up until in the grand finals, they had a perfect run, and they only lost a single game throughout the whole event, and that was to Latvia in the grand finals, still managing to win that. Moving forward to another conference that we need to have a look at, and that is the North and Central America Current Generation Conference. Also took place from the 23rd to the 25th of April, and we had 4 countries here in total: Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico.
And yes, Barbados and Mexico making their first time appearance here in the FIBA Esports Open, and Barbados with a wonderful storyline for them as well. First time here, first time winners, just like we had before with the other country there. And now it's wonderful to see them participate and taking their country's name in FIBA Esports. And now moving towards also the European next generation here. Also that we'll have from 7th to 8th to 9th of May, of course, over this weekend.
Yeah.
On the Group A, we have Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Turkey, while Group B, Spain, France, Germany, and Luxembourg.
And in Group C, we have Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. And look, I mean, I have been looking forward to this conference so much because, I'll explain why. We have 2 previous winners in this conference in the form of Turkey and Italy. Italy won the first FIBA Esports Open event, and Turkey was able to secure the win in the second. Then we have 2 runners-up in the form of Spain and Germany, both locked in Group B. Obviously, that is probably going to be a very interesting sight to see which managed to get out of those groups and who's going to meet each other in quarterfinals, but more about that later on. But I would also like to give a shout out here to all the new countries participating for the very first time. So that's France, Luxembourg, Denmark, Slovenia, and of course Belgium there as well. Whenever you have new countries in the mix, it's always a bit of a wild card on the table for those that already have previous experience. Hopefully the teams are accustomed to each other, but at the same time, this is the perfect scenario for some sort of upsets to happen. So overall, a very, very stacked conference and a very interesting one that, well, slightly later on, we'll see how that unveils itself. But a few more conferences that we need to cover, the next one being the South America Conference, also taking place over this weekend. And in Group A, we have Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay. And in Group B, we have here Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela.
Yeah, and if we look at Argentina, the first time the FIBA Esports Open got the first place, the second time got the first place, and now this is the third event as well. They are looking to repeat it again, get that triple over there, just like Saudi Arabia did in their conference. But then again, there's Brazil, there's Uruguay, the runners-up from the first FIBA Esports Open and the second one. So there might be some spicy action coming from South America's conference. I'm really excited to see those games as well to pan out. But now moving towards the final conference, we'll take a look at North and Central America next generation over the weekend as well. We have 4 teams, really familiar countries here: Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and United States of America. And last time around when these teams participated, the United States got the first place, beating Dominican Republic in the finals. But you never know how it's going to turn out to be this time, Brian.
Absolutely true. Well, I mean, it's about time we need to have a look and see today's games and see how the schedule is looking like in order for you, ladies and gentlemen, to know what is the time that you need to tune in. So we're going to kick things off with the first pair of the day, and that is going to be a quarterfinals between Turkey and Spain. Afterwards, there's going to be a quarterfinals between Great Britain and Denmark, and the third quarterfinal will be between Italy and Germany. So obviously a bit of a spoiler there in terms of who managed to get out of the groups, but we'll have a bit of a breakdown of that as well. But beforehand, I would like to just quickly mention here that the times shown next to the flags are the local times from each specific country, right? So, for example, if you are from Denmark, you need to set your alarm for 12:25 to tune in exactly for your country's games. And it doesn't really matter where you watch us as long as that's on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. And, of course, you can use that hashtag FIBA Esports Open if you are sharing your experiences on social media, how you are enjoying this event. But, Leonard, there are still a few more quarterfinals to cover.
Yeah, there's one more quarterfinal. That's France and Slovenia taking their time on the court as well. And then we're looking at South America semifinal. That is Uruguay and Chile, as well as Argentina and Brazil. Well, that sounds very exciting.
I mean, as I said, we really need to start looking forward to these first quarterfinals here. And the Europe Next Generation Conference is going to be the first conference that we're going to have a look at. And, well, we just saw which are going to be the first pairs that we're going to see today. And in order for us to have a bit of a better understanding as to what we might potentially see here, I think it's a great time to have a look at the group stages and see how those panned out for these countries here. Now, in Group A, as you can see, Turkey, Denmark, and Slovenia have made the mark and have gotten out of the group stages into the playoffs here. Turkey, of course, the defending champions so far, have shown us as to why that is, not dropping a single game, 3 wins, no losses to their name. Denmark, first time appearance, already taking second place in the groups, perhaps not, really pushing themselves to the limit. No need to do that in the group stages, just secure your position and make sure you get out. But a wonderful point differential for them there. And Slovenia as well, making their grand appearance and also getting into those playoffs.
Yeah, they also got that one win under the shoulder of theirs, so still that really made a big difference there by taking those couple points and making it out. As you can see, only first 3 teams making it out of the group stage, while leaving only the 4th one. In this case, it's the Switzerland from the Group A. But if you look at the Group B, Renars, I know you are really excited about this. France, Germany, and Spain making it out in Group B. Luxembourg, still the same amount of points, but then those points differential made it all.
Yeah, that's really what made it all possible for these countries here. And I mean, look, Germany had actually won a game over Spain, which I will remind you were the runners-up in the first event, right? And this is what I was talking about. We have 2 runners-up here, both still making it out of the groups, meaning that the playoffs are just going to be insane. I really feel like every pair that we have is a bit of a small grand finals of its own, because, in group stage, they are playing a best of 1 scenario, so they just need to play a single game against each other opponents, whereas in the playoffs, it is going to be a 3-game series. But we still have a few more groups that we need to cover here. One more group, and that is Group C, where Great Britain and Italy have managed to get out, leaving Belgium this time around behind.
Yeah, and well, Great Britain, last time around, they also participated in FIBA Esports Open 2, and now as well are here back. And well, so far, 2 games only, but also 2 wins. Maybe not as super convincing. Well, against Italy, they did have like a 14-point lead there, how they finished the game, but still 2 wins, making it out. Italy there as well with 1 win, 1 loss over here. So 1 against Belgium, lost against Great Britain, but still qualifying, and we'll see them also in the quarterfinals today.
Yeah, so speaking about the quarterfinals, let's have a look at the bracket here and just see how this all lines up in the grand scheme of things here. So Turkey meeting Spain, and then afterwards you have Denmark, the new appearance here, going up against Great Britain, who also have yet to drop a game. I mean, it really doesn't matter, I feel like, which way this goes, because the semis are going to be incredibly intense, and I can't even imagine what's going to happen in the grand finals here. The first pair of the day, Turkey and Spain as well. The defending champions, the runners-up from the first event, both very eager to move forward. But unfortunately for one of these teams, the journey will end here. And we'll just have to wait and see how this is going to pan out. Because, I mean, my heart is rooting for everyone here. And last time around as well, the Europe Conference was just incredibly close here. But also looking at the bottom half there as well, Italy going up against Germany, pretty much the same story as with Turkey and Spain. And for France and Slovenia, both first-time appearances. France obviously had a very dominant run in Group B, not dropping a single game, and I think that is going to be a huge challenge here for Slovenia, but perhaps they were saving their strengths for this one and really are going to outshine France on the big stage. So, without further ado, we really need to start looking at that first pair here. So Turkey going up against Spain in the first quarterfinals of the day. I know the fans from Spain and Turkey definitely are already in the chat. If my memory doesn't deceive me, I remember last time around, even the mods had trouble keeping up with all the spam that was happening. Make sure that you do cast your vote in the chat as to who out of these 2 countries is going to be the one that's going to proceed into the semifinals with the potential to get into the grand finals. But for now, looking at these two, Leonards, what are your thoughts here about this pair? I mean, I think we're both here are in agreement that this most likely is going to be a 3-game series.
Yeah. If you look at that, the so far how it's been and the two teams how they participated in the last FIBA Esports Opens, it's a close one. It's a very close one. You can't even choose one or the other. It's hard because Spain, they've been really good. As you said, they were runner-ups in the first FIBA Esports Open, and now Turkey, the current the champion, so to say, right from the last FIBA Esports Open. It's a battle. It's the battle of titans, so to say, already in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely true. And I remember back in FIBA Esports Open too, Turkey was incredibly prolific with their plays across the court. So it really did. It was more of a matter of shooting at will instead of doing anything else on the playing field. But it's pretty much the same goes for Spain as well. They really like to play that fast tempo here. So in order to have a better understanding how this might unveil, let's have a look at the lineups here for each country. Who is going to represent who? And on the Turkey's side, we have Love Battle Dead, Kato the Problem, Iren, Tansu, and Fatih. A few very well-known names. I believe the only name that we haven't seen before out of the Turkey lineup is Love Battle Dead, which should be a new addition here. Let me just quickly check. No, he was previously in the lineup, but I can't recall him playing, though, so that just might be my old man's memory deceiving me.
Who knows? Potentially. Potentially.
But for Spain.
We're looking at Ador as well. Nick, the Dr. DZ, Rafael, and Dovalinho finishing the lineup over here. And let me tell you guys, it's been a really interesting group over here for Team Spain. A Doctor, definitely the man to take, look over, right? He has scored a lot of points, even despite the losses against Germany or France, scoring 24, 23 points each game. And even in the win against Luxembourg, 26 points just on the one man himself. So definitely scoring a lot of points for Team Spain. And, you got to be careful from that 18-year-old there. Will be interesting to see how a Turkish team going to cover him.
But I'd like to commend here on Spain's side both two new additions to the lineup. So that is Ador, VK, and Nick. They previously weren't in the previous events in the Spain's lineup, are going to be having their first appearance here in the quarterfinals. Now I know under Rafael's leadership and his wise words and the absolutely amazing positive vibes that are there on the Spain side, I'm sure the nerves will be where they need to be in order to have top performance here coming out from Spain. Also, they have two power forwards on their lineup, so they're going to be looking to get those rebounds as quickly as possible, get the ball back into play, get those possessions as much as possible. And rightly so, you pointed out the Doctor's there, 18 years old, a point guard. He has been scoring sky high in the group stages, putting up 24 points against Germany, 23 points up against France. So really, I would be expecting a similar performance here as well. But considering this is the quarterfinals, and considering we are going up against Turkey here, who won the previous event, I believe it might be a slightly closer affair this time around. So I'm very curious to see this clash of styles between the two. In my mind, they do play a similar style of basketball overall, so it is going to come down to those comms, right? The communications need to be on par, the idea needs to be clear, the approach needs to be what is needed. Hopefully, we'll be able to afterwards manage to find out from the interviews if the teams have played against each other. But here we have a game on our hands, so let's jump straight to it. The first quarterfinals of the third weekend here in FIBA Esports Open 3. Everything is on the line here because only one of these two countries will advance into the semifinals. And here you can see the players already flexing on each other. Turkey are going to be in your red jerseys. Spain is going to be in your white. You're going to see a single representative from each country on your screens here as well, just to give you a little sneak peek behind the scenes. Bit of emotions that are going to be shown surely sooner or later, but all players are controlling each individual character here. And already with the tip-off, Turkey in possession.
Yeah, but now already Rennie with the bounce. The number 9, as you can see, going for a 3, and that is in. All right, already starting off with the 3-pointers. Okay, that's how we're going to start, says Turkey. All right, 3 points, 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, get used to it. This is going to be a 3-pointer game, backwards and forwards here. Rafael now in position, goes for that easy, safe jump shot, gets the 2, and opens things up for Spain as well. As you can see, maximum focus for either side. A lot of communication on the side of Spain there. Rafael, of course, being the man that does call a lot of the shots here for the team. A love battle dead from the right-hand side corner. Can't get it. The rebound is there. And Turkey with the instant timeout call just to avoid any violations.
Yeah, we already see some emotions already from only first minute in already. Some Spain already with the... We already know how Spanish players usually are in the courts. Always really, very, how to say, loud, right?
Vocal. They're very vocal.
Loud, aggressive. But that's how it should be. It's quarterfinals. You don't have time for any of the sweetness over here, right? Gotta be
no time for chit chat. It's all action here. Is now Spain on the offense. Somehow that bounces out of the hoop there, and a fast turnover here. Play right hand side corner. Tansu can't really get the ball. That was an attempt for an alley oop, but a bit of an air ball there, so slightly over on the release. You can see Rafael there as well, saying like, "Look, listen, next time just do it. Like we practiced perfectly, and we're good."
Yeah, just do it a little bit, maybe a little simple way here. But let's see. Doctor now with the dribble tries to find maybe some space. There it is. Nick again back to Doctor and back in front of Nick. And that is in front of the baskets, and that is a 2-point for Spain.
Great movement of the ball. Great rotation across the board here. Is now Turkey on the offensive. Aaron on the 3-point line. Screen being set up for him. He's looking for that golden opportunity. How did that pass even go through? Turkey adds another 2 to their name, 5-4, and already almost 2 full minutes have passed in the first quarter here. And I mean, it is a very close affair here. Now, there is going to be a reach-in foul this time around, as the ball is going to remain in possession of Spain. 18 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah, Davellino back to Doctor again from that 3-point line. Looking to score. That was an interesting release. So with their good block, and then... Well, it didn't really go in again. That was a little...
Yeah, you need to be careful of the defensive players.
Yeah, you gotta have to. You're not alone over there. You had a player in front of you, so definitely making his job there. But, that's a free pass over there in the corner, but the ball doesn't go through, so that is no-go for Turkey. Again, with a offense from the Spanish team. Now, Doctor looking to find maybe a space or opening here to score a couple. Turkish team obviously not giving it away for free, but that's a nice steal here. And Vadi going in with the dunk over there. That's 2 points for Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be happy with that pass if you're on the side of Spain, but it's early days here in the quarterfinals. This is only the first game in a game series of 3, so that means either country needs to secure 2 wins to proceed into the semifinals. As Spain takes a step closer to that, adds another 2 to their name. Nice attempt there, but the ball is going to remain with Turkey. At least puts Turkey's offense on the edge slightly here, as Spain looking to play full court press now, not really allowing anything for Turkey to come easily their way. Ren on the right-hand side corner, over back to Fatih. Long 3-pointer, a contested shot at that as well. The rebound is going to be good for Spain. Pass over to the Doctor, and yet another foul this time around on the free throw line, the Doctor.
Yeah, let's see if he scores both of them. There's one, and now they have a chance to get the lead, and they do actually now. So Spain with a 1-point lead, pass the ball to them again. So now Doctor with the ball once more here, maybe trying to score a 3-pointer just to have that slider lead here. And, well, back to Rafael, goes for 2, and that's good. It's in.
That's a beautiful fadeaway there coming through for Spain. And Spain now taking the lead, and that's exactly the reason why they're keeping up with this full court press right now. They want to secure a maximum amount of points as they can over Turkey, because obviously, I mean, if we have learned a thing or two from previous events, is that once you get into those double-digit leads, that's where the teams are starting to have problems with coming back into it. But Turkey instantly responding with a 3 of their own, tying up the game with 1.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
It's it is a point-on-point game here. Doctor again starts to find. Oh, that's a great 3. It's green, and a big explosion in Big explosion of cameras of Team Spain there, of course, as well. The team's captain, I believe, is the
Rafael,
one.
yeah.
That is the team's captain, Rafael. With a big smile, of course, now finally 13-10. So 3-point lead here. And, ball within Spain again. Doctor, good pass for Dolinho in front, and that's 2 points. It's 15-10 now.
Very quickly taking advantage of that quick steal they were able to put up. And it seems to be the name of the game here for Spain. They don't want to allow for Turkey to play their own game. They want to make them feel as uncomfortable as possible on the court, and obviously not allowing them to lay themselves out as practiced. It is becoming slightly difficult for Turkey to respond here, but again, they're going to be looking for those three-pointer opportunities, a few fake pumps, a few ball passes around the board, 10 seconds on the shot clock as well. Fatih over to Tansu in the left-hand side corner. Tansu can go it for himself. Instead of passes over to Kado. That's green. That's good. Three-pointer there for Turkey.
That's a big one. Definitely what Turkish team ordered over here, 13-15. But still, it's only 18 seconds on the clock over here for the offense. Oh, that almost was a lost ball there, but Nick still managed to hold it tight, hold it there. But again, it's only 7 more seconds here. But
oh my!
That was a big one.
Yeah, the man went flying. 17-13 here as we are approaching the finish of the first quarter. Only 15 seconds remaining on the shot clock here. So ideally, I mean, if Turkey could finish off with a 3 here, I think they're going to be happy with that, all things considered. Rennie, 5 seconds to shoot. Goes in, goes for the drive. 3 defensive players around him, still finds the 2 with the slam dunk. 2.8 seconds remaining. Can Spain even make a response here happen? No time to shoot, and the ball bounces out. 17-15 as we finish off the first quarter here. Moving in straight into the second. And Spain, yet again, looking to extend that lead further. I mean, so far they've been up by 5. I think that's the maximum differential they've had. And Turkey always finding a way to come back into this. Doctor still sees that he can do it himself here. Good dribble. There we go. Gets that fake jump out. But not really resultive in a personal foul this time around as Turkey in possession.
Yeah, I we can see again Rennie. Oh, with the great fake there, but another foul here. So Turkish team is still with that ball. And now again, pass to Rennie on the side. Let's see, he is the man to look for the team Turkey, as I mentioned before, scoring a lot of points here. And well, you can see how well that is another 3. Turkey, well, finally again back in the lead for Team Turkey. They've been kind of on a little slump there before, a little down against Spain, but now with that 1-point lead. Doctor, great pass to Nick on the corner here for Big Boy here. With that wonderful afro here on the corner there again. And Doctor trying to find maybe some space where to find. Well, back to Big Boy. And that is big 3 as well for Team Spain, 20-18.
I mean, I'm just looking over as to how Spain is playing their offense, and it seems that they're doing an absolutely amazing job of getting Turkey's defense out of positions here, able to put up, Turkey now putting up a 3-pointer, able to overtake the lead by a single point, as of course Spain are going to be looking to do exactly the same here. The Doctor's holding on to it, looking for perhaps Rafael on the left-hand side corner. Oh, that's going to be an alley-oop attempt, a quick alley-oop. Nobody was expecting that as a 2-pointer goes through. And, you know, this is becoming a really scrappy game now. It's only a single point between the two, and every single offense is potentially a lead change. Tansu with the 2.
And exactly what you called the lead change. Again, Turkey now holding the flag over here. Spain only 1 point down, and it's still 3 minutes on the clock until the halftime. But Doctor just finds a... Wow, that was a very interesting... It's like when there's a traffic jam and you're riding like a motorbike or something, right? Just riding through all between and finding a space here to get in front and still score a basket. So 24-23 here. Rennie, good attempt there, but a nice steal over here for Dolinho. And again, he's trying to find maybe some space. Well, is he going to go for the 3-point? I don't really think so. Going to go back to the Doctor here. Back to Nick, and Nick scores a 3, potentially, but not quite in.
It was looking good, but it looks like slightly just over on the release. Ready now with a fast play. Beautiful layup across against the board there as well, securing the green 2 for Turkey. We've had, 5 lead changes in the span of 1 minute. just because that single point between the two. Another personal foul here, and we are getting to that point where soon either country is going to be in the bonus if these fouls keep coming in, but it's understandable with a scoreline like this in a quarterfinals. You really want to use every single opportunity to be in possession. The Doctors with a jump shot, far at that as well. Not going to be successful this time around, and yet another personal foul is called.
Well, again, Tansu with the ball. Ireni starts his offense here. 20 more seconds for Team Turkey on this offense. They want to use it, can use the full time, but Turkish team almost went in there. But the good defense from Team Spain. We can see team captain as well being a little bit happy for that one as well, not letting Turkish team to score free 2 points. So definitely making Turkish team a little sweat over here in the offense. Definitely not letting them to score those frees one here. Let's see, Rennie again. 10 more seconds on the clock. He cannot. Well, Spanish team really wants to go for that alley-oop. It's a big dunk. Great pass. Great dunk. It's 2 points for Team Turkey, and it's 3-point lead.
Yeah, Spain, obviously, no problem for them putting up 3-pointers. The question is it what they're going to be looking for? They tried to answer with the same. The ball didn't really find the fans' hands in the way how it was needed. And now Turkey on the offense. Fatih slowed down here. You can see incredibly active defense here from Spain, forcing Rennie to take an uncomfortable shot, but the rebound is still good for Turkey. Another 11 seconds still on the clock for Turkey to work with here. Make it 14 this time around as Love Battle Dead going to be put on the sideline to put the ball back into play. Kato over to Rennie. Rennie, quick reminder to anyone watching, he was the previous FIBA Esports Open 2 MVP for Team Turkey. Let's see if he can do it again for his team as he puts up another 3. Not going to be good. I mean, the attempts are there, but simply the timing is off by milliseconds here for either side.
It is step by step here. Doctor tries to find some space. Again, good passes over here between the Spanish players. Good communication here as well from one side to another. Already in position at the perfect time to receive the ball and then score the 2-pointer. Great communication here.
Yeah, I love the fact that Spain, instead of going for something fancy, just went for that high percentage shot, going for a safe play. Fatih now with a 3-pointer for Turkey takes his team up to 30 points, leading by 4 now over Spain. And despite Spain's active defense, Eder Big Boy puts up a huge 3 here for Spain as well, but Turkey still in the lead by a single point as we are approaching halftime. 27 seconds remaining, 24 on the shot clock. Beautiful dribble there from Rennie to remain in possession as Rafael very keen to see if he can get a quick cheeky steal through perhaps here as the screen will be set up for Rennie, but doesn't really pan out the way how he wanted. 8 seconds to shoot, still with the dribble, looking for the chance. Kato over to Love Battle Dead. That's a 3-pointer. There we go. Goes through for Turkey. 6.9 seconds remaining before halftime. Can Spain even respond here in time? 2 to shoot. The Doctor over to Nick.
Wow, we're returning back, and after the halftime, 33-29. That's the scoreboard in front of the screens as well. Rennie, the man for Team Turkey, of course, as well. Big name, scoring a lot of points in the previous games in the group stage, and now also in the first quarterfinal game. So far, been looking real good. And Doctor,
oh my God,
Doctor opening up with the big one over here as well. He scored a lot of the 3-pointers also in the games in the group stage. Now showing up one more time.
Yeah, I mean, that was closer really to the midcourt line instead of the 3-pointer. But still, I mean, that's what we know the Doctor for. He's been able to put up consistent, crazy shots. Rennie there, good job of keeping the ball still in position, but a fail in the passing department. Turkey still manages to recover the ball there with 5 seconds to spare. I mean, it is enough time for 2, maybe 3 passes, if that's going to be the case. Instead, Kato with the fake pump, back over to Love Battle Dead from the sideline, taking a step closer. Not going to be good, but the rebound yet again falls in the hands of Turkey, and those power forwards really putting up work that's so required for Turkey right now. 4 seconds to shoot, and that's Rennie. There we go. That's the MVP play.
That's how MVP plays, scoring a lot of points, helping the team out. And Turkey now with a 4-point lead, 4 more minutes to go in the third quarter. And a Doctor finding Nick over here. Oh, that's a little jump over here from the Team Turkey. But then again, Doctor on that 3-point line. Trying to find maybe some space here. Couple seconds left for him, and goes forward right in the paint. Back to in the corner, and that's 3. That's good. It's in. Hello, 3 points for Spain. 35-36.
Yeah, a single point game yet again on our hands here. Let's see what the approach here is for Turkey. Even though, as I said, looking as to how Spain is playing, it seems that Turkey might be having trouble, but the scoreboard is telling us a completely different story here. Rennie goes for a solo play against 3 defensive players, some of them being a lot taller than his avatar is, and still manages to find the points he needed. Already putting up 15 to his name in the quarterfinals here, and this is the first game in the best-of-3 series between these two, and so far, as I said, I really feel like this is going to go all the way.
And the doctor says, get off my hands over here. And, well, that is a foul from Team Turkey. And then, Spanish team definitely getting those. Let's see if they can get those 2 points. The doctor, 1 against 1, you and the baskets.
You can see Rafael is really happy with every single point gained. Full focus, though, on the Turkey side, and rightly so. Being the lead by a single point, you really don't want to lose focus now. That would be the worst of times, but ready with a very fast play. Excellent drive there. Leaves the defense trailing behind. 17 points to his name. Taking Turkey now in the lead, up by 3.
Yeah, good performance by him over here in the quarterfinals. Doctor now trying to, again, start the offense. Turkish team not letting it really for free. As you can see, all the players are really being covered here. Not much space for Doctor of here, but still finds a Nick in a good position right on our 3-point line. That's a 40-40. It's absolute equal.
An even game in the third quarter, and a lot of the times this third quarter has been detrimental as to how the end scoreline is going to look like, and it just goes to show that this is any man's game. Rennie with on fire now, has activated his trait, and being the fact that Rennie is a point guard and has that offensive threat trait to his name, means that expect a few more points to his name coming in soon here. Spain with the shot. He is going to bounce out, but the rebound is good there. Nick could have gone there for a play himself. Instead, is going to give it back over out to Doctor with 5 seconds to shoot. The Doctor needs to pick and choose his shots. Instead, it's going to be Rafael with a 3-pointer attempt. Not going to be good, but yet again, the rebound is as the ball falls out of bounds off the hands of the defensive players of Turkey here, and that's smiles across the board for Spain. There's another 10-second opportunity to score.
Team's captain definitely approving that foul from the officials. And here we go with the 2-pointer. A nice one, 42-42. And again, it's all even here. It's 1 minute and 32 seconds left on this third quarter. Rennie now trying to find some space here. Again, one against the 2 over here, actually, and still making the dribble. And that's all foul here for Team Spain, but the Turkish team will definitely take it. 14 seconds now on that clock for them to make something happen of this offense. Rennie, great sprint here. Pass to Tansu, attempting to score 3, but that's no good. And Team Spain, again, with the ball.
And I will remind you, dear viewers, that, Turkey so far has had a perfect run in the groups. They haven't dropped a single game in FIBA Esports Open 3. And here they're trying to keep the dream alive, trying to have that Goldilocks run into the grand finals if possible. And Spain giving them a really hard time right now with Rafael. How does that even bounce out? Rafael, you can see he was surprised himself as well. As Fatigue tries to put up an easy 2, and that bounces out. Also, both teams trying to respond in the nick of time to each other and can't really make it happen here. The Doctor again. Excellent dribble from his side, asks for a screen. Instead, it's going to be given over to Altar Boy, big boy, right-hand side corner. Holding on to it. Tries to get 2 defensive players on him to open up the Doctor for a chance here. 2 to shoot, has to go for it. Really contested shot, and the ball falls straight into the hands of Turkey here. 18 seconds to go in the third quarter as Ren now looking to respond perhaps with a 3. They want to finish off strong here. They want to have that momentum on their side. 7 seconds to shoot. Really picking and choosing his opportunities. Left-hand side is open. Instead, it's going to be Kato to put up the 3 with the 1.7 seconds remaining for Spain to answer. And a timeout called instantly by Spain. 1.6 seconds remaining, so expect a pass, maximum 2, and then a shot attempt to finish off the third quarter.
Yeah, we already seen you don't want to give up 1.6 seconds. It's still enough to make something. And you can see it goes in, but does it count? I think it's a thumbs up from the team's captain. But did it go in? Yeah, referees counted in. It's 44-45 in the end of the day. Already, well, it's only -1 now for Team Spain after the after the third quarter, should I say, now with the fourth quarter here. Rennie, final 5 minutes over here. And let's see what team and, both teams, Turkey and Spain here, got left. And now 4 more seconds on this offense clock. Tansu right in the corner, a little fake move back to this Faithy. And here with the 3, it doesn't really go in. It bounces out of the basket. Doesn't really get accepted by the basket himself. Now Doctor with the dribble. Pass to Rafael. Trying to find some space here. Back to Doctor again from in the back. Doctor, maybe Rafael there's completely free and open on the side. But no, back to Nick. Back to, again, to Doctor. It's like a little friendly passes over here. Back to Nick on that buzzer. And doesn't really go in. Bounces back, and that's a foul. And Team Turkish ball.
A single-point game in the first quarter with 4 minutes still remaining. Rennie in position. There's a personal foul called, and expect to see a few more of those as the clock continuously runs down here. 18 seconds to work with here for Turkey as Rennie was wide open for a shot. Instead, the pass was given over to Kato. Back over to Rennie, and now with a wide open jump shot. He doesn't make it, but Tansu with another attempt. That's the three-pointer from the left-hand side corner. 48-44, a 4-point game between the two now. And I mean, I don't think we're going to see any bigger differences here with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Spain looking to respond yet again. I would like to see a bit more three-pointers from the Doctors, but with slam dunks like that, never mind what I want to see. It's what Spain can put up, and you know, they can answer to every single basket.
Oh, it's point on point though. He really fast offenses over here for both the teams. And Kado with 15 points already over here. But then again, a Doctor now as well with the ball scoring a 3. That's it. That's good. You can even see the team's captain in Rafael as well agrees with that one. Definitely happy with his team's performance here. And, well, it's 49-50. 1 point is what differences to both teams over here. Kato goes in, and get off my way, he says. Big dunk over here. 2 points for Team Turkey. 3-point lead now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really scary to see Kato activating his avatar as well. He has a glass-cleaning finishers archetype, and that means that he's going to be in paint, in your face, getting those rebounds, getting those slam dunks. Instead, here, Rennie with the attempt, with too many defensive players. Huge block coming out for Spain, and of course, a personal foul here. This time around, the coach is going to be saying that's fine because obviously there was a fast play danger on the side of Spain, Turkey, so they had to stop the play somehow. There we go. That's the three-pointers I was looking for from the Doctor. When it really matters, that's where he activates his archetype. And of course, at the scoreline of 52-52 now, thanks to him, Turkey have a huge task in front of them to come back with a bigger lead if they can. Rennie stuck on the three-point line. Rafael back over to Kato now. Kato with an easy 2. There we go. High percentage shot. Saves. I would say either team now are just going to should be looking for a few of these to get a bit of a confidence. Well, I can't say they lack confidence, but definitely to get a bit of momentum on their side. And the Doctors with incredibly fast breakaway play there. You should see left everyone behind. Zooms past everyone, gets the easy 2 there. And that's how I said, right? Fast 2-pointers. High percentage shot.
And if any points will do at this point, it's 54-54. It's point on point. It's centimeter to centimeter. It's wall against the wall. And everything will count. Now, Rennie with the number 9 on the back as well. Here, 10 more seconds to go for him. Good pass in front of the basket. A nice finisher move here, 56-54. You can see a lot of communication coming up toward the team Spain. Here, team's captain not happy with the defense there, I would say. But then 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Doctor back pass to Nick. Oh, that's a...
Oh, no.
Rafael didn't expect, I feel like. I think that was a miscommunication over there. You can see the scratches on the back as well. Definitely something with the communication went wrong.
Well, let's see what can Turkey do here. minute and 20 seconds still remaining in the final quarter of this first game in this best-of-3 series. It's going to be Cato. Fast pass over to Love, battle that in the right-hand side corner. It rattles out, and now Spain with a breakaway play. That's Rafael with a statement dunk saying, like, you're not out of the woods yet, Turkey. We're coming after you.
65 seconds. That's all left. If this is still tied up until the very last second, you already know, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go for the overtime then. But will we see the overtime? 60 seconds. It's point on point. You cannot even say until the buzzer goes through. And still, that's a foul. Well, that is a foul over here. And the ball's dropped now. Again, the referee's going to give a foul to Spain and Dovalinho from the side over here. Let's see what the Doctor has in his store here. Let's see. It's a three-pointers line is his place, so to say, but doesn't really go in right now. And Spain definitely need to take those points, and they are not scoring them for now. Again, Tamsu with a 1 point, and here comes another one. So it is now Turkish team with a 4-point lead, 42 seconds. Spanish team, they have to find 4 points in those 40 seconds just to tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, here, obviously, both teams are going to be taking advantage with as many timeouts as possible to not waste any time trying to get across the court. Doctors with a quick slam dunk. It does manage to narrow down the point gap down to 2, but with a three-pointer from the corner. Wide open shot here for Turkey, extending the lead now up by 5, and 33 seconds only remaining for Spain to come back into this one. And this is really where your hands start shaking if you are Spain, as Nick now pass over into the left-hand side corner. Interception by Turkey. Tansu is going to be stopped on his own three-point line, but obviously now Turkey being in the bonus, they're on the free throw line, and Spain really has their work cut out for them with 22 seconds remaining in the final quarter.
Yeah, I definitely not quite the best play for Team Spain. You don't want to let those points for Team Turkey. Now 20 more seconds left and you're -7. You have to score quite a couple buckets over here, and those three-pointers are definitely will help out. But another interception here, and Turkish team wants to get that final nail in the coffin for this game. 67-58, 10 more seconds here.
I mean, look, we've seen crazy things happen. Let's see if that's going to be the case with only 5 seconds to shoot. Spain recognizes they'll have to bow down on this one. They do call for a timeout. You can see Rafael's like, we might as well start talking things over here now with 3.3 remaining and looking for 9 points. It's realistically impossible for them to come back into this. Rafael does take the shot, does get the 3. 0.7 remaining, 6-point differential here, and Turkey, the defending champions, have managed to pick up their first win in this 3-game series between the two, and obviously still continuing with that perfect run here in FIBA Esports Open 3, not dropping a single game. Ren definitely showed up in the way how we expected. I'm pretty sure that he got his minimum 20 points that he usually does get, if my stats are correct, in those games, and obviously this was no exception here. So obviously, looking at the game, it was incredibly close between the two. I would say in the three-point department, Turkey definitely had a slightly more success, and I believe that was off the back of more successful rotations of the ball around that three-point line. But what are your thoughts here? What do you think are the faults of Spain? What was the problem at the very end there?
Well, I was looking at the defense over here, and there were some of those baskets where actually it was on both teams, I would say, in Turkey as well. They had some of those, let's say, holes in the defense over there where they've still managed to find somehow just one player going through the whole defense and scoring like a couple of buckets over here. That as well, and then you can see also how Spain also allowed those 3 points for the Turkish team from the basket over there, pass in the corner, and then from a three-pointer. It was a really quick play. But that's also something that Spain could have avoided of happening. Also bringing it back the defense or something, kind of covering the players. Didn't really do it. But then again, they had to go for the offense play, so I don't really blame them too much for the play. For that, it was just the execution that maybe lacked.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down a few numbers here for myself. Ren was able to put up 19 points for Turkey, and the Doctor actually put up 22 points for Spain. And when I look back at this game in my mind, mentally, I don't feel like he put up 22, but that's definitely a lot more than anyone could have asked from him. So I really now start to wonder, is Spain underutilizing the left and right hand side corners? Because we do see Turkey taking a few more shots from those places. And I think that would also play towards the ball rotation across the court a bit more, getting those defensive players for Turkey out of position, because Turkey is incredibly successful at doing that. And I think that's really the key to their success here, because, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's only a 6-point differential between the two. The games was incredibly close. It definitely does look like we could go all the way here, but for Spain now, it's backs against the wall for them. If they don't win this next game, unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the road for them here in FIBA Esports Open 3. So now, if before it was about having a good start, having good momentum, it's now about keeping the dream alive. And I know the fans in the chat definitely are on the same level of emotions as Rafael was there previously. I love the fact that even at the end there, we got a little smile out of him as well, obviously happy with the fact that they were able to respond with something, and it was a close game. I mean, again, not to underplay these two teams, really. Spain, the runners-up from previous events in FIBA Esports Open. Turkey, the defending champions back in FIBA Esports Open 2. It was only their first appearance, and you can see that definitely they have taken their notes and have polished their game to even a further level of excellence, if I may say so.
Yeah, that's how I would say as well. I wrote down on that third, also on the first and the last game, right, that we just saw. In the third quarter, it was 1 point difference. Turkish team was up 45, and the Spanish team was 44. Yes. So only 1 point difference, was literally close as it can get. Only at the very end, the Turkish team managed to get a couple of baskets, and the Spanish team with a little bit of some miscommunications, some missed passes, some interceptions.
Yeah, those few passes, I mean, it looked like it was an intended fast play, but just simply didn't pan out the way how they went.
Way too fast, I would say.
Maybe, perhaps. Well, as the teams are preparing for the next game in this series, you had a quick view there with the upcoming games. Again, you can watch this stream on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Choose whichever platform you like, but make sure that you let us know in the chat which of these countries you are rooting for, or perhaps even in upcoming games, because obviously our mods will have an interesting time giving us information later on as to how many flags we have of each country here. Let's have a look at another look at the lineups here for each country. See if any changes have been made. As far as my eyes show, that on Spain's side, it's going to be the same. It's going to be Eder VK, Nick, the Doctors, Rafael, and Dovalinho.
And then on Team Turkey, we have Love, Battle, Dead, Kado, Reni, Tansu, and Fadi making their returns as well. So I believe also no change here for Team Turkey. So still the same lineups, and I would say I would agree on both teams, actually. So the game was so close. It could have gone either way. So I don't really think that there are really much of a changes to go for here. But it is best of 3. So this could be potentially Spain's last game if they don't find a W in the upcoming match. And it could go again the same way, or like we've also seen in the previous games a couple of weeks ago in the different conferences, where sometimes the second game is one-sided for one team and just to end it all there. So,
well, I mean, that was in games where really, you kind of get the upper hand morale-wise, but I really don't think that's going to be the problem here for Spain. We know that they can put up those smiles as needed, and it's all about also having fun. Having fun means that you keep positive vibes amongst the team, and that doesn't allow you to fall in those moments when you are behind, right? It's keeping up with the momentum, keeping up with the pace. It's always like you have that feeling of being just behind the opponent, and that's always so inspirational for you to come back into the game as the players are gradually joining the server here. And I'm really just thinking to myself, what are the words Rafael is looking forward here? Because obviously if Spain manages to win, they need now 2 back-to-back wins over Turkey in order to do that. If Turkey wins, then obviously we're going to have an interview with a player from the Turkey's team, and from either side. I really just want to hear what sort of the level of preparation was here. How did they prepare for this event, and what was the general approach? Because obviously they knew beforehand which countries they could potentially go up against, and if that's the case, a lot is riding on the matter of preparation here between these two.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, right? So Spanish team again, backs against the wall, so to say. They cannot lose more. But you mentioned that what would the team's captain say? I would say, in his place, I wouldn't really be too harsh, of course, on the players. They all played really, really good, as I said.
No, there's no need.
There's only last couple minutes. So maybe some jitters, maybe some excitement, maybe some kind of stress over here. But it's now calm down to start a new, fresh game. You have a lot of minutes to go right now. Everything starts from the zero. Let's do the same as we did last game. But maybe with a little more careful, so to say. Maybe on those passes here, a little bit more thought towards those, because sometimes some of those passes were a little bit too fast, right? A little bit too hectic, so to say. Sometimes, and then the interceptions happen. Then you have to go back in the defense. You don't have enough time, maybe, and Turkish team score a couple points just like that. And definitely, you don't want to let it happen.
Well, I mean, I will certainly hope that someone watching as well is making sure to take those clips, because there were plenty of highlights available in the form of those slam dunks. And I must say, it was some of the most impressive alley-oops I've seen. One particularly stuck to my memory from Turkey's side, where it was a play between Reni and... let me just quickly think here. I would think it was between Reni and Fatih, if I recall correctly, or Kato. No, most likely it was Kato that, he just went flying over the defense there. But let's see if that's going to be the case yet again, because we do have the second game in the series on our hands here. Spain up against Turkey in the first quarterfinals of the day. Game number 2 in the 3-game series. Backs against the wall for Spain here as they're coming out in their red jerseys with the yellow highlights. Namaste, yes. And, let's see what can Turkey do there. Can they take advantage of the fact that they are one game up? The tip-off is there, and the ball falls yet again in the hands of Turkey.
Yeah, I feel like they switched the jerseys over here, traded each other. A little red now for Team Spain and white for those Turkish players. And Reni finds an empty space in the defense. That's what I mentioned, the holes in the defense for Team Spain sometimes are way too big, and Reni just making use of it, scoring the 2 early points here. And now, again, a doctor of the dribble. Back to Nick, tries to find maybe someone to pass to. Well, the only one is Doctor there. Goes in for the 2. But doesn't really go back. And Nick with a nice rebound over here. Back to Doctor. Is he going to go for the 3? That's a good question, though. On that 3-pointer line, no, cuts it in. Back to Big Bo in the corner. Almost, that looked like a lost ball, but still. Rafael goes for a 3. Doesn't really bounce back. W again with a nice rebound.
I mean, they're just boosting rebound stats right now.
I feel
for themselves, right?
Exactly. That's what happened as well at the very last minutes of the last game. Just scoring a 3-pointer there, even though the game was pretty much over, right? Just for the stats over here. But now Doctor as well with the dribble here. It's 7 seconds left. Oh, that's a fake shot here. Back to Nick, and Nick scores the 3. That's 3. That's Spain in the lead.
Yeah, Nick definitely coming in hot. Of course, the new addition for the Spain's lineup. Can't say he's lacking experience-wise, because he's been playing NBA 2K since the 13th edition, and he has been playing in a few tournaments beforehand. He has won a few of those as well. Even played in the Invitational of the 2021. Says about himself that he's always laughing, so good vibes across the board here. But please, Linards, what was so exciting?
No, that was really exciting to see how the Spanish team scored a 2-pointer. There was a pretty free entrance here on that offense here. But now again, Reni on that 3-pointer line cuts it in. It's good. It's 4-5 now. Turkish team scoring 2 points.
Yeah.
Definitely something they wouldn't ever say no to.
I always get stressed out when I see the clock being run down so much, and when it doesn't look like the player's going to shoot. It really feels like you're putting yourself at a disadvantage there. Nick, good job of keeping in possession of the ball here for Spain. 8 seconds remaining for a shot to be made. The Doctors with the beautiful shot there. There we go. That's the smile we were looking for. Spain is loving it. 4-point lead now over Turkey, but it's only the first quarter here, and 2 minutes and 45 seconds still remaining. Love battle that right-hand side corner. Not really pans out the way how he thought it would. And, I mean, to be fair, he had plenty of time to prepare for that one, because clearly that was the plan for that offensive play.
I do believe that 3-pointer would have gone in. If I'm not mistaken, that would have been the biggest lead we have seen in this quarterfinal between the last and this game, of course, as well. So now Doctor has an opportunity to actually make it happen, as it is only 5 more seconds to go in the offense over here. Goes back to that 3-pointer line and is position there. Nick again goes for the 3, and it doesn't really go in, but a nice rebound here. Again, the Spanish team with the ball goes in for the 2. That's a nice dunk, but without the ball. The ball went flying in the sky, but still.
It was a practice jump.
It was a practice, so to say, yes. A trampoline over there. Now, let's see. Love that. That's a good pass for Cato in the paint. Goes out again, and now back to Rennie. Right there, cuts it in. No, goes back again. Only 4 more seconds. Don't stress out. And here it is, the 3-pointer. We got those 7 points now for Team Turkey. 8 on Spain, so still only 1 point a game. Yet again, just like last time around.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kato really there with a perfect release and an excellent timing on his side, and it's going to be the Doctors to respond exactly with the same. No steals happening from his back this time around, as Rennie now on the offense, looking he can respond with something here. It says it's going to be given over to Tanso in the left-hand side corner. And a beautiful steal happens here from Spain. Over instantly back to the Doctors on the 3-point line. Now Dovalinho with the 3. Huge 3 indeed there for Spain in the lead. Now up by 7 points. Win it 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. And Spain are looking to come back into this series very strong right now. Of course, foul is going to happen. 16 seconds remaining on the shot clock, and Turkey, plenty of time to work with here, but you need to make sure you don't step into those double digits, because that's where really things start to get dicey. Rennie has to score here. Left-hand side corner theoretically also open, but you can see the defensive player lingering around there. Goes for the safe 2, and that's the right call.
Yeah, 9 to 14, 50 more seconds to go over here. Spain, they had their 7-point lead, and if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that was the biggest lead we've seen in the quarterfinals, as mentioned before. Now Doctor already with the bounce. Good pass in front to Nick, and well, just in front of the basket. Oh, that doesn't really go in, so that's a little bump. That's not a goodie over here for Team Spain. A little miss over here for that one. Now again, Kado holding the ball back to Rennie. That's a foul. Referees in front and calling it down. And that is the number 9 over here on the free throw. That is for Team Turkey. Trying to cut that, Spanish lead a little smaller. It's minus 4.
Look, Turkey in the bonus now puts up the 2, probably hoping to see if they can be fouled against yet again to perhaps gain a few easy points that way. But the Doctor on fire now is going to be looking for that 3-pointer for sure here. No, it's going to be given over to Eltar, big boy in the right-hand side in the corner. Nick with the slam dunk, can't get it through. The defensive players' hands are all over the place, not allowing the ball to go through there. 3 seconds remaining. Rennie stopped on the 3-point line, takes a step back, and the ball rattles out as the buzzer goes off for the first quarter here, and instantly into the second one we go. 14-11, 3-point lead for Spain. Turkey have managed to cut down that 7-point lead without allowing Spain to respond.
Yeah, no, Doctor again on that 3-pointer line. He loves that one. He loves to be in that position to score that many 3-pointers. Oh, that's a push over here. So I'll foul over here, but Team Spain again still with the ball here. Holding that one here. Doctor with the 11 seconds left to go in this offense over here. Has to go score some points. It's a good pass, but then lost the control of the ball. And now Team Turkey on the offense here. And quite instantly here with the another foul. So foul for one team, foul for the other. But still Team Turkey with the ball now. Rennie on the central line here. Well, still in the offense. Rafael not letting him really start the offense. Good pass to Kato. Kato back in the corner. Back to Rennie again on that 3-point line. Really cut it in. He goes into the paint, goes out again on that 3-pointer. That's 2 seconds left on the clock. Goes for the alley-oop.
Ooh!
I do believe that was not really
that was a 3-second violation called at the end there. So, bit of a misplay happening from Turkey, as now a chance to respond, but unfortunately it doesn't pan out the way they wanted. Obviously a shooting foul against Rafael there. He's going to be put on the free throw line. Takes his time. Oh, that's a miss. That's a yikes.
Yeah, I do believe that's the very first. Oh, I do believe that was the very first one today with the miss on the free throw. So Rafael taking a medal for that one.
It's fine. They're still in the lead. They're still in the lead. Yeah, maybe that's like a mental game. Maybe it's a mental game as well at this point. But now called timeout for Team Turkey. Maybe a little communication here as well. But, Spain definitely using that timeout, as you can see. A lot of communication happening for team's captain here.
Not quite sure if anyone knows how to read through the lips. Maybe you could understand what he was saying here, but again,
well, that's exactly what you want to be as a captain, right? You want to be vocal, you want to be heard. Everyone needs to have a clear idea in mind as to how this is going to pan out, and what a beautiful steal now happening from Ader. Big boy, right-hand side corner pass is open, but instead it's going to be another personal foul drawn here. 20 seconds to shoot. A lot of time for Spain to work with here. The Doctors very, very good with a far three-pointer, so I'm looking to see if he might attempt one from the sideline there. Instead, still lingering in front. Rafael comes in to open up a chance for a shot. Instead, it is going to be a jump shot there. Nice recovery by Nick on the rebound, and there we go. That's the Doctor with a contested three. Not going to go through, and now Turkey on the offense here. Another chance to close down the point gap, which is currently only 4 points between the two. 15 seconds remaining as Rennie. Beautiful dribble, and what a play there. Oh my God, what a slam dunk to finish things off. That was off an alley-oop.
Oh, you thought they're going to score a three-pointer? Nope, they're just going to take that two with the alley-oop over here. Great play from Team Turkey here now. Well, Doctor just going straight, running it through the mid over here on the mid side of the court and just finding those 2 points here. So 17-13 now. Spain with a slight lead here, but now Turkish team again with the ball. Good pass to Fatty and going for the three. That's green. It's in. Hello, 3 points for Turkey. 16-17 now.
And just like that, Turkey has been able to cut down the lead of Spain down to a single point now. It's yet again looking great on the defense. Alley-oop for Spain goes through.
From the downtown. Nice one here. That's 19-16. Spain scoring another one. So definitely, again, point on point, but Spanish team with a tiny bit of a lead over there. But, well, that might be a... Oh, that's a great defense player. Like 3 players there on the defense. But guess what? Love Battle here is completely free. And free on 3, 19-19. Hello, that's an even game.
That was the plan all along for Turkey, and they managed to execute it. Can't say that it was perfect. Oh, you could see there was a bit of a danger for a backcourt violation, so instant timeout called for Spain. And that just goes to show how much has the defense of Turkey turned up here as they're looking to not allow for Spain to make any sudden movements. But the Doctor is probably the best guy at doing so. Or Spain, a beautiful slam dunk, nice pass there. And I mean, if they haven't specifically practiced these moves, then they have probably the most amazing chemistry I've seen.
Yeah, that it'll be really hard not to practice those ones, right? It'd be like you have to practice those in terms of making it look good and also scoring those. It's also what really matters. Oh, here, but now Rafael with a three-point attempt, and that's in. That was a pretty massive one here for Team Spain. Now 24-19, 5-point lead. Turkish team finds someone in the corner. That's Tatsu right there. Back to Fatty as well on that three-point line. Well, he goes in for those 3, or will he go for the 2-point? Oh, that's a little trip over here. Someone tripped on the floor here, but I believe that is Spanish ball now for that one as well. So 19-24, still the same score. 69 seconds left on the clock for this.
20 seconds to work with here for the Doctors is again, I mean, he's very good at drawing attention to him. Rafael with another 3 attempt, not going to be good this time around, slightly over on the release. And here Turkey as well, just making sure that no surprises, no steals are coming through their way. Kato looking to see if he can become the problem, trying to stay true to his name. Instead, it's going to be over back to Ren on the three-point line. 5 seconds to shoot. That's a far 2, and it's not even going to go through there. But Kato with the rebound off to Ren there. That's a huge three-pointer that Turkey needed. And again, Spain, let's see if they can quickly adjust for this situation. There's only 18 seconds remaining. Another alley-oop comes through, and that seems to be the name of the game here for Spain right now. To just continuously pump the 2-pointers in to keep up with the lead here. 26 seconds remaining before halftime. Ren, can he put up a 3 yet again for his team, or will it be Kato? It's a far 3-pointer over the defense. And I mean, you can see even a smile on Spain's side, and rightly so. That was a beautiful shot with 17 seconds to play.
Yeah, Rafael had a little. I'm not clue what really happened to Rafael. I think he tripped or something, and then there was a free open space for a three-pointer here to the Spanish team as well, wasting the time as much as they can. But that's a little foul over here as well. So I think it's Team Turkish ball there because of that as well. So 6 seconds left. It's 25-26. And Rennie, can you make it happen? He does make it happen. Hello, lead, 28-26. Right after that second.
Back into the second half we go in an incredibly intense affair between Spain and Turkey here. Turkey currently in the lead by 2 points. Backs against the wall here for Spain as they absolutely need to nail this one to stay alive in this event and to have another chance of getting into the semifinals. Spain on the offensive here, 12 seconds to shoot. The Doctors, together with Nick and Rafael, are going to be looking to see if they can put up a few more points to their team. Another alley-oop attempt goes through. And this is the fourth alley-oop in a row for Spain. And they have found some sort of an answer to the incredibly excellent defense that Turkey has been able to put up and really, get out of town. Like that was, there was no business of that going through. But of course, the activated avatar does its task, and that slight chance of percentage that it adds just played to Turkey's favor.
And now Doctor again back to Nick. Nick runs out of the paint here on that three-point line here. Back to Doctor. 7 more seconds to go. Spanish team has to do some kind of move here. It's only a couple seconds left. Doctor, do you look at the clock? Back to Rafael. From like a car park, I feel like, from there, trying to score here, but doesn't really go in, out of the bounds. So now Turkish team with the ball. And as you see, Spain really on the offense here, playing aggressive, not letting Turkish team to really start their offense. Now Rennie, again with the ball, the 18-year-old here, trying to maybe find some space. He does find it, and basically like a three-throw point line here, but still doesn't score it. He'll get 2 points for that, at least, not the 1 point. But that's the foul. Now Doctor again. Well, you're now one alone over here.
Oh, takes one out of Rafael's book, and the first miss for him as well. So you can see definitely the nerves are starting to settle in for either side. But I can't really blame Spain here because, you are a runner-up from previous events. You're going up against the defending champions. This is just the quarterfinal. Feels like a grand finals. A huge slam dunk yet again comes through for Spain, and they have evened out the game here. And surely the pressure must be mounting up on the shoulders of Turkey as they're having a bit of a trouble even starting their offensive play right now off the back of the very oppressing defense from Spain. But the slam dunk goes through. And Turkey able to respond here, 33-31.
Yeah, slam dunk and a pull-up over there. Sadly, don't get points for that one over here. But now Doctor back to Rafael here. Good pass to the corner hand. And why score 3 when you can score 2? And definitely a safe approach for Team Spain. 33-33. That's an equalizer here. And Rennie again looking to start an offense with the dribble here. Of course, going forwards. That's a free corner here, but no one really sees the player. Kado instead with the ball here. Definitely not the problem over here, and that's a good block. And good pass here for Nick. And that's alone against the basket. Hello, 2 points.
Yeah. Nick is like, Kato, watch this. This is how it should be done as he gets the slam through on the other end there. Now Ren on the offense. Oh, nice steal attempt, but the ball, will it bounce out? Anyone going for a leap? That's the Doctor goes for it at the very second. It is going to be Turkey's ball.
Yeah, well, someone went flying over there as well, trying to reach the ball somehow, but not quite reached it there. But again, so Team Spain now with the ball over here as well. So that is that 35-33, so 2-point lead only here. It's 2 minutes left to play in the second. But in the third quarter, should I say, and that is 2-pointers now, bounces in 37 now for Team Spain, and as you can see, 15 points for the Doctor, so nearly half of the team points for one single play himself. Mentioned his name before as well in the group stage, scored quite a lot of the points, as well as Rafael, also against Luxembourg, scoring quite a bit, so definitely the 2 players to look out for. But now Rennie on that 3-point line again. Trying to find some movement over here, but I see some movement, and that is the movement of the choice, but that's the wrong choice here. And that's a good pass, Rafael. Well, he was kind of free here to make that maybe play, but Rafael not really risking the biscuit over here, but that's in. 2 points. Good for Team Spain.
And a 6-point lead now, probably the biggest one we've seen during this second game between these two, has Turkey looking to respond. Love battle, that beautiful fast play comes through for them. Another slam dunk. And here, you just see more and more of these slam dunks because obviously the risk of missing the basket or at least remaining in possession of the ball is, is quite a lot more in your favor as the Doctor can't really respond on his own right now. Needs a screen to come through for him. It's going to be Rafael to draw attention to him, and instead it's a jump shot for Spain. 41-35 here. Yet again, 6-point game between these two. 50 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Can Turkey take over the lead here, or will they have to try and do that in the final quarter? Rennie, a high percentage shot goes through, and of course you want to always see that happening for the team here. Full focus for Turkey.
Yeah, if you could call the first game felt like a 3-point contest at some point. Oh, we forgot about 3-pointers. Here we go, Spain with the one as well. But in the end, it felt like this game's been like more of a safe approach, just scoring those twos and not really going for those a lot of the 3 points here, unless maybe one of those Rennie type of points. And here it is, good corner, good space. That's 3 for Turkey as well. So 40-44. It's not over yet, and not even close.
Yeah, 15 seconds to shoot, and Spain is going to be running down the clock to at least hold on to the lead for sure. They're going to be looking to say if they can score at the very last second here, not to allow for Turkey to respond with anything. 3 seconds to shoot. It is going to be foul, personal one drawn here, and obviously, Turkey can allow themselves to do that with 2.9 remaining. The Doctor with a jump shot, difficult shot to make, and that is going to be the buzzer there. We go into the final quarter, what could be the final game between these two. It does look like that Spain, if they'll be able to hold on to this 4-point lead that they have, or perhaps extend it further, this is going to take us to game number 3. But Turkey is going to be, of course, doing everything that is in their power to keep on with the golden run they've had so far. No losses to their name, and you could be sure of it, they're not looking to add one.
Yeah, 18 points scored for Spain in that in the third quarter here that we just seen. A fatty with a nice and good-looking 3-pointer for Turkey. 43-44, Turkish team not letting it go. Team Spain, be careful. Turkish players are coming right after. And now Doctor with a nice cut in, but then, backs it out again on that 3-point line. Really friendly for him, of course. And now Rafael's completely free there on this right next to him, but doesn't really see him. Oh, there he goes to Rafael. Good pass to him. That's a 3. It doesn't really go in, but a good rebound here. Nick again with the ball. Runs out. It's with a safe play here, I feel, to hold the ball, but then it'll foul here. We'll foul. So now again, Spain.
Just a reach and foul happening, obviously, trying to get that position back in their favor. I feel like that play with Rafael just slightly didn't pan out the way he wanted. The momentum took him slightly too far from the 3-point line that he could have wished for. Here, though, the Doctor able to put up another slam dunk. And I'm just amazed how such a small avatar is able to continuously get past the defensive plays of Turkey here. And I mean, the Doc putting up 22 points already to his name, same as previous game, but there's still 4 more minutes to go here, and Spain in the lead with 3 points right now. Turkey 15 seconds to shoot. Love battle then puts the ball back into play here. Ren, screen being set up for him. Instead of sidestep to the left. It was an attempted pass out on the 3-point line, but instead it's going to be the Doctor yet again to respond with another 2 for Spain here. And Turkey fans, now or never is the time that you really need to spamming the chat, because the players know that you are there as well. The support is so much needed for you guys to pass through on into the semifinals here. And of course for Spain as well, let your country know that you guys are watching, because Spain is doing absolutely everything to take this to game number 3.
Oh, that's a good block for Team Spain here. Great pass, Doctor, going back to Nick. Nick, here you go. I will take the assist over here. Nick with the dunk, with the little highlight for himself as well. Why not? As well, sharing some of those points there. But still, Spain with the 50 going, oh, that's a big one. That was like a really tall jump and a nice slam dunk over here. I felt like a little pain over there in the hand, but still, hashtag worth for Team Turkey. That is 45-50 now, only 5 points down, 3 more minutes to go. Plenty of time to make the even score here. But, well, first of all, you have to get the ball, and Doctor is not playing for Team Turkey. He's playing for Team Spain here, right? So giving a pass over here for his teammate. Again, another Nick with the dunk, and 52-45 now.
Yeah, I mean, Nick activating his archetype finisher and dominator of boards, and definitely showed us a quick preview as to what is going to happen if he's going to be in possession of the ball more and more here. The Doctor together with Nick looking to set up a play. Nick goes in for the screen, open to take a shot here as well. Instead of, he's going to be given over to Eder Big Boy. Nice job on waiting out the defensive jump, and Nick with a centered far three. Not going to really go his way, and now Turkey on the offense. 2 minutes remaining here for Turkey to work with. Ren on the three-point line. Rafael trying to do everything he can to prevent him from shooting. Beautiful sidestep there, but slightly over on the release. The rebound is good. Instant timeout called. Trying to utilize all 13 seconds remaining on the shot clock here for Turkey as they're down by 4 points, and that is definitely nothing to be taken lightly if you are on the Spanish side.
And now Rennie from the side again, right in the middle here now. 5 more seconds to go, Rennie. You have to look at the clock. You have to look at the time. Are you going to go for a half-court shot over here? That felt like the way, but you don't get extra points for it. You only get 3, and that almost felt like it's going to go out. I've seen those moments before. I've seen them so many times, and, well, this time around it did go in. So 50-52, only 1.5 minutes to go. Doctor now with the ball. What's the plan for Team Spain? Are they trying to score some threes, or just going to score some twos? Going to waste the time? It feels like that way as well. Now 7 more seconds to go on the offense clock. Doctor with an attempt for a 3. Doesn't go in, and now Team Turkey right away on that timeout over here as well. You can see Spanish team, well, Rafael, again, with the communication there with the team. Definitely, you can already see hands movements, a little movement in that chair. Of course, a little nerves of there as well.
Now, obviously, when the time is running down and the last minute is approaching, that's really where you get that tickling feeling in your stomach. The rebound falls in the hands of Spain. And, of course, there's going to put a bit of a release on their hands, but, you know, they're not out of the woods just yet. 52-50 here. Only a single basket game between these two, as the Doctors is going to be stopped near the midcourt line here. Obviously, don't want to allow them to go for those fast plays. Nick extending his hand, seeing if he can get a quick pass in. Instead tries to come in for a screen. They almost bump heads with Rafael there, and that forces a blunder on the offensive play. Turkey on the offense now. Tansu, left-hand side corner. That's a three-pointer that Turkey so much needed, overtaking the lead now by a single point with 43 seconds to spare.
And it's only 40 seconds to go, and now Doctor trying to find some space. Good pass, but interception by Team Turkey, and going on the offense again. Kato holding the ball. No need to go for those points. They already have the 1 point lead, and that can also mean live or death basically for Team Spain for this one. And again, right away for the little time of 23.2 seconds left overall in this fourth quarter. It could be the final life here for Team Spain if they lose this game, because Turkish team won the first match here, and now in this quarterfinal best of 3 series, it's Doctor with the ball. You're -1. You have to score a 2 over here, or it's end of the road for you. Doctor, what is the play? 5 more seconds. It's on you right there, buddy. You're going to go for the 2. It's in. It's massive one. And Team Spain's communication goes absolute bonkers because 3 seconds left. Can Turkish team score for any? No, he cannot. And that is the end. It's Team Spain with 54-53. 1 point game.
Can you believe it? A single point takes us to game number 3 between these two. And I really felt like I was going to, fall out of my chair here watching those last-minute plays happening backwards and forwards. I was even slightly surprised to see, going for such a risky play, being a single point down, taking it down to about 8 seconds remaining to take that final shot attempt. And that was, for the whole ride right now. And luckily, the Doctor somehow yet again emerges through those 2 huge defensive players on the Turkey side. And obviously now this one is a bit of of a sinking feeling in your stomach as if you're on the Turkish side, because obviously this is your first dropped game in the whole event so far. So obviously nothing tragic, but the fact that this has been taking to game number 3 on our hands, for which both teams are preparing as we speak. Surely a few words are going to be exchanged on either side. Obviously, Spain has a lot of momentum going their way right now, coming off of just now a very important win, keeping the dream alive, looking to see if they can take that next step into the semifinals. But of course, again, for Turkey, this is just more fuel for the fire that's with them right now. Obviously, they're going to be looking to see if they can really push it during this game, because playing it close, it's not the way how you want to go about this. You want to get a maximum amount of points, and I would expect a lot more close affairs here. But let's have a look at the points quickly here and see the Doctor has been able to put up 26 for Spain, and Aaron there as well, 24 for Turkey. So it's really a battle between these two, but I must commend as well, having Nick being a very big influence, the same as on the Spanish side, as well as Love Battle Dead, excuse me. On the Turkish, so look, if as I said, if there ever was a game that was happening in quarterfinals that feels like grand finals, this might be it, but there are more of the same fashion yet to come here. So, all right, so let's just quickly try and break it down. Obviously, it was a very close affair between these two.
Oh, yeah.
Spain definitely have made the adjustments that are needed. They do tend to play that ball rotation a lot more around. I still am in favor of Turkey here in terms of their corner player usage. I love the fact that Ader Big Boy on the Spanish side is getting a few more passes to his name in that right-hand side corner as well. But, Turkey seems to be very aware of that danger, so there's always is a player lingering around that side. So what are your thoughts here? Do you think that Spain does need to change anything there, or what should be the case for them coming into this game number 3 in the best of 3 series?
Well, I liked as I mentioned before during the game there, that in the first game I felt like it was a 3-point contest over there for both of the teams. There was a lot of 3-pointers. No one really going in for those safe places, you call them, right? Getting those 2-pointers in. In this game, it felt a little bit more. A lot of the 2-pointers went in, right? So a lot of the times they didn't go for those 3 points unless the timer checked out and they had to go for those 3-pointers, right? Because they had no ways of getting in closer to the basket. Great defense from both of the teams there, for Team Spain and Team Turkey. But big shout out to Doctor and Rennie. Those are the two players that scored over 20 points in that last game, and even 10 assists for Doctor. So definitely making his name count for Team Spain, and definitely putting the A++ effort to it, I feel like, right? That's definitely helping his team to get those points and get the win in the end.
I'll just go out a limb here and throw in another plus for him, because as I said, that last slam dunk, that's one for the history books for sure. Taking us to game number 3 here. I'm sure the chat is going wild as well on all 3 platforms, on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And whoever does manage to win here, they'll only take the next step into the semifinals. It's not even the grand finals yet, but of course, national pride on the line. A lot of history with already these two teams. Turkey last time around in FIBA Esports Open 2 had the Cinderella story, coming in for the very first time, being able to win the whole thing. Spain had a beautiful run in the first event where they came up as the runners-up of the whole thing as well. Definitely showed us that they have the mentality and just great sportsmanship as far as we've spoken to Rafael during the interviews. And they have a very, very great idea and great chemistry on the team as well. So it's really a battle of two titans here, and it's an absolute coin flip right now. So let's look at the lineups one more time. I would be surprised to see if any changes are made. So on the side of Turkey, we're going to have yet again Love Battle Dead, Kato the Problem, Eren Atansu, and Fatih.
Well, looking at the team, Spain, Aeror, Nick, the Doctor. Here's your team captain, Rafael, as well, and Dovalinho as well, ending that war as well. So that's 5-on-5, and that is Spain and Turkey here. Yet another third game. I am ready, and I'm excited.
So, you're ready, okay.
I am ready.
Well, we just need to make sure that the players are ready, and then we can jump straight into it. But look, for Turkey, I can't say that something like particular comes to my mind that I would be looking for to change. The only thing that I took note of that Cato wasn't as influential during this second game with his points per se. Obviously, his persona was there for sure, and his presence could be felt. But points-wise, he wasn't that impactful during this second game. And, off the fact that on the side of Spain, you do have Rafael and Nick, who are both very versatile players. They both can shoot from three-point line. They also can go for those in-paint plays. I really feel like that the answer here for Turkey would be playing slightly a bit more off Cato, and you can't really allow for the doctor to be so free with those slam dunks. Like, I mean, look, obviously, yes, the two defensive players are there, but at that point, just foul him. Stop him. The dude is incredibly quick on his feet, and, you have an absolute all-star lineup on both teams here. Both teams also have MVP-worthy players on their side.
Oh, yeah.
On the side of Turkey, you have Aaron, who already previously has secured one So Watch to his name, probably looking to see if he can add another one, one for each wrist. I'm actually without a watch today. I forgot mine, and I only realized it on the way to the studio, so I was like, I'm missing something here. But the MVP of the whole thing is surely going to get a brand new one to be able to show off, and of course, the most important bragging rights on the international stage to be able to call themselves the strongest team in the European conference on the next generation consoles. And as well, I mean, I'm seeing so much of NBA 2K. I really feel like I should maybe buy a console myself.
Yeah, I would still, if I would participate, I would need to go for the current generation one so far, right? Not the next one. I don't really have the PlayStation 5 at the moment, but maybe in the future. But at the moment, it's really hard to get those. It's really hard to get those. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's no secret, but that's just the world right now. You can't really do much about it. Anyway, the teams have had their talk, okay? The players, surely, are all on great vibes here. I'm amazed to see such a close game again. And this is what it was all about, right? This European Next Generation Conference. This is what happens when you have so many title contenders, so many runners-up, and dare I even say what is going to happen when we're going to see these new countries on the block appearing as well. The likes of France, for example, they have had a perfect run to the groups, and they're probably going to be looking to see if they can just keep that up as well. And France overall in basketball as well are not a name to be taken lightly.
No. They're a big name. They are so far with the group stage completely perfect, right, for them. So obviously they are coming in, guns blazing. But then again, I'm hearing that the game is ready. And let it begin. The third game, the final of this quarterfinal here, Turkish and Spain. And let it begin over here. And let's see, there is Team Turkish lineup here as well on the reds, while Team Spain on those whites here again with the drop here. And that is Rennie with the dribble here as well. Cuts it and goes back again on the three-pointer line. See what he has to say over here. How do you open up this final game between the two? And let's see again, Rennie, good pass in front. That's a nice big dunk. That's a great start for Team Turkey, and that's a 2-0 start. Great one. And let's see again the doctor for Team Spain. Dribbles forward. Tries to find some space, found it, but then back to the three-pointer. Why score two when you can score three? Big excitement for Team's captain here. I'm not too sure what's the screech over there in Spanish, but definitely something very welcoming I see for the team. And now Rennie, again, starts the offense, number 9. Really noticeable, of course, on the court over here as well. Goes to the corner, maybe not his spot there, but then again, 3 points to 3 points. The line is there. You can see it. Only 3 more seconds on the clock. Rennie, you have to do something. Great pass for Kato, and that's a nice dunk. Scoring 2 points. Turkish team again with a 1-point lead. It's 4-3. And a doctor again with the dribble. It's 3:45 left on the clock here, and we are on the way. Doctor goes into the paint. Maybe back to Rafael again. Oh, with the cut in. That's a slam. That's a big jam. Welcome to the game here. 5-4. Spain with the 1-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, Spain really kicking things on a high octane right now in the very beginning of this first quarter. 5-4, and Ren looking to see if he can put Turkey back in the lead right now. Nice fake. Over to Kato there, back to Rennie. I mean, this is becoming incredibly intense affair between these two. Is that an offensive foul there? The ball is going to be still in the hands of Turkey here.
Yeah, but now again, Rennie, the man in the red over here, is trying to get some points going. And now Tansu right in the corner. Good pass for Fatty. Oh, that is a fat 3 as well for Team Turkey. 7-5. Definitely what they need to score those points. And 3 points are always welcome for it at any point in time in the basketball. And here we go. Doctor as well goes for that 3. Good try to attempt with the pass, and then Turkish team says, no, you ain't gonna get that one over here. We're gonna intercept it. Then package not received over here. But then again, Love with the ball back to Rennie, and let's see what Turkish team has in the store over here.
I mean, they're surely going to be looking to put up another 3 here. I mean, I would try to do exactly that as Tansu, right-hand side corner, gets the 3 through, and now it is instantly a 10-5, a 5-point game between these two very early on, and a lot is riding on this for both teams. As the Doctor looking for Nick, but instead it's going to be Ader, big boy, left-hand side corner this time around. Not going to be good. Nick with the rebound takes it out on the 3-point line yet again. 8 seconds to shoot. A few passes can be made here, but instead it's going to be Nick with the ball. Has to shoot, no chance here, and a difficult shot to make. The rebound still is good. Ader, big boy, needs to get out of that 3-second zone quickly. With another 6 to shoot. The Doctor now screen set up for him, and this is not going to go through again. This time around, Turkey with the rebound. Fatigue over to Tansu. Tansu can't really make a shot. Beautiful jump there from Rafael to prevent any sort of action happening closer to the rim. And it's an alley-oop from Kato, and that's what I wanted to see out of Turkey and out of Kato.
Yeah, good play by Rafael at the very beginning there in the defense, but then still Kato finding a free basket over there. Good pass to him, and finding the 2 points here for his team. And there it is, Nick with a nice dunk there. That's big again. That's 2 points for Team Spain for it, so that's a 7-12. So still Turkey with a lead here now. Rennie with a dribble. 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the first quarter over here now in this last match in the quarterfinal. The first quarterfinal today. We have plenty of action coming through as well tonight. And Rennie again with the pass to Love in the corner. Cuts it in. Finds a back Rennie. Again, it's 3 more seconds to go. And back to Love with an attempt on the 3. That's a rebound. Kato back to Rennie. One more time for Fatty as well, right on that side over here, trying to find maybe some space. It's a lot of rebounds here for Team Turkey, and yet another
Still
one.
in possession. I mean, it feels like Turkey have set up home base here on the defensive zone of Spain right now, not leaving it for 5 possessions, if I counted that correctly. But I must say, I was surprised to see Kato taking a 3-point shot. You don't see centers putting up 3-pointers that often, and Tansu quite successful from the corners beforehand. Instead, over to Ren, and Kato with a problem. Comes in with a huge slam dunk. Did Turkey hear me? Did someone pass on my message, or what's the case here? Because it's 14-7, and Kato truly has become a problem for Spain right now, as the Doctor has only 12 seconds to respond with something. I believe a bit of a duo play with Nick is going to happen here. Beautiful work from the defense. A huge leap happens, but no possession here for Turkey, as Spain will have another chance at this. 4.3 seconds to shoot. The Doctor over to Rafael. And that is a foul. 2 seconds remaining and on the free throw line.
It felt like that rolled ball was an intended pass over there, right, from Team Spain. But then again, Rafael with a, that is a 1 point here for Team Spain. So 8 overall. Can he score the 9th? And that is in. So that is 9-14. But still 2 more seconds to go. If that's a pass and a shot there, it might go in. Let's see if Fadik going for the center lane. That felt pretty close, actually.
Yeah.
That was pretty close. I do believe that would have gone in. I think that would be the furthest shot we've seen so far in the FIBA Esports Open, I feel. But then again, 14-9. Now 5-point lead for Team Turkey. And Nick with the ball. Back to the Doctor. Doctor, well, good. No, that is a good pass, but interception over here. Good steal. Let's go forward again. Taurus with a nice three-pointer. That is a 17th point for Team Turkey. And, well, now again, Spanish team with the ball.
Yeah, look, this is where it starts to become dangerous. This is where Spain absolutely needs to respond. It's no room for error right now. You don't want to go into double digits. Yes, there is a reach and foul happening, so Spain still has 14 seconds to work with. Rafael is looking for a chance to open himself up for a pass. Nick there tries to set up a screen for Doctor. Doesn't really pan out the way he wanted. The Doctor still finds an opening. A jump shot attempt. The defense is there. And Cato, of course, with the rebound, is now going to be looking to see if he can respond with the same. It's going to be given over to Love Battle Dead on the right-hand side corner. Ren comes in to help out because there's just a cluster of defensive players. Could have gone for the three there. Instead, it's going to be given over to Cato, but slightly missed on the timing there. Cato jumped too soon for that pass. Now still gets the rebounds for himself, boosting those stats a bit. But, you know, we've seen already how efficient Turkey can be with the rebounds. And Cato fakes the three over to Fatih, and that's the three-pointer they were looking for. 20-9 as an 11-point lead for the very first time in this best-of-3 series. A double-digit lead for one side, and this time it falls in the favor of Turkey.
Yeah, even the Spanish team's captain, a lot of communication going there. We see even emotions from the Turkish players while they're in the camera. But, well, the team's captain of Team Spain, a lot of communication going. It's minus 11. Well, minus 8 now at this point. But still, you have to score a lot of points here now just to make it even game. And the Turkish team, well, kind of running away with the lead. But it's still not even halfway through the game. So there's plenty of time to make it comeback, so to say. But, well, that's a good attempt here. And now Spain again with the ball. They have an attempt over here with a little foul. So for that being said...
Yeah, I mean, that was another justified foul, in my opinion. We know that the Doctor is very, very dangerous when the closer he gets to the rim, and even from the three-point line as well. So something had to be done. A personal foul this time around, and it is going to be Turkey's position. So Doctor slightly overdoing it on the offensive play. Ren gonna give it over to Tansu. Tansu, so good from these corners. I mean, that's just ridiculous how many three-pointers he's been able to put up. 23-12 right now, and yet again, it's a double-digit game between the two. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining before halftime. Another steal goes through for Turkey, and Tansu again puts up 2 points to his name. 25-12, make it 13.
Oh, yeah, you can already see the mood change as well for team's captain over there in Team Spain. Rafael definitely not happy. You can see in his eyes how his eyes roll after the steal happened there as well. So definitely not happy with the plays that the team's currently making as well. So it's 12-25. Well, you definitely don't want to be in that kind of position when it's the last game, the quarterfinals, because the team that loses the game, it's the end of the road for them in this tournament, while on the other hand, the team that wins, of course, qualifies for that semifinal. Will happen tomorrow. But who will they play? It will be between the Great Britain and Denmark, which is the next match later on today. But now again, Fatty on the ball here as well, trying to score a three-pointer. Goes for that one attempt. Good attempt, but doesn't really go in. But still, Turkish team with the ball. Rennie with the offense over here. Love right from the corner. It doesn't really go in still. And Kato runs it out. Doesn't want to get that 3-second violation here. So Rennie, again, back to Kato. And that is a three. And as you mentioned before, Kato is slowly becoming a problem. The whole Turkish team becoming a problem for Team Spain. I mean, 14-point lead.
You know, if I first thought it was a fluke that Kato went for a three-pointer, it's definitely not a joke here because he was able to put up this one. Ooh, bit of a blunder in the passing department, and now Spain has a chance to score for free. Of course, Rafael is going to take advantage of that, saying that like a few more of those, and we're back in this, okay? So let's see if they can make that happen. But Kato has activated his avatar, so expect more rebounds and perhaps some more three-pointers as well. What do I know here? Rennie with the attempt. Not going to be good this time around. Slightly hits the back of the rim there. The ball goes flying up into the air. Nick stopped. And it's going to be instead Rafael with a fadeaway three.
And now 19-28. It's still -9 for Spain, but it's not -14 anymore. So definitely cutting it a little bit shorter here. But now Rennie with 45 seconds to go until the halftime. Still Team Turkey with a lead, and a pretty big one I would still call it. But then again, Oh, that's a good interception. Good defense here in the end of the day for this team Spain. And wow, mistake after mistake, I feel. Both teams trading those. But now Fanny again with the number 90 holding the ball here back to Rennie. Once more now, 22 seconds left until the halftime. Tansu from the 3, it's green, it's in, and that is 31st point for Team Turkey.
19 seconds remaining before halftime. Can Spain put up a few more points here to finish off on a good note? They've had a lot of trouble during this first half. So many steals coming through from Turkey, and here Spain with 10 seconds to spare. Let's see what they can do here. Obviously the defense incredibly active from Turkey. No time to shoot here. Rafael puts up the 3, and that's good with 1.3 seconds remaining before halftime. Spain still on the back foot by 9.
And now we're back again. It's 31st point for Turkey, 22 for Spain. It is plenty of a lead here for Team Turkey to win the match, but it's only half time, so there's a lot of time as well for Team Spain to make the comeback. But will they do it? Because so far it's not been real good for them. And Tansu, you can see how it turned out. Another 2 points for Team Turkey. Now it is 11 points lead, and you can see Tansu 16 points, and you mentioned before those 3-pointers. You can see it on your screen.
Yeah, and also the fact that, as I said, once you get into those double-digit leads, that's really very dangerous territory, which is very problematic to come back into the game. Obviously, Spain trying to do an excellent job of doing exactly that. But with the, I mean, I really feel like that Turkey has shifted into second gear here in this third game of the series, and you know, rightly so. It is a do or die right now to keep the dream alive, to remain in the event. And oh, that's a bit of a blunder. You don't want to leave the doctor open, but uncharacteristically, he misses an absolutely high percentage shot. And now Ren with the back step, beautiful fadeaway 3 from him, and 36-22 with still 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
And now Doctor starts the offense for Team Spain. Right on that 3-point line, as you can see, really close matchups we had. Turkish team winning the first game. The second game was literally 1 point difference for Spain just to make it in the third game. But right now, Spanish team is definitely fighting for their lives in the tournament. Well, same as Turkey as well, actually. So if they would lose the game, that would be the end of the road for them as well. So essentially, both teams fighting for that one ticket here. You can see Rafael definitely not quite happy with the defense here, but 38 point for Team Turkey, and it's 14-point lead, if I'm not mistaken. That's the biggest one so far. Maybe we had a 14-point there before as well, but that's been the story so far. Turkish team just using the mistakes the Team Spanish is just giving to them, right? So they're just gifting the ball away, some interceptions, some missed shots, and well, Team Turkey definitely punishing Spain for it.
Yeah, I mean, in a 3-game series, it's really problematic. To come back into the game as well as to hold on to the lead when you have gotten so far only by the slither of point margins, just a single point, as you said before, and now being down by more than 10. All these mistakes are going to start to rack up, and Nick here as well, slightly wishful thinking, I would say, with such a far 3-pointer, and we haven't seen him perform those beforehand, so I can't really judge too much, but Turkey with a beautiful response there, and you could see Spain, I mean, yeah, emotions all over the place. So Spanish country, please let us know in the chat if you are there and rooting for your country. Your team really needs you right now.
Well, they definitely need some fans, and they definitely need the points as well, because they're already down by quite a bit, minus 16, and it's not even their ball now. Cato, Team Turkey with the ball here. Cato sees Rennie right in the back, so good pass to him. And a lovely 3-pointer here, and that is a 43rd point for Team Turkey, and they are just flying. They're almost reaching that 20-point mark already in the lead. So a doctor now, you have to get a miracle going here. That's a 3-pointer. It's in. That's the way you need to go, Team Spain. You have to score 3 points, you have to score 2 points, you have to score at this point any points because of just being 27 and it's only 1:40 left until the third quarter ends. You still have a lot of time to go. It's not the game over yet, but being that far down is never a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, previously in the second game, the answer was the alley-oops, the duo plays for Spain to, narrow down the point gap to get that point lead as well. We're not seeing that here this time around, and it finally feels like they're even playing into what Turkey want them to play into, and the result is quite clear, as you can see on the scoreline. Obviously, this is still the third quarter. There is another full quarter in front of us. But with Turkey, such a high steal percentage, I would say, in comparison to Spain's, as well as the fact that they've been continuously able to shoot at will and very successful at getting around the defense. Kato, the problem as well, as I said in the beginning, has heard us. Tansu, just an amazing shot percentage for him from those corners on the three-point department as well, is really the reason why Turkey is in such a huge lead right now. Great play from Spain, though. Very needed 2 points for them as well. Every single basket gained right now is just a sigh of relief, as there is still 42 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
And a good pass, Tansu there on the paint, going back again to Ofadio here, the number 90 here, Rennie. Right on that three-pointer line, and there's 5 more seconds to go for this offense. And Rennie finds a good space. Hello, 4 players in, still not even stoppable here. 50th point for Team Turkey. You can see on your screen, Rennie only 7 points, but quite a lot of assists in as well. I mean, on
it's not the count, it's the impact, right?
It's the impact, indeed, and he's making his name count for sure over here. And it's 14 seconds on the clock. Doctor, and not quite in as well, Nick. With the ball, right on that three-pointer line, back to Rafael. Well, Spanish team score a 3 here just to make that a little bit smaller for Team Turkey. It doesn't really go in, and that's the end of the third quarter. It's 50-29.
A 21-point lead in the third game here. And I mean, look, I couldn't have imagined just a few minutes ago that I'm going to be saying this, but a nice steal off the blunder of the offensive play on Turkey there. For Spain, and that's a slam dunk that they so much needed. A bit of life now and a bit of emotions coming back into Rafael's corner there, and still Turkey in possession. Ice cold with their plays. Love battle dead, right-hand side corner. Takes it closer to the paint. Instead, it's going to be given over to Fatih. Far 3, slightly over on the release. Not going to be really playing out the way how he imagined it. And now the Doctor's stuck near the sidelines. Nick has to come in and help out. Nice passing there over the defensive players. Alley-oop. There we go. I really feel like I'm speaking so loud that both teams are hearing me, because we just saw the very first of the alley-oops that have been previously so successful for Spain.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. And you mentioned before that Team Turkey is making basically Spain play by their flute. And I feel that's been the case so far, because the only answer for Team Spain is, to score points. But definitely 3 points would be the best choice for them.
Does that count? That counts.
That is in. That's
What?
2 points. It is 2 points plus now a 3-throw for Rennie. And that is the third one, just to make it even more, the cherry on top of the cake. So 20-point lead still for Team Turkey. So Team Turkey definitely feeling a lot more comfortable than Spain is feeling right now.
And it really, Tansu has been a huge reason as to why that's the case right now. 23 points to his name in the third game in the series, where previously in the previous ones, yes, he had a few good shots, but it wasn't really the reason why Turkey was so far in front here. And I mean, he's been very impactful. Another 2 points goes through for Spain, so definitely keeping the game alive here. But with the time running down, 3 minutes and 25 seconds still remaining in the fourth quarter. Can Spain really come back into this? They really need to break the momentum that Turkey right now has. And Kato just holding on to the ball, trying to see if they can force any fouls. Instead, it is going to be his teammate that's going to be fouled against. So still 14 seconds to go here. Love battle dead, puts the ball back into play. Aaron is greeted by 2 defensive players. Kato, does he go for 3 here? Oh. Okay, no. It's not going to be a three-pointer. Instead, it's an alley-oop. Love battle that comes in flying with the purple bandana and slams it home. Or is that the hair? I can't see so far.
That can't really tell myself either. But Doctor now with the ball, that's for sure. I can see that one here on that 3-point line. Gets it in. So that's 2 points, but still something for Team Spain. 37th in this match overall for Team Spain. But then again, Rennie. Right now, the number 9, you can see 2 players jumping in front of Rennie, trying to block his way, but Rennie just says, get off my way. Good pass, Jansu with a 3. Doesn't really go in. Kato, definitely good catch there on that rebound. That's a foul here called by the referee, and an instant timeout for Team Spain. They are down by quite a lot, and only 2 minutes, 27 seconds left, and that's the end of this match, unless they tie the game and it goes into overtime. But there's quite a bit of road you have to build for that one to actually happen.
And Tanzu again tries to prevent Spain from doing that. Puts up another 2 for him. 25 points. 5 out of 7 three-pointers as well going through. And as I said, from those corners, that's probably the most difficult position to shoot from. And still with such a high percentage, incredibly impactful plays from him coming out here. Rafael almost looked like it's going to go through. Instead, it's going to be given to Eder, big boy. The Doctor on the sideline, getting closer to that 3. And instead, it's going to be Nick with a wide open 3. He knew that was going to go through. The celebration was there, and rightly so, but still a long way ahead of them as a 17-point difference between the 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Spain, that's the steal that they were looking for. Now the Doctor with a 3-pointer takes it down to 14 points. This is becoming interesting.
Now, okay, there we go. We got 100 seconds left. Good far pass over here for Team Turkey. But, well, I believe Team Turkey just wants to kind of play the clock right now. They don't want to style on Team Spain anymore. They are feeling that the lead is kind of falling out and the mistakes can happen. And it do actually happen. Now, Rafael with the ball to Doctor. If Doctor could score a 3.
Rafael is wide open. Instead, personal foul drawn here with 15 seconds remaining.
I do believe the Doctor didn't really want to risk it there. He was free, but then again, he had 3 players running at him there, and definitely that'll be a really risky play. And well, Rafael decided to fall on the floor for some reason there, but anyhow, that is well, good ball here, Doctor. Right on that 3-point line, you have to find some points. Only 67 seconds left until the end of the match. Right now, Team Spain, clock is not your friend, it's your enemy. So is the Turkey over here for this one. But you got to go for those points, and 2 is in. Spanish team will say thank you. And Rafael, again, as I look at him, he always falls down. I'm not too sure.
It's just a stretch. It's just a stretch so he can shoot better, you know. Aaron, long pass over to Fatih, left-hand side corner. Tansu holding on to the ball. They're going to be slightly running down the clock here, obviously, with 12 seconds to shoot. 10 now. Fatih with a wide-open 3 is going to extend the lead back to 15 points between these two. And with 41 seconds remaining, I mean, Spain really need a miracle right now. It's going to be the Doctor trying to give a pass over to Eder, big boy, right-hand side corner. But instead, the Turkey does manage to intercept yet again for God knows which steal in a row was that for them. 33 seconds remaining between these two. This is a best of 3 series. This is game number 3, only in the first quarterfinals here in the European Next Generation Conference, where Turkey, the defending champions, are looking to see if they can take that next step, if they can take it into the semifinals for themselves, taking down one of the previous runners-up in the form of Spain. The Doctor holding on to the ball, 10 seconds to shoot. Spain recognizes that they're going to need to bow down on this one, and Turkey is going to be the country that proceeds further into the semifinals. And a huge congratulations to them. Defending champions have managed to do it yet again, dropping only a single game so far, and rightly so. I mean, it was an incredibly close affair in that second game, but Turkey have managed to win this one, and that must be a sigh of relief, because that second game, I really felt like a momentum change might happen here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, in the second game, I believe it was 1 minute until the fourth quarter end, and it was a Turkish team that was in the lead by 1 point, and it was so close. But then, as you see, Spanish team with that 1 point lead, and that was it in the end for them in the second game. And then the Spanish team, well, tied it up in the series for 1-1. But then again, Turkish team, it's basically you don't want to get them mad, because this is what happens when Turkish team gets mad when they lose one game. They just completely smash their opponents in the next one.
Yeah, and as I said, during the game there as well, I really love the fact that they started to utilize Tansu a lot more, and he was able to rack up 25 points to his name. He had amazing shots from the corners there. I believe a total of what that was like 5 3-pointers that was able to put up, and then the rest was just in the paint, getting that fast play through, getting those quick slam dunks in as well. And here you can see in the bracket as well that Turkey has been able to advance, and now it is going to be a matter of finding out during the next quarterfinals between Great Britain and Denmark who will have to try and step up to Turkey's level out of these two, because obviously these both countries are, not to be taken lightly here when it comes to e-basketball. But beforehand, though, we will try and see if we can get in touch with Kado the Problem to hear from the Turkish players themselves for the very first time today, which might not be the last, as to what was the journey here in FIBA Esports Open 3, how they prepared for this event, and really being the defending champion, what does it mean for you pressure-wise to deal with the whole situation. So we're just waiting to see if we can jump on the call here. Kado obviously still is, let's just be fair, okay, they have a bit of a celebration happening
Probably,
right
most
now.
likely,
Just
yeah.
like high fives across the board. It's like, yes, guys, we did it. We've gotten so far. The next step, just another best of 3 that we need to win to get into grand finals after this one. But beforehand, obviously, I think there's a few words that need to be exchanged. I'm actually surprised to see that they were quite collected throughout the game. I mean, especially Kado being such a huge impact during those last few moments there as well. I know myself that I clearly get to be very emotional at times when things start going a certain way. So I'm surprised to see that Kado was so collected. But that's also perhaps the key to success, really not distracting yourself with emotions, not getting too carried away.
Yeah, he also performed in the game as well. He didn't maybe score the most of the points, but if you look at it, 11 rebounds out of the 16th of the team's overall.
Well,
rebounds,
half of those was probably during that one possession where it was just got the ball 4 times in a row.
Yeah, that was like 4 or 5 rebounds over there.
Yeah.
It's like in every single time, Team Turkey was just right on the time. The perfect catch over there, so it felt like one basket game over there, right? So the other basket got some cobwebs already there, already setting up. But in the end, he played pretty well. Of course, did he what he needed to do for his team. A-, NBA 2K says so. But I feel like we could maybe change to A+ from me, right?
It's definitely a plus in my book for sure, and as well, like I'm just so curious. I wonder, will he share his secrets with us? How a center can put up 3-pointers? Because technically, of course, you can do it. You just need to have that perfect release. But it's a lot more difficult with this archetype, at least as far as I know. And it was even difficult for me trying to do that with a point guard in NBA 2K. But I'm not a professional here. I'm just here to give a brief overview as to what's happening. So we're just waiting to see if we can connect to Kado. But as you can see, he's just 19 years of age. He's been playing NBA 2K since the 2008 edition. So that is a lot of experience in your pocket, and it just goes to show as to why he is part of the national team, and more so the captain of the national team here for Turkey. And last time around, I remember the guys were as well just incredibly proud of themselves, of being able to crown themselves the winners, and they have taken the right steps here in order to do that again. So I believe we do have a call, so let's hear him from himself. Kadir, hello, and can you hear us?
Yeah, hello. I can hear you.
Thanks. Well, look, guys, back in FIBA Esports Open 2, you showed up amazingly and won the whole thing. And this time around, being the defending champions, you have taken one step closer to those grand finals. What does it mean for you and for your country to play on such a high level here in FIBA Esports Open?
I mean, we are very proud with our team. I'm very proud with my squad and with the supporters. We believe that we're going to win the championship back-to-back. We have such good opponents like Great Britain, Italy, Germany, France. They're all good teams, but I know that we're going to win.
All right. Well, the confidence for sure is there. Now, obviously, you can't just win on confidence. There was some level of preparation involved. So how did you prepare for this third event?
The Turkey starting lineup is actually a team, Fenerbahce, that's a Turkish team. We used to play together with that's their team.
Yeah.
That's starting five. We actually played with that five the whole time for years now. So yeah, chemistry was there, motivation was there, and I know we're gonna win that again.
Wow, very, very confident, and it definitely plays out. As you can see, the experience and all the chemistry, as you mentioned before, also playing its role. But I wanted to see, I took a look at the group stage you guys played yesterday, and you had 3 games, 3 wins. I would say you are pretty happy about the result there, or is something maybe missing there?
Against Denmark, we played a close game. We expected to win easier, but yeah, they some underdogs. They play very well. But we, to be honest, we expected to win easier.
Yeah, and talking about Team Denmark, I'm looking, since you qualified for the semifinal, we have the next game against Great Britain and Denmark. You just mentioned that both teams are real good, and one of them will advance over here. So what do you guys, what do you think? Who will make it, and who would you like to face, though, right? Would you go for the Denmark, or would you go for the Great Britain there?
I think, and I want to play against Great Britain, but as I said, Denmark isn't that bad. They're really good. I mean, they can make a surprise. But I expect Great Britain to advance to the semis.
All right. Well, I mean, it's a matter of finding out if that's going to be the case here for us. So, Kadir, first of all, again, huge congratulations. Very important win here. We're going to allow you to prepare for the upcoming games, and I'm sure you're going to be watching to see if Great Britain is going to be the team that you're going to be facing.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Right. Well, you know, we're going to take a quick intermission here. Don't go too far. It's literally just going to be a few minutes. And when we come back, we're going to proceed with the next quarterfinals of the day.
Everybody in my city that I'm from, they love my songs. Cool shit. Saying pretty please with a cherry on top is a cool way. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, swear to God, I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa. Please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, swear to God, I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa. Please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. I don't see a reason they should be hating the way that I'm making a way. They don't see all of the stress and the problems I deal with like every day. Envy will kill you and misery loves all the company that it can get. To even the odds, I wish I lived a normal life, but I'm in love with this shit. Boy, I came out like a bull and I look like I took, but I came for it. Everybody wanna aim for the head of a veteran. They may legends apparently angry that I have settled in screaming. Don't nobody let them get ahead of me. Independent rappers cannot make it to celebrity alone. They don't ever get a throne, never leave their home. You didn't even have a million views and they headed in alone. I said, huh? You don't even see the bigger picture, look behind me, see the army full of kings. That is man and mafia, the thing, that is me and me alone. You at least see my bros, I don't never miss a beat. I kill everything I'm on, every video I send my homies who don't even know. If I ain't the greatest rapper, then I swear I'm getting close. If you really think I need you, all I gotta say is whoa, yeah, swear to God, I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, swear to God, I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa. Please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah.
Like everywhere that I go, everybody got their hands out, the body is divided. One side of defining the signs of the prodigal. We all getting money, farming them head in the clouds. Chase the rain to the pot of gold, how to code audible to the Father in his hands, hold eternity possible. Reverend apostle, the doctor, miracle defying witness, blood applied to the obstacle, unbreakable, never shaking the faith of the king, unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm, shout hallelujah. put some fly suits on, then you all set. Bet if you ain't on yet, put on some bread and you can sit with the best of the best. A rap god still look like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you, but that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a lane, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I wrapped them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table, the brutally honest picture that I paint, that it suffocate my brush accustomed using mothers and corrupt seduction of using the front and bluffing while the blood of saints is ushered into discussion. I smell the sucking coming, yeah we running straight chasing after what is disgusting, concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I caused while we ain't.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to FIBA Esports Open 3, the third and final weekend, and the Europe Next Generation Conference quarterfinals are on its way. We just now had a very close affair between Turkey and Spain, and Turkey, in the whole three-game series, was able to proceed into the semifinals, and now the next quarterfinals are going to be on its way in a match between Great Britain and Denmark. But before that, a quick look at the brackets here, just to quickly remind to perhaps any new joiners that are tuning in just now from Great Britain or Denmark, surely to see which of these two countries will be able to meet Turkey in the semi-finals. Obviously, again, another best-of-3 scenario on our hands here. And we heard during the interview from the Turkish players that if the chance appears, they would prefer to meet Great Britain, as they had a very close run-in with Denmark in the group stage, and they did manage to win only by a 7-point lead. So obviously, it's enough close calls within one day they would like to have, and they do consider Great Britain a slightly easier opponent on paper, but something tells me that's not going to be the case here. Looking at between these two countries, for Denmark, it's the first appearance on the international stage. And what are your thoughts here on the odds?
Well, I mean, there are never weak teams, so to say, right? In the tournament, in the quarterfinals, after all, they made it that far already.
Exactly.
So definitely Great Britain and Denmark. Well, we don't... Great Britain only 2 games played in their group stage. They had like three teams only in their group, while Turkey had 3 games there. So definitely a lot more to see there. But then again, Denmark, Great Britain, it's going to be a close one, really, really. So it can definitely be an interesting one.
Yeah, so as we're waiting for the players, just to quickly mention, the local times here shown next to the flags are the local times for each the times are the local times for each respective country shown on your screen. So if you are from any of these countries, these are the times that you need to tune in. Obviously, Great Britain and Denmark already have done so. It's time for you guys to cast your vote in the chat in all 3 fast platforms, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Which of these 2 teams is going to make it further into the semi-finals? Take it away and give our mods a hard time to keep up with all of the spam. Of course, use that hashtag FIBA Esports Open if you are sharing your viewing experience on the social media, for us to have a easier time finding those beautiful behind-the-scenes pictures as to how you are enjoying this event, because I'm definitely having an amazing time here, and it really is things are panning out in a very interesting fashion. Let's have a look at the starting lineups now for both of these countries, Great Britain and Denmark, on your screens. On the Great Britain side, we're going to have Keith Steele, Hazard the Chinner, Welsh Jordy, Sam the Ruler, and Freds is going to be on the starting lineup. And for Denmark?
For Denmark, we have a Champ, Be Like Mads, Contro, Scala, and Svein finishing off the squad here as well. You can see Svein, only 16-year-old, already participating in the FIBA Esports here. Really young, but definitely, big name for him as well to represent Denmark. in this kind of event. So really, really proud of himself, of course, and well, for his teams, all first time participating in Denmark.
Yeah, and on the side of Great Britain, all of these players have already previously performed in FIBA Esports Open, so a bit of experience behind their back. Definitely not lacking in the overall experience department, as they have previously attended several different NBA 2K tournaments, and as far as I can see, some of them have even been playing NBA 2K as far as back as the 2K11 edition. So a lot of experience behind their backs, and I'm sure that is going to be shared across the board here for them. But no less on the side of Denmark as well. Players been playing since the 2K15 edition, and they have participated in several events as well. For sure, there's no lack of experience in that department, but a lot of it does come down to these crucial moments. And now, as you did say, there is a reason why these two teams are here in the quarterfinals. They have proven themselves already yesterday in the group stage. Great Britain able to top their group with 2 wins, no losses to their name. And Denmark, well, were forced to bow down only to Turkey in the group stage. And we just saw that, Turkey being the defending champions, rightly so, were able to win them in a very close affair with only a 7-point lead. So this is going to be a very interesting, and Denmark being one of the new additions to the FIBA Esports Open iteration number 3. As I said in the very beginning opening segment, it is a bit of a wild card on the table here.
Yeah, those are the teams that, you don't have a lot over here. You said previously Denmark, they are the first time, the first time participants here. Already only had a close game against Turkey, as you mentioned before. Even heard on the call that even the Turkish player was even surprised how Denmark was even playing. That they thought they're gonna have an easy game against Denmark, but Denmark said, we're gonna play, and we're definitely gonna fight for the win over here. And they definitely played really well.
Yeah, for any teams that are watching that are still looking forward to their future games, that's the thing that you really need to take into consideration, right? Going up against these teams that are pairing for the very first time, you can expect for them to come out with approaches that have yet to be seen. Of course, you have to find out and learn on the fly as to how you can play against this team, because, a lot is riding on the momentum. A lot is going to be riding on the shoulders as to can you really find those openings that are those cracks in the play style of your opponent, how you can adjust those on the fly. So a lot is going to be down on the communication side of things. I love the fact that on the side of Denmark you have a 16-year-old, because with a younger age on paper, for sure there comes a lot of eagerness. You're young, you really want to prove yourself, you have the opportunity to do so. So this is really your moment to shine and show the world really what you are capable of doing. But obviously for Great Britain as well, I mean, remember from the interviews back then as well, the guys always have a great chemistry amongst them. The communications are always on par on this team, and they are not to be taken lightly here.
Definitely not. Even though in the last time when they participated, also got that 3rd and 4th place there in the FIBA Esports Open for Great Britain. So also making it pretty far over there as well. So definitely looking maybe to repeat that, if not even better, right? Go even forward.
So you always want to see if you can take one step further.
Yeah, of course, right? They want to kind of go for there, and then, okay, we've been in this spot before, but now let's go forward. Let's try it again. We have another chance. Before the chance to appear, they have to still face Denmark, right? So step by
step.
Small thing. Yeah, just by the way, right? By the way, you still have to play the quarterfinals. So definitely a lot of players, as you mentioned before, for Great Britain, right, participating yet again. So let's see if the experience comes into the play for them, because Denmark, right, participating for the first time. But they also had some little taste yesterday, of course, in the group stage. So they already feel how the level on those teams are. But these two teams never played before, but maybe they had some of those friendly games before.
I just wanted to say that we remember from previous weekends as well, during the interviews, we found out that a few of these occasions, teams already have met off-stream, having those friendly matches. I love the fact that there's great sportsmanship across the board. Nobody's revealing any sort of results, what went on during those friendly matches. So keeping everyone on our tippy toes in terms of, really giving us a hard time trying to predict what might be the result here. Something does tell me that, these Cinderella stories keep showing up a lot more. So I feel like this might be the case, but let's find out if that's going to be the case as we are jumping into the next quarterfinals here. That is Denmark walking out in your white jerseys. What a impressive white mohawk there.
Yeah, that's indeed. We can see on those blues, and well, also with the green afro here, number 44, wearing the green swag of their Fredzo here on the side. Well, you can see the whole team is ready for both teams are ready, so to say, here. And let's see, one representative on each camera here in the corner. You can see Danish player on the right, and then the British one on the left here. We can see already Hazza coming in forwards right there, scoring 2 points. That's early on, 11 seconds into the match, and Great Britain with a 2-point lead.
All right, let's see if Denmark can respond with the same. Something tells me this is going to be a point-in-point game between these two as well. As Scala in possession of the ball. Takes it out around the three-point line, back over to Champ. 6 seconds to shoot. Champ still trying to fake the defensive player out, tries to find that opening and goes for the three. Gets it through as well. There we go. That's the emotion showing as well on Denmark's side. And of course, you want to kick things off strong because, as I said, a lot of it also is riding on the momentum here as Hazal looking to respond.
Yeah, and Hazal, well, goes in. That is only 2 points, though. He had that, like 1 step or 2 steps on that 3-point line. So only 2 for Great Britain, but it's definitely taking it home. Anyway, Champ now ball to Meds, and that's a 3, but not quite in, and that's a foul, we suppose. So that's, for Great Britain, again, the ball. And now, with the start again. So that's Hazza. Number 35, you can see him on the screen again with the ball. Dribbling, goes forward. Well, he found a space, just cuts it in right on the paint. 2 points, and that is a 3-point lead over here for Great Britain.
Starting off good so far. Of course, either team is going to be looking to extend that lead as far as possible. Curious to see if we're going to see a double-digit lead here as well as Denmark having a slightly hard time getting through the defense of Great Britain, but a 3-point attempt is not going to be successful. How did that pass connect? Hazza somehow doesn't get it through the hoop, and Champ, good job holding on to the ball, making sure no blunders are happening in your defensive zone, and of course that would be the worst kind of scenario there. Nice steal attempt, but Denmark able to recover with 12 seconds to spare. Instant timeout called here to get the players on the other side of the court.
Yeah, but now Champ again with the ball. Scala right on that, number 44. Going forward, just a great attempt for the alley-oop, and Contro, good attempt as well to score 2 points. Doesn't get it, only 1 more second to go. Contro goes for easy 2-point, but it wasn't that easy after all. So still, the score doesn't quite change here. 6-3, still Great Britain with the lead. It's 2:50 left on the clock for this first quarter to end. And now Hazza with the ball, the man who scored quite a lot of points for Great Britain in the group stage over here. 32 points against Italy, 26 against Belgium. So definitely his name will be known here, but let's see how well will it be known. So far, he's definitely making the points count for Great Britain.
Yes, Scaria there with a far 3, slightly over on the release as Great Britain does get the rebound in their favor, and it's going to be Key still on the 3-point line, slowing things down. We pass over to Hazza, who has activated his avatar already previously, and actually love to see this early activation because it's going to give you another chance to do that again during this first game, and him being the scoring machine, the point guard for the team. It's really a player that you want to allow to shine very early on here. 10-3 so far. Denmark with an alley-oop attempt. Control slightly off on the timing, but does regain control of the ball here. Be like Meds, the right-hand side corner, slightly stuck there. The defensive player not allowing him to take a shot openly. Scala, between 2 defensive players, gets the 2 there. And again, bit of a confidence point gain for Denmark here. 10-5, still down by 5, but nothing too horrible, I would say. Is Hazza looking to extend that lead again.
Yeah, we've seen that those leads can definitely increase, and only 5 is it's not that much when you see 20-point lead. Now, that's quite a lot here, but we're not at that point yet, and we'll see if that actually reaches the point. But Mads definitely on that 3-point area. 8 points for Mads, for Team Denmark, so to say. Mads scoring a 3, that counts. It's good. But now Hazza with the ball really focused players here, of course, in the cameras. You can see a lot of emotions after scoring a couple of baskets and definitely hyping up the team and, making that really the moods. It just goes up.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see here as well, you can't really do much about a three-pointer like that from Haza because, it just goes in green, flying, and clean. Scala now looking to respond with the same, and he can do it. Emotions again on Denmark's side, and of course that momentum is now starting to rack up, narrowing down the point gap down only to 2 as 45 seconds are still remaining in the first quarter. And Haza, let's see if he can do the back-to-back threes here. Instead, he's going to go for the play himself and gets it through, even puts the Denmark player on the ground there. He's been like, get out of my way.
There it is, Haza. You can see 13 points so far out of the, I believe 15, right, already for the team, and that's quite a lot. But now, again, let's see, Sam right here. Let's take a look. Him again, Haza as well. And now with the dribble here, that is Jordy with a great attempt on the three, but doesn't really go for that. That's Contro. Now, what else? Now that's Champ with the rebound. Let's get that. Let's get it forwards, this Champ. Let's see if he can make it happen for Denmark. 5 more seconds on the go here. It's Svein here with a three. It's in. It's good. 0.9 seconds left, and it's only 1 point game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there the Champ was celebrating even a second before the ball went through the hoop because he knew that's going to go through. And sure, Swain made the call that be like, we're safe, we got this. 15-14, a single point between these two as the second quarter is on its way. Scala slightly over on the release, but of course, a lot of active defensive plays happening from Great Britain. And now Fred's left-hand side corner, it is going to rattle out, and the defensive plays are there for Denmark.
But now again, Champ just goes through it like a taxi drive over here. Contro, hello. Contro finds a good spot here under the hoop and puts it in. Contro doesn't put it, then, his teammate will. That's 16-15, and Denmark now with the lead. I do believe they're for the first time, if not counting that early 4 points where they scored. Well, Great Britain had 3, if I'm not mistaken, at that one. But regardless here, Haza now with the ball, Freds. Right in the corner, the number here comes. It doesn't really go in. And now, one more time, Champ with the dribble goes forward. Now Team Denmark trying to find maybe another point here, another 2 points or 3. Anything will do for them just to increase the lead. But it bounces out of the hoop and doesn't really go in. And that's a foul, says the referee. And, ball to the Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, here so far, initially, both teams are looking to start off strong with the three-pointers, and if that fails, obviously, then going back to the high percentage shots if they can. Here, Hazard does find that, spots the opening, left-hand side step, and a beautiful drive to take it home. Another 2 for Great Britain, 17-16 now, as it seems that, Great Britain are looking to add a bit more pressure on the shoulders of Denmark, really being active on the defensive department. They need to be aware of the fact that one of the Denmark players is looking to get a solid position under the basket. Instead, it's going to be Skill. Very difficult shot to make. Great job from Sam Darul of their kind of ruining Skill's plans, and is going to be stopped here with a reach-in foul. Can't really say I'm surprised to see those. Actually, there haven't been that many fouls in this pair of countries, so actually quite clean game so far coming out of from the two. Hazard seeing if he can get the defense to fall asleep there for a second. Took a quick sidestep. Another chance at the three. Does he go for this here? Good dribble. Holding on to the ball. 3 seconds to shoot. Tries to get past him. Will take the drive home. Even gets the dunk on top as well. A 3-point game between Great Britain and Denmark.
Yeah, you can see he has 17 points. Definitely scoring quite a lot. 17 points on his name, while 19 for Great Britain overall. I'm not too sure how much percentage-wise, but that's 90 plus, I feel. But now Contro, again, with the dribble, 10 more seconds to go. While back pass to Scala now, looking to score maybe 3 or 2. It doesn't really matter, Cham. You only have 2 more seconds to go. What are you going to do, buddy? You got to score for it. And that is a 3-point attempt, but it bounces out. And now Jordy going forwards, but a quick foul here just to stop that offense here. And now, they got to start all over.
Yeah, it was getting a bit too dicey, so obviously Denmark took the chance there went for the steal, ended up in a personal foul this time around. Walsh Jordy on the three-point line. Back over to Hazza. Has a lot of trust in this player for Great Britain. Freds is also open for a pass, and right-hand side corner seems to be available as well. Hazza, uncharacteristically for him, misses a high percentage shot, and the ball falls straight into the hands of Denmark. His Concho is going to be stopped on the midcourt line, and instead it's his teammate that takes the drive home. That's Champ putting up the 2 for his team, trying to stay true to his name and looking to see if he can actually add a champion title to Great Britain here. Hazza, again, has activated his avatar. Of course, is going to increase in chance of scoring, being the scoring machine archetype. And you just saw there that, of course, those 2s are going to keep on flying through as long as he's on fire.
That's been the case so far the whole game, I feel. And now Champ with that on the three-point line. Trying to figure out what he can do here. Now goes in right on the paint. Good block. Someone's dunking, but you have nothing to dunk with. You only yourself. Then Hazza comes in, shows how it's done with the ball, with the 2 points. Now, hello, 23 points for Great Britain.
I mean, looking initially here at the overall play styles of these two, I would say they're quite similar. It does seem to be the Great Britain are slightly more active on the rotations around, but never mind me. The precision is there for Denmark, and what a far three-pointer for them. Absolutely clean as well. A complete swoosh as Hazza now tries to make a three-pointer of his own, and that's not going to bounce out this time around. Denmark very good on the rebounds.
And now let's see Scala with the ball, with the dribble on the 3. It's a good attempt. It's in. It was on the line, but I do believe there's only 2 points then for Denmark. It's 23-23 then, and only 30 seconds until the halftime left. Hazza now with the dribble, with the move, with the skill. Now Freds, the number 44, goes for the 3 and nearly in, but not quite. So again, 23-23, still the same score. Didn't change a bit now after that shot. So now Concho goes forward, now gets stopped by the defense there for Great Britain. Scala holding the ball, 10 more seconds to go, wasting their time as much as they can. Going for the alley-oop, but a little miscommunication there, I feel. And it's only 5 more seconds to go. You can see he has 21 points out of 23.
Fast play inbound from Great Britain right before halftime. Can they manage to put up another few points to their name? A chance is made. We're back into the second half here, the second quarter finals of the day in the third weekend of FIBA Esports Open 3, the third and final pilot event here, but more to come from FIBA. They already have confirmed that, and we have a very close affair between Great Britain and Denmark right now in this third quarter. Denmark are looking to open things up for themselves, so far doing a great job of evening out the scoreline, shaking off those initial nerves.
Yeah, definitely. Denmark was on the back foot here, but now, well, not really front foot so far, only like an even game here, but they have a chance to make it happen again. So 4 minutes, 37 seconds left. Quite a lot of time. Of course, only just had that third quarter started. So, again, Hazza with the dribble, number 35 in front of your screen here with the ball. Tries to find quite a lot of points to his name. 21 points he scored already out of those 23. So scoring another 2, that's his goal, and he does it. Complete quest done. And the reward is the 2 points for his name. You can see 23 points now. It's quite the player here for team.
Yeah, has obviously a huge reason as to why Great Britain has made so far, because, you know, having such a strong point guard on your team is going to result in plays like this where you have essentially all your team's points to your name, and it just goes to show the level of skill displayed here between these two. Great Britain on the offense now off the back of that rebound. Freds is going to be stopped with a personal foul. 21 seconds remaining, of course, on the shot clock, so Great Britain are not going to be upset with the time available for them. Instead, it's going to be Hazza with another breakaway play for him. And, you know, previously I just wanted to say that if Hazza is approaching from the middle of the court, he does tend to lean forward towards that left-hand side. It seems to be the way how he likes to play out those offensive plays. But here, of course, was able to put up those easy two, and Denmark's having a bit of a trouble responding, but Zwain comes in with a huge three-pointer here, waking up the crowd of Denmark, as obviously, Great Britain having such an active defense, it is hard to score against.
Yeah, when the defense plays aggressive, then you can't really score or even have an attempt in that case. We already had a great display of that in the previous games here, but now has a good back pass to Jordy here, tries to score maybe his first points here now. Has again 2 more seconds, as you see on the screen. Look at 5 people. You gotta be kidding me. How are you doing?
Yeah, you can see Champ shaking his head. He's like, how does that even happen? And I have exactly the same feelings, But it did. So Great Britain in the lead by 3 right now. And Denmark, are they going to look for a three-pointer, or are they going to approach with the slightly safer option here? It is going to be a jump shot. Concha good on the rebound. Can't take it home himself. Instead is going to take this one back out to the three-point line. Champ holding on to it. 3 seconds to go. Nice fake pump. Alley-oop attempt. There we go. Concha, beautiful team play. Great chemistry between these two.
Yeah, it felt like I felt like that was like a missed 2-pointer, but then hello from the downtown alley open a 2. That's good. 28 points for Denmark now, 29 for Great Britain. Freds, with the ball now back to Hazza. We had 8 more seconds to go. Hazza gets blocked, as you can see. He's trying to find some space here. Goes on a 1 versus 1.
That's a charging
and
foul.
That's a charging. Yeah, that's a way too fast. Hamza, not quite happy with the referee's call, but the referee stays with it. Doesn't change his mind over here now. Contra here with the ball, should I say. Scala now with that one. 2 minutes. Oh, that's a great interception here. Good play by Great Britain. Sam going in forward. That's a great block. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. That was an impressive one. Jordy goes in. No one's there now. Okay, the 2 points still for Great Britain for that, but that block was impressive.
I mean, that is probably one of the reasons why Turkey were saying, like, look, you need to be careful going up against these guys, and you can't underestimate Denmark. They come out of nowhere and put up huge plays like this. Concho with the adjustment there can't really do it, but a shooting foul, of course, takes place. So Concho is going to be on the free throw line for the first time today. So let's see what he can do for us. Obviously, we would be expecting for both of these to go through. This is one of the things that you practice also dearly, to be sure that you can take advantage of these free baskets, as often they can be the decider as to why the game falls in your favor.
Yeah, every point matters. Even if you are 10 points up or 10 points down, everything matters in those cases, though. And now again, Steele with the ball here, trying to find some space here, but the Great Britain says, you know what, timeout. Timeout, everybody. 11 seconds on that offensive clock. 1 minute and 11 seconds overall left in that third quarter. Perfect numbers there on that on the scoreboard there. But Hazza, again, with the ball, 7 more seconds to go here. Can Hazza score a 2? Can Hazza score 3? He just goes in. Hello. Good block there as well. But then Ruler with the ball back pass here. That was way too... I felt like that was a way too strong of a shot there for Freds. Went way too far up here. But still, not a basket there. So Denmark saving that one. And it's 30 points for Denmark, 31 for Great Britain. And, well, ball with Scala.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks from the first quarterfinals. It is the third quarter and a single-point game between these two. 31-30 here, as Denmark is in the bonus now with 48 seconds remaining. Scala on the free throw line is going to be looking to add a few more to his team. Interesting method of celebration there from Scala. Rattles the second one home as well. Overtaking lead now by a single point here, as Great Britain are going to be looking to respond with perhaps a bit of something special of their own. It's going to be passed over to Keystel, right-hand side corner. That was really planned. An excellent job of making sure that Denmark's defensive players sort of fall asleep here, paying so close attention toward the mid section of the court, slightly forgetting about the corner, and of course they're going to be punished for it. 28 seconds to go here, and Scala looking to make a breakaway play, or is it going to be a 3?
Well, good pass to Mads over here. 2 more seconds. You have to look at the clock. Hello, the clock is over there. It runs out. That's where the watch would definitely be a really good thing over here. But to get that digital watch, you got to make through over here, and that's definitely not the way when you want to play it. Now, 13 more seconds here as well. Hazza with that dribble here. Well, probably just wasting the time. Oh, that's a really fast dribble there. Thank you, Hazard, for that one. That's
showing off the mechanical skills.
Yeah,
you know?
why not? A little flex
Not that
over
easy
there.
to do.
A little flex over there. Why not? But let's see, Hazard. Now you have to flex how you can score a couple. There it is. Good bounce. Oh, that's again 0.2 seconds, and it's in, and it's 4-point lead.
Only a 4-point lead, I would say here, because, you know, as it goes, quarterfinals, and the further down the path we walk, the closer the score lines are going to get. The fourth quarter is on its way, and this first win is incredibly important for both teams, and Great Britain coming in very strong right now, instantly opening things up with another 2 points to their name. 6-point lead for them as they're going to be looking to see if they can stop the offensive plays from Denmark.
And now let's see Scala again. Centro, there it is. Mads with a 3. It's in. It's great. It's an okay hand from the player in the camera as well for Team Denmark. 35-38. Definitely okay to score threes. But now Hazard with his attempt on the 3. It's in as well. So both teams basically trading 3-pointers. So still, what is it, 6-point lead? Yeah, for 6-point lead for Great Britain over here. Scala. Well, he got to score 2 threes and not allow a single basket there for just to tie the game over here in Scala. Well, with a great run here, Fred's trying to keep up with Scala. Tries to read where Scala is going, but no one can really. And then Contra with a good rebound here, finding the ball again, 10 more seconds. And, well, the ball gets kicked out. We can see the referee pointing towards the basket over there. So that is the Denmark ball. Now, Svein, the 16-year-old, pass to Scala over here. As well, no, 5 more seconds to go. Contra with a good attempt on 3. That's hyped up over here. Big one, 38-41.
A single three-pointer between these two right now with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the final quarter in this best-of-3 series, the very first game between Great Britain and Denmark. And, you know, the ball is going to be given over to Welsh Jordy here as Hazard again looking to score here, but another reach-in foul will take place, and yeah, Denmark not going to be happy about that one as Kiestel on the sideline, 14 seconds remaining. Freds is open for a pass as well. Puts himself in an awkward position to be passed to, but I mean, the name of the game here has been Hazard, and yet again, he finds that left-hand side opening he's been looking for, and he's going to be very resultive with that one. A beautiful slam dunk and a very convincing one at that, taking this up to 5 now in their team's favor.
34 points for Hazard. Hazard hasn't scored that many points in the group stage. The closest one was against Italy, 32. And the game is not even over yet. And Contra, a good pass to Svein. Now in the corner, goes back again to Scala. Goes back to his corner, Svein. And then Scala tries to find some space over here. But Great Britain definitely not allowing. It's 1 more second to go. You have to go for something. And there goes nothing as well. Now Ruler, oh, that's a little foul over there. That's a personal one. So now again, Great Britain with the ball still. 2 minutes. 47 seconds left is the fourth quarter in this quarterfinal. And the winner of this quarterfinal, of course, will meet a Turkish team in, tomorrow in the semis. But it's only the first game here.
Exactly. Hazard, beautiful fake out there. Is going to give it over to Welsh Jordy, who was left wide open. And, of course, with that green marks his three-pointer on the scoreboard as well. 46-38 as Denmark yet again are looking to see how they can cut down that point lead that Great Britain has been able to obtain. It's not in the double digits yet, but not far off from it as well. So it's absolutely crucial that Scala scores here. The rebound is also not going to fall in Denmark's favor, and now Great Britain have a real opportunity to take this up to at least 10 points. As well as Jordy is going to be stopped on the three-point line. Hazard comes in, tries to fake out the move here. Will he go for the left-hand side play again? I'm just curious to see, because if that's the case, that Denmark definitely have a telltale sign to work with. Instead, it was the right-hand side. Played out back over to Welsh Jordy. A far three-pointer for Great Britain. And with 1 minute and 47 seconds to spare, Great Britain have made this an 11-point game.
Yeah, it looked really, really close. Even after the third quarter, it was only 4-point lead for Great Britain. But they've been basically building it, right? They built it. They got the builders. They got everything, right? And now only 9-point lead for Great Britain. You can see Contra, 11 points, 3 assists so far. Pretty okay statistics here, but it's not good enough. It's 40 only points for you, while 49 for Great Britain, and it's only 1:27 left. And you definitely don't want to lose the first game and have the momentum going for the opposing team. And now Hazard with the, again, little flex over there in front of the Danish team. Back to Freds. That's in. It's good. Hello to the three-pointer. 52 points for Great Britain.
And I mean, Great Britain really haven't found an answer here that works for them. They give the ball over to Hazai. He's using those mechanics to draw all the attention to him. Fakes that he's going to go for an in-paint play, and instead the ball is passed out instantly to the three-point line where already a wide-open shot is waiting. And, of course, they're very resulted with that so far. 12-point lead, 50 seconds remaining. Great Britain now running down the clock to the very last seconds, not allowing for Denmark to come into this. And I expect the foul to come through anytime soon here, really, for Denmark. Instead, it is Hazard with the sudden movement left-hand side. Even gets the rebound himself as well. Welsh Jordy trying to position himself for a three-pointer. Can't really find the opportunity, so they call for the timeout with 10 seconds to spare. I don't expect like 2 passes and a shot from Great Britain now.
Well, the clock is their friend, 35.9 seconds. That's all it's left in the fourth quarter. And now you can see right on the corner, Hazard just doesn't really want to go for the basket. Just want to waste the time. Welsh boy with a really far three-pointer. Doesn't really get a good pass there. Mads again with a good pass back. And Mads with a three. It's in, but it might be a little too late. 43rd point for Denmark. It's 18 seconds left. 9-point difference. Well, that's a instant timeout for Great Britain here. 17.7 seconds. That's all it's left in the first quarterfinal game between Great Britain and Denmark.
Yeah, and Denmark knows that what's the plan here for Great Britain. Of course, hold on to the ball. 13 seconds remaining. Run down the clock. Force a personal foul against them. And it's just going to keep on happening here for Great Britain. Even taking it as far as back as to their own defensive court here. Welsh Jordy now giving over to Freds. Back over to Hazard. Wide open three. Of course, that's going to rattle home through here. And that is going to be it in this first game. With 5 seconds to spare, there's no way to come back from a 12-point deficit. Champ does put up a beautiful three-pointer, but with 1.1 seconds remaining, that is it. In this best-of-3 series, Great Britain are going to secure the first game between themselves and Denmark. And whilst it started off very strong, I love to see the fact that Denmark was able to regain control to come back into the game. But as I said before, off of that play from Hazai, he's having so many points to his name. The fact that he's just continuously drawing attention to him, it forces the Denmark players to react. You can't really leave him without attention. But as soon as you put 2 players to his name, Hazard just instantly passes back out to the three-point line and you have a wide open tree. What do you do?
Not quite sure, really, in this. Quite sure. Not a coach over here, but it's basically the one-man army. It just feels like, right? He just feels like he's just the one, like the tank of the team. He's just gonna go forwards, and he doesn't care how many people. You can send 2, you can send 3. We already seen 5 players jumping in front, basically, in the basket, and it still goes in. So I am not quite sure what to do in that kind of situation. You have to maybe start to figure out some kind of defensive plays, how to stop Hamza. How can you not let him really score, or just try to waste their time as much as you can?
So far, only one idea comes to my mind that Denmark needs to do here. It is a full court press from the get-go. They can't allow for Great Britain to set themselves up this way, because obviously as soon as Hazard holds on to the ball, happens what exactly I was talking about beforehand there, right? So if you cut down the chance of them being able to set up in the first place, then you're already sort of pushing them into an uncomfortable zone that might be potentially the window that Denmark should be looking forward here. But again, we don't really know the nitty-gritty details here for Denmark players in terms of how they do prefer to play. We had a great preview here where it did seem that it is a similar style between these two. I love to see the usage from Concho there as well. He was quite present there with the rebounds and, being able to obtain the ball continuously when the rebounds do happen. But the resultiveness simply wasn't the name of the game for Denmark here. But, I mean, we saw it from Spain beforehand, and definitely we can see it from Denmark this time around as well, because, the second game is moments away from beginning, and I really think that is going to be the case here, that we're going to see from Denmark a complete switch in style. Most likely is what is needed, because obviously Great Britain have very quickly learned that they can't leave Denmark open for three-pointers.
Yeah, Denmark scored 10 out of 19 3-pointers. So that's basically like a half of it, approximate, right? We can't really divide 19 in two, but it's basically like a half those 3-pointers. So definitely you don't want to let that really happen. So 3-pointers is definitely a good friend for Denmark, so they have to make use of it. Also, in the group stages when they played, Denmark definitely scoring a lot of those 3-pointers. They had the 63%. 63% percent of those chances, so definitely maybe trying to set up maybe even more chances here. But just, I mean, 19 chances in one game is pretty a lot as well. But only scoring 10, it's still good, but it's not good enough, as you can see. It's still they took the W from Great Britain. So. They have to maybe figure out how to get to those 3-pointers and how to maybe be more precise with them, so to say, so they actually score. But because they had some moments where they were really close.
All right, well, let's have a look at another lineup here. Another look at the lineups here, to see if any changes have been made. So yet again, on the side of Denmark, you're going to see Champ, Be Like Mads, Concho, Scala, and Zwain. So no changes in this department.
And in Great Britain, here we go. We got Keir Steele, has again the Ryan himself here back again. Wells, Jordy, Sam, the Ruler, and Fred. So also no changes for Great Britain. And well, they don't really need to change anything so far. Whatever they've been doing on the court has been working out pretty well for them. And we also know that that 23-year-old Harry Hurst over here on that under the has a nickname here. He's been the man for the team also during the group stages and now during the team against Denmark, and definitely maybe Denmark has some kind of plan in the mind how to stop him.
Well, let's see if that's the case, because we're jumping straight into the game here. The second game in this best-of-3 series in the second quarterfinal on the third weekend of FIBA Esports Open 3. And it's really about do or die right now for Denmark. They had an amazing performance in their group stage, only bowing down to Turkey in a very close affair, and now having a bit of a problem of getting past Great Britain, who has secured already one game to the name in this series. And I'm wondering now if Turkey is watching which of these two they want to meet. Well, either meet again or meet for the very first time in the semifinals. We'll just have to wait and see here as Denmark in your red jerseys, Scala on the three-point line, very active, tries to find that opening for himself, can't really make it happen. And in your whites, Great Britain, that's Sam the Rule that manages to get the rebound. Fails Welsh Jordy with the fake bump there as well. Takes it back out to Hazza.
And now Haz again, we mention his name so often. He goes forward and does get stopped again there. Jordy now with the great dribble goes past 3 players and still manages to score 2 points. Even some laughters after that for both of the players on the cameras, even for Denmark, who allowed those 2 points to happen. But pretty good play for Jordy, getting 2, well, not even 2, but 3 player attention and still scoring a 2. That's pretty impressive. But now Contro back to the champ over here on the 3-pointer line. And you have 7 more seconds to go. That is a good pass for the alley-oop, and that is a 2-pointer. And Denmark with their first 2 bucket. Well,
actually, another type of play that I have overlooked in terms of what Denmark can do here, because obviously it worked great for Spain. It can definitely work great for Denmark as well. So get a duo going, have a lot of attention drawn to them, and then that way perhaps you can free some more space over to your other teammates. Instead, again, it is going to be Hazard with the mechanics. Beautiful breakaway play from him, and Fred's here very keen to see if he can get an early steal out of Scala's hands.
And now Scala again with the dribble here, going forwards, but well, definitely Great Britain not letting it go that easily here. And a good, nice alley-oop attempt, but good defense over here. Read it pretty well like an open book, and Hazza on that 2-point hype. And one more time, 6 points for Great Britain, 2 for Denmark, and the lead is already starting to build up for Great Britain.
Yeah, Hazza, the 23-year-old point guard for Great Britain, has been really an absolute menace and a thorn in the side of Denmark right now. But they are doing a good job of keeping up with the pace early on here. Only down by 4 and looking to see if they can narrow it down even more. Contra with a huge slam dunk. Puts up the 2 for Denmark, and very needed points. A sigh of relief, I would even say.
Yeah, they definitely, any point will come in. Well, not only only on the scoreboard, but also in a mental type of game because they already have their backs against the wall for Team Denmark, so they definitely don't want to fall down again and be in the position where they were before. And now Haza with the 5 seconds to spare goes in for the 3. Doesn't quite get it though, but now Sam with a nice rebound. Got that one, so perfectly played by him. Now back ball again to Haza, to the man himself. 5 more seconds to go. Fred is quite open here, tries to find some space to pass back to Freds. And here with a 0 seconds left on the clock. Nice attempt there, but good defense by Denmark.
A friendly hug.
And, well, some hugs all around here as well. Why not? But now Denmark with a timeout, so that's Great Britain with 6 points for Denmark. 1 minute 56 seconds left on the clock here in Scala. Again, the number 44 on the there you go with the 2 points.
I mean, look, it really shows here that Great Britain has put up a lot of work back, looking back from the previous event. A quick steal is going to happen here from Denmark to put up a 2. No, it's going to be a shooting foul, and Denmark already in the bonus with a minute and 30 remaining in the first quarter. But yeah, just to finish on my thought there, Great Britain last time around, as you said, 3rd, 4th position. So you got the taste of being so close to the grand finals, but didn't manage to make it. So surely they're going to be looking to get there this time around, and a lot is riding off the back of those amazing plays. But I really don't want to downplay their teammates as well. You really need to have a great chemistry on your team to allow your star player to be set up like this with a wide open 3, and the rebound is going to fall in the hands of Denmark here.
Now Contra finds Scala right in the corner. Scala comes back again here. Tries to find some space. That's a good pass for Contra right in front of the basket. Goes for the 2 points, but doesn't really find its hoop. Has it now. Almost lost the balance over here, but still managed to find it now. Again, Steele with the ball right on the dribble here. 14 seconds left over here. Back to Haza again. Goes forward right between the 3 players. And, well, that's a foul here, but the ball doesn't go in and through the hoop. So, well, Haza will still have a chance now against the hoop.
7-6 so far in favor of Denmark, and Hazard's going to be looking to change that. And as I say it, uncharacteristically, he's going to miss the first one and the second one as well. Of course, that's going to put a bit of a smirk on the sides of Denmark's faces, and Scala looking to see if he can get past the defensive players here. Another attempt and a slam dunk from him to extend the lead now up by 3 points. Now it's very important for Denmark not to get ahead of themselves. Just a controlled pace is what is needed for them. Obviously, they need to keep in the back of their minds that Great Britain, namely Hazard, is going to be looking for those cheeky plays. Again, going in paint, giving it back out on the three-point line. But here, Champ on the three-pointer, looking to see if he can perhaps put one up on his own.
Yeah, right now on that three-point line, Champ, only 5 more seconds to go. You got to go for it. That's 3. It's green. An early celebration in the cameras of Denmark. 12-6. And now Denmark finally tasting how it is to feel in the lead right now. And, double the points. And here, Haza already had his chances, couple missed here. Now Haza goes forward. A couple more seconds to go. And it doesn't really go in. So 12-6 after the first quarter here. So Team Denmark, pretty good play so far.
Yeah, a very close affair between these two. And as I said, Spain showed us before that in a 3-game series, during the second game, even if you're coming in 1 game down, it doesn't really even matter, as they were able to come back into it. And it seems to be that Denmark is starting to build a similar story here. Skella, a beautiful three-pointer attempt, literally just a small percentile over on the release there. And now a personal foul is going to take place. Of course, you want to stop any fast breakaway plays from Great Britain because they have been so successful with those.
Yeah, now Hazard with the dribble, the number 35. Oh, he finds free space back to Sam. Not quite sure if that was needed, but then again, 3 points for Great Britain, better than 2. So that plan worked out. So great play there. And 11-12 now. So definitely the lead for Denmark is shrinking a little bit here. Only 1 point now. Skella finds Contra in front of the basket. Here we go with an alley-oop. With a nice, just put it in there. 14 now. It's a 3-point lead now.
Yeah, you can see Champ there as well, being very vocal to his team, making sure that there is a clear plan set into play here. And now Fred's going to give it over to Hazard yet again. Right-hand side is open for a pass if needed. Hazard tries to draw a lot of attention. There we go. It's going to be given over to Welsh. Jordy. Freds as well is available. Instead, it's going to be Jordy to make the attempt, but it's going to be Kiesel there to get the rebound. Over to Hazard with 6 seconds to shoot. Now he's going to go for the play on his own. Beautiful defensive play. Kiesel comes in with the rebound. It's not going to fall in either way as Denmark now on the offense. Be like Mads gives it over to Concho. Too many defensive players. Personal foul drawn. 17 seconds to shoot here for Denmark, so plenty of time to set up a play to happen, but I would say just go for the fast route and really try to throw off your opponent. Pass over to Concho, fake pumps it, can't really go for the three-pointer there. Too many defensive players around him. Scala now, screen set up for him. Instead, Concho asking for a pass. Champ could go for a play here as well. Is going to be stopped. An alley-oop ended up being a pass, and now a shot clock violation. They've overdone it on the offense.
Yeah, that's what really happens when you're not making those shots. But then again, it all comes down also to the defense, because if the defense is not allowing the offense to do it, then there's no really real options for the offense really to do anything except just to waste the time and do nothing really. But that's 3 points for Great Britain, tying the game now 14-14. And while it's 2 minutes 45 seconds left in the second quarter, let's see how it goes again. So now with the Scala, will Denmark get their lead back? That's the question of this offense, and he does get it. The answer is yes. Denmark gets it, so 16 points for Denmark and 2-point lead.
2.5 minutes remaining before halftime, and either side, of course, is going to be looking to see if they can finish off strong here. Welsh Jordy already knew beforehand that one is going to go through. And I can tell you already that players that play a game to a professional level will know just by the feel of the button release if the ball is going to go through or no. And rightly so, because there's just so much experience behind their backs, and you really should be able to do that. Concho now doesn't want to make the same mistake twice. Gets out of the 3-second violation zone and goes for a huge dunk to finish things off. Beautiful alley-oop pass. Great chemistry coming out from Denmark to take the lead by a single point, and looking to see if they can stop the early on here the offensive plays out of Great Britain.
So now Hazza, again with the ball, a little bit more silent in this game here, but only 17 points for Great Britain. Now Freds on that 3-point line, back to the Hazza, 3 more seconds to go. There's like 3 players blocking him, but guess who's free? Jordy's free, but guess what else is free? Not the basket in this case, because look at that, a great play from the defense. And now Champ, the number 1 here, back to Scala. Okay, back to the Champ again, so great passing between the two over here, but 10 more seconds to go. The one with the green sneakers goes in there, and that's a nice, that you're kind of hovering over the basket without the ball, and that's not quite the play in the basketball here. So Scala, good pass to Contro, good again to Svein, the 16-year-old, goes for the points, doesn't really get it. Now Contro, again with the rebound, 11 seconds left in the offense. Quite a long one over here for Team Denmark. A lot of pressure here for Great Britain. They don't want to lose that one out. And now Scala, you have only 1 second left with the 3 right at the end of the buzzer here. In the 21st point, Denmark, welcome to the 20th mark.
Yeah, in the nick of time, Denmark able to extend the lead now up to 4 points. And again, must feel as a sigh of relief, but a shooting foul and one opportunity for Great Britain. A bit of a face ball comes out from Champ, and you can't really blame yourself too much on that one. Of course, the defensive players are going to go for a defensive play there, but who could have predicted he's going to go for a slam dunk between 2 of them? And it is what it is, as they say, with half a minute remaining. And on the offense here, Denmark, again, really are going to be forced to try and see if they can gain a maximum amount of points here. Champ with another fadeaway 3 is not going to happen this time around. Slightly wishful thinking on his part, being able to see if he can put up a 3-pointer like that. In momentum still, Hazard now running down the clock, wants to go for one final opportunity, wants to overtake the lead with this one. 3 seconds to go, gets the slam dunk with 4.2 remaining, a single-point lead here. And can Denmark finish off strong before halftime? 1 to shoot, and Champ Welcome back to the second half here between Denmark and Great Britain. The second quarterfinals of the day. Great Britain in the lead by a single point. And if you took quick notice there, they have 100% score line in the three-pointer department.
Those three-pointers are quite on fire for them, right? But now, Haza, can you score a three-pointer? Well, you don't really need to if you just can go 1 versus 3, I suppose. But now Fred's going for the 3. Can he score? No, he cannot. That's the answer. All right, thank you very much for that one. But then again, still gets the rebound. Haza. Well, all right, let's go for it. That's a 5 more seconds. 2 players, 1 player. No one's really defending the basket over here, so to say. And Haza gets another point for his name and for Great Britain. 24 on their name overall. And that is just, a quick 2-pointer. Why not? Denmark will take it home. 23rd point for them as well.
Yeah, obviously, even if it's a far two-footer like that, if you're feeling it, surely go for it, because now every single point really matters, especially if you are Denmark, because if they lose this game, this is end of the journey for them, as Great Britain puts up another beautiful slam dunk. They're leading by 3 right now with still 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, and a lot is riding on this one. Not 30 points just yet for Hazard, only 13. And I say that with a pinch of salt, because obviously still 13 points is quite an impressive feat considering, all things considered, where we are right now.
Oh, that was, that's out of bounds over here. A good attempt for the alley-oop, I suppose, here, but not quite the plan that they wanted to successful here. 26-23 here, and half of the points over here for Haza for the team. Only half, I would say, again, with the pinch of salt there, right, as well. But then again, 2 points for Great Britain, 28, good ball here. Now Freds, as you can see, really full court offense here, trying to waste the time a little bit there.
All right, 15 to shoot here for Skela. Holding on to the ball for now. Goes for the 3 center line. Doesn't really pan out. Slightly leaning towards the right-hand side. As now Concho is going to give it over to Skela yet again. Will he do it again is the question. Instead, it's going to be passed over to Champ. Far two-pointer. Rattles this one home. And, sparks a bit of life in the score line of Denmark there. They were slightly quiet in that department.
Well, and then it is Haza with a nice 2-point. That's 30-25 here. Great Britain with a 2-pointer, but then again, Haza, with the ball against the basket, and that goes in as well. So, that is the 31st point for Great Britain, and 2:54 left on the clock for third quarter here. Scala with the ball now inside of that 3-point area here. Champ lost control of the ball. What happened though with the Haza with a good play here. Tries to run forwards, but a little bit of a foul there for Denmark, not letting it go. And now Haza again with the dribble.
Have a look at Great Britain. All of the players have activated their archetypes here, trying to run away with this one, and at a very important time indeed. They're up by 6 points right now. 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. I keep rattling on about this, but I'm going to keep on saying a lot is riding on the third quarter, because it's going to determine the momentum with which you are going into the fourth. And if you can extend the lead as far as possible, that's only playing in your favor. And having all of those archetypes activated at the same time, this means that you are putting yourself in prime position to do so. So it's really Denmark right now has their work cut out for them. Concho with a beautiful slam dunk there. Left-hand side was open for Denmark as well if they would have chosen to go for it. Instead, opted in for the 2. So just taking the safe path, taking a step at a time to try and get closer and closer to that 31-point scoreline. A blocking foul is going to come through here. So Great Britain, with 14 seconds to spare, will have another shot at this.
Well, now again, Haza with the ball, 7 more seconds to go on the offense over here for you, Haza. And you're up against the defense of Denmark, and they played it clean over there. Well, somewhat clean as the foul gets called from the referee. So now again, but we can see, we already seen some of those free throws being missed today, and as well we had in this match we also had where both of those free throws were missed, and in this case only one of them missed. So 1 point for Great Britain, so that's a foul. Hashtag worth over here, only 1 point instead of 2 for Great Britain there. But then again, Champ now with the dribble. Let's see what's the plan for Denmark here. The plan is to score some buckets, but can they do it? And that's a 1 versus 3. Finds a hole in the defense here, and 2 points are good for Denmark. And 29-32, only -3, and that's not quite the biggest lead over here.
Ooh, and a beautiful steal is going to go through for Denmark as well. Another chance to quickly answer. Be Like Mads is going to be slowed down with a personal foul here. Of course, Great Britain very wary of the fact that Denmark is extremely close to close down that point cap. Zwane is going to position himself in the right-hand side corner. Instead, it's going to be Scale to put up the 2, and he knew that's going to go through. Even started walking off beforehand. And what slightly worries me here is the fact that, yes, Great Britain activated all of their avatars and their traits, but it doesn't really seem to me that it panned out the way how they imagined it, because Denmark has really turned up their defense right now. The time is going to run out on those activated archetypes, and Hazard now in the nick of time does manage to get a slam dunk through. And the problem for Denmark here as well is with 45 seconds remaining, Great Britain is still in the bonus, so Denmark absolutely cannot foul here.
Yeah, they are not allowed to do so, but that's a good 2-pointers. Big claps for Denmark here, and that's a 2-point plus a foul. A quick
plus
drink
in the
there.
bonus as well. So now it's even playing grounds between these two, and a lot is riding on this free throw. It's not going to go through, so not an even game just yet here as Freds holding on to the ball just now, slightly running down the clock. Obviously, a single shot could make the difference here. It's going to be Hazard who fails the layup, and, still commending the defensive plays from Denmark here. 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Champs looking to see if he can provoke perhaps a foul against him. That, of course, would make things a lot easier. But Scala, stuck on the three-point line, is going to give it over to the left-hand side, straight into the hands of Great Britain. Hazard with a 3, can't make it. Freds, a scrappy fight there, but does put up the 2 with 0.5 seconds remaining. Great Britain is going to be finishing off this quarter with a 3-point lead, but by no means they can have a sigh of relief right now as the fourth quarter is on its way.
Yeah, they are, 3 points down here, and definitely they have to score a couple more. And now Scala, goes in for the 2. Great defense play by Great Britain here. Good play in front of the basket here. And another alley-oop, another oopsie-daisy here for Great Britain. And the Danish now with the ball. Zwane, the 16-year-old now, going back pass to Scala here. You don't want to cross that middle line there. You don't want to go back to your basket here. Scala goes forward, right in the paint, trying to find how to outplay Freds, and he does, and that's in. It's 35-36.
It's about that time that either country representatives in the chat need to let your country know that you are here and you are rooting for it. Doesn't matter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Let us know and let your country know in the chat that you are there. The support is absolutely crucial right now for either side, and Great Britain now being in the lead 38-35. It is detrimental that they get a steal through here anytime soon, because Scala holding on to this one is looking for that golden opportunity, that golden ticket for the 3. Instead, it's going to be a Contro to try and put that one up. They still remain in possession of the ball. Be Like Mads does regain possession there off the rebound. Scala now a screen set up for him. 3 seconds to shoot. Goes for a difficult three-pointer. Can't really make it happen. And Great Britain on the offensive.
And then an instant foul over there against Hazard. Didn't want to really let him go for free here. Now Steele with a good pass to Hazard again. There's 17 seconds left. You have quite a lot of time, Great Britain, to use it in the offense over here. And, that's a good try there to intercept the ball there. And then Steele gets a little closer to the basket, scoring 2. Why not? Just increase the lead by 5 points now. And, it is 40-35. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Quite a lot of time still to work with. 5-point lead means nothing at that time, and that's a foul over here, and it doesn't really go into the basket over there, so that is, again, it seems like Great Britain's ball then.
Yeah, it was an illegal screen from Turkey, so, Denmark. The red jerseys threw me off there, but still, it's not the right time for plays like this, and you saw there as well from Champ, he was a bit upset about that one. Fred's a decent attempt at the 3, not going to be flying through the hoop this time around. Personal foul drawn here as well. Champ now to put the ball back into play. 24 seconds to play. Fred's ankle's broken. That's an opportunity to score. Champ, it rattles out and straight into the hands of Fred's. Long pass over to Welsh Jordy. Too many defensive players around him. Timeout call to avoid that 3-second violation. And a good call considering there's 19 seconds remaining for Great Britain to work with. 5-point lead. I mean, everything is going their way right now.
That feels to me that's the case, and has a good pass to Jordy. Jordy says, hello, basket. I will put 2 points in. Let's go. 42 points for Great Britain here. 7-point lead, and you can already see the nerves of the Danish players. The faces, the expressions are not coming out. Everything is super serious. You only have 2.5 minutes left to go, and you're still playing on the back foot. But the big dunk over here, only getting 2 points, but it still counts, and it all that matters. Scala, 19 points already for his name out of 37 for Team Denmark. So scoring like half of the team's points. So need to still put some more buckets because it's 5-point lead, and Great Britain now has wasting the time. All the players are like frozen over here. Are the controllers even plugged in because 5 more seconds are left on the clock? Hazard makes it forward. Goes back to Jordy here. 1 more second goes forward from the free-throw line and doesn't really put it in. And now again, Denmark with the ball in Scala.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a two-basket game technically between these two, and that's why Great Britain is trying to use as much time as possible here. Surely not in this situation, because getting free 2 points is detrimental to continue extending that lead. Even managed to get the 3 off of the back of the huge block, but they still regained possession of the ball in that situation. Beautiful offensive play from Great Britain. Great chemistry as well, and another steal is going to happen in their favor. It is almost a 10-point game between these two, and not like this with a minute and a half remaining. Great Britain holding on to the ball here. 10 seconds to shoot. A few avatars being activated. That's Welsh Jordy, who can go for the 2 here. That seemed too easy for the defensive players. They didn't even jump. They just extended their hands, and now Champ is going to be greeted on the 3-point line. Wayne, the 16-year-old, is going to take a few steps forward, give it over to Concho, and another misplay is going to happen. Great Britain, really all the cards are falling into their favor. Less than a minute now remaining. Hazard running down the clock, trying to force a foul against them.
Yeah, Concho making 2 huge mistakes over there, losing the ball 2 times in a row. And now 3 more seconds. Hazard is just playing with the clock. Goes to Jordy. That's blocked. That's the clock violation over there. It went in, but it doesn't really matter. The time is already over. Denmark, you have to pull out some kind of magic over here. 30 more seconds left. And if this is a loss, then Team Denmark, thank you for participating. But that's a home ticket to you, because Great Britain will advance to the semifinals to meet Turkey then. And you can see the faces of Danish players not quite happy over here. And, well, it is 20 more seconds, and it's Hamza now with the ball. Definitely not the smiles over there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Great Britain doing everything as required, playing to their strengths, playing to what the game offers. A reach and foul will take place, but with 13 seconds remaining, it's reasonable to say it's unrealistic for anything to go Denmark's way. Even putting up a huge three-pointer at the very end there by Great Britain. 11-point lead to close this series out. Scala able to respond. Hazard is waving bye-bye as he knows he's going to go up against Turkey in the semi-finals once the buzzer beats here. Beautiful performance from Great Britain. I am by no means downplaying Denmark here, though, for the very first time appearing in the FIBA Esports Open project and, you know, getting out of the groups, having very impressive performance in their group stage as well. You saw that the respect was there definitely from Turkey. They were not expecting such a close game with Denmark in their group stage, but so to say, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. And Hazard really with the star performance during the first match. In this second game, Great Britain really just found all the right answers in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it feels like Hazard gave a couple of the magical hands to his teammates over there, right? And so he wasn't maybe as noticeable the first 2 quarters, but then later on, he kind of activated over there, scoring some couple baskets himself and then sharing the ball as well and giving a couple of the points also to his teammates. But definitely team's performance performance in this time around. The first game was more about Hamza just performing and outperforming everybody, so to say. And this time, well, shared performance all across the court.
But I still love the fact to see that the scorelines are not incredibly different between these two. You know, for Denmark, I would say this is a beautiful starting point for any future appearances in any of the FIBA upcoming events, as they have confirmed there is going to be more. So, you know, well, more some sort of not the FIBA Esports Open, but surely there will be more opportunities to display your skill on the international stage. And, you know, this is a lot of important experience gained for the Denmark players. I would say don't be too harsh on yourselves. There's definitely have been moments of brilliance. Again, playing only a 7-point difference game in the group stage with the current defending champions in the form of Turkey. It is a lot of respect gained here on the international stage, and you are a very strong team. But this time around, experience did prevail, and Great Britain was able to proceed into those semifinals. And as you can see here, you know, Turkey got what they asked for. The question is this the form that they were wishing for to go up against? Because as I said, you know, during that first game, they might have had a change of heart to looking at Hazza's amazing plays. And of course, we still have another half of the bracket to go on with during the day. But yeah, I mean, the semis, just the same as the quarterfinals, are looking to be spicy as ever.
Yeah, Hazza definitely performing out of his mind, so to say, in the first game for sure, scoring, well, I mean, in the first games that he played in the group stage, scoring 26, scoring 32 points.
Yes.
And I do believe he scored 34, 36, or something like that in the first game. So definitely big star performance by Hazza. But then again, you can't have that one player performing out of his mind while the other players are maybe not as much performing. So in terms of like, it's a pretty simple, it's a somewhat simple strategy just to cover the player, but we already saw Denmark tried it. It didn't quite happen, so let's see if Turkey has something ready.
I mean, let's hear it from the guys themselves. Enough theory crafting. Harry, you're on the line, and can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you guys?
All right, well, doing absolutely great here. You put up quite the show, and, you know, back in FIBA Esports Open 2, looking as to how you are performing so far, I can only judge that you were not really satisfied till the very end with your performance. So let us know, what does it mean for Great Britain to be on the big stage again with such a performance?
We're all happy to be part of Great Britain once again. We've got a great group of guys. A few guys couldn't make it back from last year, so we brought in some new guys who are really willing to put on a show, put their strongest foot out and try and compete. We're back in the semi-finals once again. We fell short last time, so hoping for a better result this time around. Hopefully we can push for the finals.
And yeah, you know, looking back from previous time, you obviously had quite a lot of time to prepare, and you, as you said, you brought in a few new guys. What was the process of preparation for this third event? Because now you knew what you're up against.
Yeah, the process kind of eliminated watching the best Great Britain players all year on Pro-Am. I was looking for more versatile players that could fit in any role.
Yeah.
We're a little bit short on players compared to the big countries like Turkey and Spain. So we have to try and make what we work with, and I try and pick the best players in their position, but can move around if they need to be. So, you know, we're always fixing a spot if there's a void.
Well, it seems to be the right call, because definitely the void has been filled, in my opinion. But over to Linnards.
Yeah, that's, well, you mean so far the performance for you guys been really, really good in this quarterfinal. But then again, looking at the group stage you guys had yesterday, well, you played against Italy and Belgium. And were you guys satisfied with the results after all? You got 2 wins. Seems like it's would have been pretty okay scores for you, right?
Yeah, we're happy with the wins. I don't think we're perfectly happy with how we performed. There were a few things that we felt like we could have done a little bit better on. You know, little possessions on offense or defense that might give up a 3, or I make the bad read. It's the tiny things that can lose you games. So we're satisfied with the wins, but there's definitely room for improvement. And
well, after having a great game now against Denmark, you're moving on to the semis, right? You mentioned Turkey there before, and those are your opponents in the Turkish team also, where we asked them as well before the game who are they thinking who is going to make it, and they called Great Britain as well, so you guys are going to be meeting them tomorrow. So what is the plan and what's the preparation, to make it that one ticket to the final?
Turkey are a very good team. Of course, they're the last FIBA champions. We have to game plan a lot around them. We'll have to kind of emphasize on Aaron and Kato. They're the best offensive players. So we have to do our best to limit them and capitalize on little mistakes and make sure we score every possession we can. The small things win you games. It's going to be a tough matchup. I love playing the guys from Turkey, so may the best team win.
All right. Well, I have one more fun question to ask you. Last time we spoke, we did touch the subject of spending a lot of money on fashion. And, I'm just curious, absolutely personal interest. Any new expensive additions to the closet?
Not expensive. I've added a lot to the closet for summer. I've kind of had to limit myself. I think it's best to start saving money now a little bit.
Okay.
But I bought probably 10 new pairs of outfits in the last week. So there's no stopping. Always building to the collection.
All right, maybe, just casual 10 new outfits regularly. Just that. That's the whole year limit for me. But anyways, best of luck to you guys. Obviously, you have a lot to prepare for. There's a lot of information available already online, so I'm sure you're going to be going through those replays, paying close attention to those players that you shouted out. Shout out to your team. And again, a huge shout out to Hazza as well. I mean, I'm absolutely stunned by his performance, so surely we'll hope to see more of that tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, you heard it from himself. Harry really laid it out for us as to what is the key to success for Great Britain. And, look, tomorrow is looking incredibly interesting. But before that, there are still 2 more quarterfinals to be played out today. Before that, though, I think, after all this action, everyone wants to have a brief intermission here. Well, I say brief, it's going to be about 40 minutes. So you have plenty of time to prepare some food. Make sure to fill your tummies, because when you come back, we're going to continue with the Europe Next Generation Conference.
Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, dude, rapper with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the fastest of what is factual. And now these actors move, I seen them, they move and screen them, delete them and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover us clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason. Before the fruit was plucked and eaten, you can see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season, and show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied, and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the sack of is often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to, and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here now. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40 on my nerve, bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain. Wake up by my side.
Don't care what you think.
Oh, you're just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old script. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gun. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it, but I gotta know.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same, your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away, come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirit cigarettes in my lungs. Got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Yeah, flyer than your ex, like, oh my god. Right into your legs, like, oh my god. And let's go on a date, like, oh my god. When I'm back from LA, like, oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you still a scrub. But I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
But I don't give a damn about you one bit. And to think you used to have it all. Funny how the table turn around. You check it for me on the internet, I know you don't. Can't believe I made it with the music. I know, probably think about me all the time. Probably think you're drowning in the sorrow.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You.
Now I don't wanna be rude, but I hope you never find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew? I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on the toes like I ain't been this good in a second. Self-made boss and a fire and a weapon like... Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
On the board, ayy, tell her we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord,
it works, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt. You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all. You know you could. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You would've had it all. You would. You would've had it all. You know you would. You would. You would. Yeah. You know you would.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no, not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, all that's kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed the constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene. And unplugged for the madness, the calf is golden, hands open as they scream.
That's right, as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sin, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the law and their disgrace, longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people, riding beside them. I whisper asylum, goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land beneath my feet. I don't mind slipping inside and knowing I will rise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wick of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus.
That's right, as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, crosslands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears, we're keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, work too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every yell under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of fame, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Dealt with the dealer, baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead it to legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yeah. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah. She call, I put her on block list, I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick, I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm an anomaly, no. You would never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not about everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess. I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see y'all. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be y'all. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh, look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones that know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months, you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground, and they stepping on and land mine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been bottom, but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my God's here and he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I start to go and die their intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness, don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air I breathe, God, I wanna see your face. Nothing stolen, cause you're holding me, I'm wrapped in your embrace.
things are gone and they gone though. I died to the past and the wrong though. You the love that I'm standing upon though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue though. Now you're not making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, cresting these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my feeling, no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave your warm embrace. Heal my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
I swear I like your style. Put you in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I'd run the world, I'd run the mile. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love you can't. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you, I feel high. Got me going crazy, stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy, ayy. If you run, then I'm chasing. Girl, you number one, I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you, I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart, I'll make a crime scene. Designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece, yeah, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. I feel way too high. When I'm with you, it's 2 a.m. outside. With you I feel too high. I feel too high.
I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, guarantee you that I won't play. Tryna live this thing out, you ain't what I need now. Balling off a rebound, you can't touch the team now. All of the time, you took my mind into a place I couldn't stand. So won't you just leave me by myself tonight? Leave me alone. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. Yeah, I can tell the truth, but I just keep it suppressed. Harder to be humble when they feel you the best. Harder to believe it when they say you were next. All your business pushing past you while you waiting in minutes. Crazy I do lately, why I'm feeling so bad. We two different systems, I may need a reset. Things my pops had never taught me, let me in stress. I've been praying for forgiveness for decisions and yeah. I need my space, I need a way, I need to pray, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing, I need His grace. Sorry but please, I need my space, I need a way, I need a break, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing, I need His grace. Sorry but I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Instincts going no, looking bad like a bat with an eye patch. All black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Lemon City had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when I get it, I'ma burn it. Cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway, I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then it wait to a pile full of gold. In a house up on a lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes, and a row full of J's and a lemon in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, taking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm bright rice in this. It's like I'm rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. A selective finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, I admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn like an auto with no time to kill. I've been feeling like the opposite of work. It's a work and it never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm breaking every check, I put the money in the pushing. Ready to be gunning to the finish and the getting of it. But everybody know I'm working in the sea, I do it differently. So only time will give me everything that I deserve, my end.
I just bought a new whip. Spend a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she'll never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to no end. That's the stuff that I love, la da da da. We can be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rocking all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes. Well, I don't even care. Live my life, I don't battle with no fear. Fighting dragons, always been a real one. Hate you saying showing love, you a real chameleon. Get the facts freaking straight, always on repeat. Like, we could be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do.
As the crevices on the ocean floor, but I can fly, see me walking through that open door. I'm no longer reminding them how I broke the law. So dope before I left a ball with a broken jaw. So much more I can focus on. I'm noticing hope is gone. Y'all beat us in the head with these bogus songs. They ask if I really believe in God. Why would he let evil people eat while his people starve? I tell them every question asked don't need to be solved. Like when they ask why I named myself after Vietnam. Don't need to be alone. I might not can't read a poem, but I can see the future is clear as tomorrow. I'm down, surrounded by murder by the pan. Death row, the boat further down the Nile. The Nile is the P-Nap. They have it in the air till they see that. For years off top like a real
if they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky. Until then, I'm sitting here on heaven's steps. If minutes is millenniums, there's only seconds left. They chasing a meal, eat a slug before they second breath. If they make it to the table, fine, there's only seconds left. What you expect to get or recollect from those who never represent heaven sent a teacher? If I'm speaking, it's a lesson and it's completed. Infinite evidence placed within a grace that is measureless, measured by what could never be meddled with. They say we gotta see it, take a hike, never buy what they peddling. You can keep it, plenty liars and stick with the penmanship. Put me in the Coliseum with the red letters, then pray I stay strong. Even if they bear arms on your boy, call me the Reverend, son of the Father, servant, staying true to his purpose. Pray to Yahweh alone and find rest in his worship. I look to the throne whenever I'm stressing, I'm worried. He leads me by the still waters, I'm never hurried. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Our people perish due to
lack of knowledge, not a macroeconomics, but of God's solid promise. More relevant today than it can never be tomorrow. And we don't fear your pistol, so that tip you want is hollow. Hoping the resurrection, so that pit you dig is shallow. Reaching for it's easy, cause the best of leaders follow. Call me the harbinger, tool in the hand of the carpenter. That is stereotypes in the way that they like to market us. Fist up for my people that ain't pride, it's solidarity. Truth is a rarity, we don't deal with your relativity. We woke for certain, and we don't want your bread and circus. Power the eyes, people with implication and purpose. Bigger than pound symbols and phrases without spaces. Timelines updated with prophetic application. Grinding from the basement, but we always been fly. Reaching for that maturation, cloud 7-8.
Yes, where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud nine, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him. If they yes, where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud nine, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Welcome, dear viewers, back to FIBA Esports Open 3. This is the third and final weekend here in this pilot project, the third iteration of it, but FIBA already has confirmed that there is more to come. Yet again, my name is Renars, and alongside with me is Linards. And Linards, I mean, we've already had two very, very intense quarterfinals today.
Some action, some firework, and there's plenty to come. We still have two more games. Well, we have actually more games to cast today, but still, we have a lot to see, a lot of games, and I cannot wait to get it all started again.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, a lot of this excitement comes from the fact that these games are incredibly close, but more so just the fact that this opportunity has been presented to the players and, of course, to you viewers as well from the side of FIBA and NBA 2K. And a huge, huge thank you to them for coming together and creating this pilot project for this third time in a row now, where international players have finally have a chance to show what they are really made of on the international stage here, and to truly find out who is the strongest country amongst them, of course, within their own respective regions. Now, the players are not fighting only for pride here today. They are also, going for that MVP award. Of course, the winner of the whole conference. We will have to choose an MVP player out of that winning team, and that team will get in their position a brand new Tissa watch. Now, the players are playing from the comforts of their homes, and they are playing in a little thing called the Pro-Am mode.
And the Pro-Am mode basically allows all the users to play in a 5v5 format that is deeply customizable. So you can customize those jerseys, the arenas, the courts,
Correct.
the everything. And we already seen some of those, of course. The most common one is the Afro, right, coming through with some very colorful
White Mohawk
ones.
was there present as well.
Yeah, we have some interesting haircuts, hairstyles, and everything. So very deeply customizable all around.
All right, well, to any new viewers tuning in just now, let's give you a quick breakdown as to what this whole thing is about. And as I said, the players are joining here from across the globe. So let's have a look at the global map here and see where everyone is coming from. Now, you are going to notice that we have selected separate geographically locked regions, and there's a logical explanation to that, Leonard.
Yeah, the event is played fully online, and so therefore, in order to have fair conditions for all the participants and to avoid all the lag or delay, right, produced by the distance to the service, we have conferences grouped geographically. It's in all interest, of course, in that fair play.
Absolutely correct there. And we had one more new addition that we added to this third iteration of this event, and that is we introduced generations, as obviously times are going forward and also technologies are evolving. So we have teams that are playing in current generation. So those teams are playing on PlayStation 4 consoles. And of course, the conferences that have had the chance of obtaining those PlayStation 5s are going to be referred to as the next generation conferences. And you know, I really must say, obviously, the further we go into the future, the more of those PlayStation 5s you're going to see across the board. So let's have a quick trip back into the past, back from the 16th of 18th of April. We had the very first conference that we had a look at. That was thus the Southeast Asia Conference. We had a total of 6 countries participating here, starting off things with Maldives, Philippines, and Vietnam. And in Group E, we had Indonesia, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, the Philippines bringing out the victory this time around. They did it in the first FIBA iteration of the FIBA Esports, and now bringing it again the W. So already the 2-time champions of Southeast Asia Conference. Second time they did losing the finals to Australia, but this time they're not participating. So Philippines taking that one home again. But now moving towards the Middle East Conference, we also had it on that 16th to 18th of April. Also 2 groups of 3. So we got Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Syria, as well as Bahrain, Lebanon, and United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, and in this conference, yet again, Saudi Arabia was able to crown themselves champions for all 3 projects in sequence. Saudi Arabia still was able to come out on top. Doesn't matter how many new countries appear, it seems, for them. But I would like to commend Bahrain here as well, coming in for the very first time, already the runners-up, and that just goes to show that there are interesting events might take place in the future when we look at the Middle East Conference. One more conference took place over that same weekend, and that was the Africa Conference. And we had there 6 countries again. In Group A, we had Ivory Coast, Egypt, Tunisia. And in Group B, we had Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo.
And a great storyline for Egypt. First-time participant and already the champions, crowning themselves for beating Ivory Coast right there in the finals. And also Ivory Coast were the last time with us, so definitely making the Africa Conference just a little bit more interesting, maybe for next time around whenever we see those 2 teams participate. But now moving towards the European current generation group, that was 2 weeks ago from 23rd to 25th of April. Also in the Group A, we had Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, and Poland, while Group B, Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine.
Group C had Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, and Serbia. And in Group G, we saw Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. And here, Russia in the very first FIBA Esports Open event was able to secure that 3rd position. In the second one, not so lucky, they did fall in the group stage. However, of course, learning from their mistakes, came back stronger than ever and secured that first position, getting that championship title to themselves in the European Current Generation Conference. But also a quick shout out to Latvia, who showed us the strongest showing from them by far by being able to secure that 2nd place. Over the same weekend, we also saw the North and Central America Current Generation Conference, where in total we had 4 countries participating in the form of Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico.
Yeah, and Barbados and Mexico for the first time as well, appearing on the big stage here in Barbados. Again, the same story basically here. Also, first-time participants, first-time winners. definitely the perfect start and the perfect way how to enter in FIBA Esports as well. So great job to Barbados of doing it. So, but now moving towards the next, European next generation here as well. This time around, of course, over this weekend we have 3 groups here. On Group A, Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, Turkey. Group B, Spain, France, Germany, and Luxembourg.
And in Group C, we had Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. So you already saw a few of these countries perform today. And, obviously here, Turkey, the big storyline being them, the defending champions of this current next generation conference here in Europe. Also, Italy is in the mix, who won the first FIBA Esports Open event in the Europe conference. And then we have 2 runners-up in the form of Spain and Germany that also were challenging each other in a series of games to see who's going to make it into the playoffs. We're going to have a closer look at those later on. But we have a few more conferences to cover over this weekend. The next being the South America Conference, as I said, taking place over this same weekend here. A total of 7 countries: Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay in Group A, and in Group B, Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela.
And a big name over here, we see Argentina. First time around, they got the first place. Second time around, first place. And now the third FIBA Esports Open edition here. And again, they're looking to get the first place here. Can they really do it? That's the big question, because we have Uruguay, the runners-up from the last time around, and Brazil as well for the second one, for the second place, also in the FIBA Esports Open 1. So definitely some storyline over here in South America. But then we have one more conference to go. That is the North Central America Next Generation Conference. 4 teams. Already seen these teams play last time around. It's Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and United States of America. And what we saw last time around is that United States got that first place, and Dominican Republic were the runners-up. But then again, let's see if that's the case again, or maybe Dominican Republic makes it to the final to bring the gold.
Yeah, I mean, from this conference, we're going to see only the best of the matches, and that is, of course, the grand finals that's going to be taking place later on during this weekend. But first, let's have a quick reminder as to how today is looking out schedule-wise. And obviously, as you can see, we saw already 2 first quarterfinals taking place here. Turkey was able to come out on top over Spain, and then afterwards, we saw Great Britain taking a 2-0 win against Denmark in what was a very close affair. So that means that the next game coming up is going to be Italy going up against Germany here. And again, quickly to mention, the times shown here next to the flags are the local times indicated for each respective country. So if you're somewhere from across the globe and not really sure when you need to tune in, you just need to make sure you find your flag and you're going to know the local time when you need to tune in. A few more quarterfinals to cover.
And then we have also France battling it out and is against Slovenia on the courts, as well for South America's semifinal. We got Uruguay, Chile has the first pair, and the second pair also Brazil and Argentina. So definitely big names in South America here, and not only in different types of sports, but here and also in the FIBA Esports as well. Some really loud names.
Absolutely true. And speaking about loud, we've had 2 very loud quarterfinals already taking place today, so we're going to be looking forward to that third one. But before that, let us have a look at, take a step back really and see how the groups panned out there yesterday. So from Group A, we had Turkey, Denmark, and Slovenia making it out. A single point differential between all of those for this time around. Only experience gained for Switzerland here. But as I said, Denmark especially, first time on the big stage. Great performance from them. Also having a very close game with Turkey in the group stage, only losing to them by 7 points.
But then again, we have in a Group B, we have France, Germany, Spain making in the 3, while Luxembourg, the only one with experience gained here. And, big surprise, France with 3 wins, also in their very first time participating here in this FIBA Esports Open. And so far, perfect start for them.
And, of course, one more group that we need to have a quick look at here, and that is Group C, where both Great Britain and Italy have managed to get out. So far, Great Britain undefeated, and, of course, taking that win over Denmark in their quarterfinals as well, taking a step further and a step closer to that trophy. As you can see here on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to go up against Turkey, the defending champions, in the semifinals. Those are going to take place tomorrow. But beforehand, look at that bottom half of the bracket there. It's going to be Italy going up against Germany now for a chance to appear in the semifinals. And of course, later on in the day, it's going to be France and Slovenia. And obviously, that quarterfinal as well is going to be in what I believe a very close affair between these two. So I hear that Italy and Germany are already starting to prepare themselves here for this upcoming match. Obviously, Italy being the defending champions, if you're looking at the first FIBA Esports Open event in the European Conference. And Germany, last time around in FIBA Esports Open 2, ended up being the runners-up. So two also real contenders for the title here, and only one of them will be able to proceed further on. And I'm incredibly excited to see if it is going to be a bit of a replay as to what we saw during the first quarterfinals of the day, and will this go all the way? Because obviously now it's not a single game anymore. It is a 3-game series on the line, potentially, of course, if we end up being, either country having a single win to their name. Of course, both of them are going to be looking to see if they can run away with a 2-0 run, but it's not going to be that simple as one might think. So let's have a look at the lineups and see who is going to be representing their countries on either side. On Italy, we have Fabulous Fabolo, Just Fala, Pipatoto, King of Assists, and Ice on Tominek.
And then we're looking at Germany team. We have Dogan, JLB, got the board, Liz, and Go Crazy on that, finishing the lineup. And as you can see, while we have a lot of the 20 years old here, we got 25, 27, 25, 26 for Team Germany. Well, the only 19-year-old here, Tim, representative as well for Team Germany. Well, it seems like really experienced team in terms of age there. But then again, it's also that comes into the play, of course, in terms of mental game and see however the game goes, how you can compose yourself, to according to the events.
Yeah, and just to quickly mention here, both countries have had a bit of a roster change as well in terms of their base lineup. And I love to see that both teams are willing to experiment with new players, really trying to find that perfect playing ground between these two. And we're going to see, for example, on the side of Germany, Got the Board is one of the new additions to the lineup, and same as well as Dogan. So these two players haven't participated previously in the previous FIBA Esports Open events, and it's going to be a huge, of course, task in front of them now because they are representing their country. They really need to shine right now, and the team really needs them, hopefully under the guidance of their more experienced players on their team. I hope that, all the necessary talks have been made. Everyone is aware of what the game plan is. I remember last time, I think it was actually Germany that had an insane win in the final seconds. So let's see if that's going to be the case here as well, as we do have a game on our hands. And as I said, this is the third quarterfinal of the day at the third weekend in FIBA Esports Open 3. You're going to see on the top left and right hand side corner representatives from either side. So on the left hand side from Italy, you're going to see King of Assists, and on right hand side that's going to be JLB on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Both are captains of their teams, but all the avatars that you see on the court are being controlled by each individual player from the comfort of their homes, and the tip-off falls in favor of Italy here. And Fabulous Fabolo instantly over to Ice on Tominek, who opens up strong here with a three-pointer.
I do believe that's the fastest three-pointer of the day so far, and that was almost like oopsie daisy there for Team Germany already. And well, it happens anyway. The other side, and out that wasn't as perfect of a dunk, but still 2 points in for Italy. And 5-0 Germany. Starts on the left foot. So now again Dogan with a little dribble over here on that 3-point line, trying to maybe score for the first couple points here. Liz in front of that, and that's a timeout. It's a timeout.
Yeah, it's a timeout called, obviously, to I believe Liz was lingering a bit too long around there, trying to avoid that 3-second shot clock, 3-second violation. 10 seconds on the shot clock, though, and here so far. Germany are yet to respond. Liz on a free throw line, can't make it happen, is going to give it over to Dogan with a 3-point attempt. Not going to go through, but the rebound is there. Out of bounds, a bit of a blunder from Germany early on here, as taking that sidestep, can't really get past a defensive player from Italy there, and now they're going to be forced to pass over the ball into their court. And I mean, look, you're going to be paying close attention to Fabulous Fabio because he has been absolutely crazy in the scoring department. Back in FIBA Esports Open 2 and FIBA Esports Open 3, he is no exception as he puts up another 2 to his name, extending the lead for Italy, now up by 7.
Yeah, 7-0. Couldn't be a better start for Team Italy over here. And now again, Dogan still trying to find the first couple baskets over here for Team Germany. Couple points, and that is in. Finally, the German account is open. It's 2 points in, so now 2-7.
A 5-point differential to work with, especially in the first quarter. Obviously, is nothing to be too worried about, but as I keep saying, you need to make sure that doesn't turn into double digits and fabulous. You can see even the German player is smiling. That's JLB there, recognizing that, I mean, what can you do about it? That's closer to the midcourt line than to the three-pointer, and he still makes it happen. There, though, Liz off the backboard. Easy 2 for him as Germany puts up another 2 up to their name.
Yeah, finally scoring now 2 baskets, Germany. They're still down by 6 points. But it's only the very, very start of the game, so nothing much here now. But King, again, with the dribble on the 3-throw line, that doesn't really go in, so that's the first miss, I believe, for Team Italy here. And there's JLB with the ball, but still a foul for Italy. So again, go crazy now. Back to Dogan.
Dogan lingering on the 3-point line, got the board, is wide open. Of course, he's going to take that chance any time of the day. Puts up a 3-pointer for Germany, and there we go. That livens up the crowd. And of course, you as well, dear viewers, in all the platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Let us know in the chat which team you are rooting for, because Italy have come out guns blazing. If Fabulous Fabio looking to put up another 3, can't really do it. And for Germany, they're keeping close by, really putting tabs on Italy's scoring department here, as Dogan is going to be looking to respond with a slam dunk of his own, taking it down to a single-point game.
Wow, Germany is activating over here. 9 points, while Italy on 10. The score differential is only -1 for Team Germany, so they already caught up the game, so now starting to feel the pace over here, and Italy's Italy's game is slipping out of the hands, and now Tommy with the ball here. There's only 1 minute and 47 seconds left on the first quarter here. And we're already a point-to-point game now. Fala back to King. Right in front of Fala, and that's a big, nasty dunk, and 2 points for Italy. Beautiful, a great pass in front of the basket, putting it in. So now 3-point gap.
Yeah, Fala as well, one of the new additions on Italy's side. You could see that he's definitely feeling comfortable with the lineup. A few ankles broken there. And Germany, of course, a wide open 3-shot. Green release there as well. Absolutely perfect play for them.
And now again, Pablo right in the corner. Very noticeable on the court here with that white afro. But we actually have 2 white afros for Team Italy.
It's their plan. It's their plan. They're going to deceive you. They're like, guess which one is Fabio? And obviously, this is what we were talking about. That high customization that the Pro mode offers here might end up biting Germany slightly in the back if they're not going to be careful. But here now, it does look like they have a good idea as to what they want to achieve. Dogan lingering on the 3-point line from the free throw. Ooh, that's a high percentage shot you want to make, but the rebound is still good. Go crazy right-hand side corner, holding on to the ball as give it back to Dogan. That's a bit of a challenge here, and another attempt from the free throw line. This time around successful. Even game here with half a minute remaining in the first quarter. And we talk so much about these quarterfinals being incredibly close, and this is one of those yet again. It's a point-in-point game between these two. Just foul on the 3-point line is going to be slowed down here. Fabulous Fabio comes in to pick up the ball. Instead, it's going to be Pipito. Puts up the 2, rattles out. Unfortunate here. Last final seconds for Germany to respond. Reaching, oh no, that's a personal foul this time around. 4.4 to work with. A chance to give 1 or 2 passes and go for a shot. There's the second. Liz back out to Dogan, and a 3-pointer. Does it count?
I believe so. There is that.
It did!
Yes, the referees say it's clean. 17 points to Germany, 14 to Italy. And despite the German weak start, that's a very strong finish. And another 2 points. You can see even the team's captain also, JLB, with a little head nod over there, of course, saying
acknowledges.
Yes, approves the message, approves the 2-pointer here. And now again, Italy with the ball. Fabula now looking to look fabulous in front of the basket, and he does. That's a good 2-pointer for Italy.
Yeah, I mean, very solid, quick dribble coming out from him, and that's exactly why he's dangerous. He can shoot from 3-pointers, but he's also incredibly fast on his feet. In the meantime, Dogan has activated his avatar, so meaning he's going to be even more precise with those shots, but it was JLB to put up the points here for Germany. Germany extending their lead now up by 5 over Italy, and surely, you know, Italy, that's not the news you want to receive so early on here. And before halftime as well, obviously there's still full 4 minutes to be played, but you know, a lot is riding on momentum here before halftime, and it's going to determine how that third quarter is going to start off here, as Germany with a beautiful interception in their defensive zone. Liz, though, here is going to be stopped on the 3-point line. Back over to Dogan, who needs to take advantage of that avatar. Instead, it's over to Liz. Liz, on the nick of time, does manage to put up a shot, but it's not going to be successful here as Italy in possession now.
Well, now again, king of assists with the ball. Tries to find some space. Oh, he fouled it. Goes into the paint and just scores a 2. So Germany caught their pants off over here in front of the basket there. So definitely a little sleepy defense over here. Not quite the plan what you want to do when that was really simple and really easy 2 points for Team Italy. But now Germany tries to respond with their 2. Oh, that's a jump ball. So trying to catch it with anything they can, but not quite reaching it.
Yeah, you know, it just goes to show that Germany is going to go for every single possible possession here, but instead, it is currently Italy in position. And on the offense, let's see, Fabulous fake pumps it, and what an alley-oop attempt there as well. It is going to be out of bounds. It is going to be Team Italy's ball still, so still 10 seconds to work with for them. Let's see what they can make it happen here. Fabulous somehow finds himself underneath the basket, but instead it is going to be foul with a far 2 attempt. Not going to go through this time around. Such an active defense from Italy prevents Germany from any sort of fast play happening here.
Now again, German ball now. Dogan starting it off. Ooh, almost lost it. Ball there, but still managed to hold it. So it's still on Dogan's hands. 10 more seconds to go on the 3-point line. Just cuts it in, and that is good. 2 points for Germany there. Find the spot and score it. That's basically the goal. And you can see Dogan, 16 points already to his name. 23 overall for Team Germany. So definitely whatever Dogan is doing, it's currently working out. And scoring points is one of them. So now Fala, right from the wing again. Pass to assists. So are you looking to score some assists or looking to score some points? Let's see if the nickname is the right one, and I do believe so, because that's yet another assist and a 3-pointer for Italy.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to leave Fabula open like that for a 3-pointer. And you know, beautifully played from Italy in general, just making sure the defense from Germany slightly falls asleep, focusing so much on the ball here, but can't really say it for their offensive plays as M go crazy with the right-hand side corner 3-pointer. Not going to be good, but Lizzo is there to get the rebound. Good as always. Dogan comes in the point guard, and a super resultive one at that as well for Germany. Puts up a far 3 of his own. Another rebound this time around does fall in the hands of Italy, and another chance for them to score here. They're still on the back foot, down by 2 points here. A minute and a half remaining in the second quarter, right before halftime. This is where the momentum switch should start to happen for Italy if they want to start off strong in the third quarter. It's Ison Tominek that puts up a beautiful layup here over the defense and evens out the game, 23 apiece.
All right, only 65 more seconds to go till the halftime. And it is completely even game right now. 23 points, as you mentioned before. So now Dogan tries to find an alley. Oh, potential, and it's in. It's good. 2 points for Germany. Great pass over there in front of the basket. Puts it in, and that counts. So now again, Fabulous Looking to find again some of his teammates free, but Germans' defense looking pretty good until that pass. So, okay, Pipo got the ball again. Fabulous. Great pass to a King of Assists and King of Threes as well. Hello.
Indeed.
New title for you, my friend.
Yeah, he's going to have to change his nickname after that one. Lizzo here slowing things down a bit as Germany down by 1 point. Dogan fakes the 2-point shot. Is JLB in the left-hand side corner. Back over to Dogan. Sharpshooter point guard for Germany. Lingering on the 3-point line. They want to finish off strong here. 3 seconds to shoot. Dogan needs to make a shot. Instead, it's Liz with the correction. And now Italy has 12 seconds to respond with before halftime.
Can they score 2 or potentially maybe even 3 at the buzzer here just to have that lead on the halftime? Only 4 more seconds left, but that's a foul. That's a personal one, so 4.3 seconds to go. Let's see what Tommy has on the plan. Fabulous. Great pass in front, and that's good. It's 1.3 seconds in Italy with the 1-point lead.
Welcome back to the second half here. You can see a bit of a highlight from Fabulous Fabio putting up 12 points, 3 assists to his name. 83% on the field goal column there. And Italy in the lead by a single point as the third quarter is on its way. This is the third quarter final of the day. And I mean, what a close affair here between these two as Germany puts up another 2.
All right, 29 points for Team Germany, 28 for Team Italy, and it's only the third quarter here. A little foul here for Fabulous, going for the between the two German players. They're not letting him go for free, so that's a foul there. But then again, still ball for Italy. 15 more seconds on the offensive clock here. Fabulous tries to find some space here, finds Fala completely free and open, and now Fala gets covered again. King of Assists. He scored out 3-pointer. Will he score again? No, he goes forward, guts on the paint, and puts the 2. It is 30th point for Italy.
Yeah, beautiful play from Fabulous. They're really, King of Assists. That was as he first turns his back to the defensive players, sort of slightly confusing them what the next move is going to be. And very resultive one at that. And Dogan looking to respond with the same. Almost gets fouled against, but Germany with the rebound. And M go crazy with a huge 3-pointer for Germany. Puts them in the lead again by 2, and a bit of a smile on JLB's face.
Yeah, JLB definitely the team's captain over here. Must be he must be happy for that one again. Fabulous again tries to find some kind of opening here, but German's not letting it so easily over here. King of Assists. Sometimes his nickname might be a foolish one because look at this. He's attempting to score a couple of points, but not quite there. And now that's a foul over here. So maybe that King of Assists, maybe playing that old mind game over there, thinking that he might be giving a lot of passes, but guess what? He might score a couple of baskets himself as well.
I mean, his player's archetype is an offensive threat, and oh my, what a threat he is. And you can really say the same about Liz there. What a huge alley-oop dunk coming in from him, 34-30. Germany in the lead, and, putting a bit of a sweat on the foreheads of Italy right now as they're down by 4 points, and surely Fabulous will be looking to see if he can change something about it. Instead, it's going to be passed over to King of Assists. Wow, what a 3-pointer from downtown, now taking it down to a single-point game between these two, and with 3 minutes remaining, this is a super tight of a affair between these countries, and JLB slightly shaking his head, not really believing that people can make 3-pointers like that.
Yeah, that felt unreal, but 33 for Italy, 36 for Germany, 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. Quite a lot of time here, and well, that's an interesting move over there from Fabulo. Good movements here. Again, Potato here is going forward. Nope, that's not quite good. And Dogan gets the ball again now for Team Germany. So Germany can maybe increase the lead even more. They're up by 3 points. And, well, that's a miscommunication over there, I feel. And, that's a mistake from Team Italy. Whose ball is it, though? The referee says towards the other basket. So that is Team Italy with the ball here still. So just Fala going to play it out to Fabulo over here. Of course, the defense being pretty aggressive here, not letting Italy to even start their offense. And there's already 7 seconds left on the clock, so they have to go for something over here. Otherwise, the time's going to run out. 2 more seconds. Cuts in the paint. Got to go for something. King of Assist. He does something, and in the end, it's nothing. But here it is again. Board with a nice 2-point for Germany. 38-1.
Yeah, I love the responses from Germany here. They're not wasting any time. As soon as they see an opportunity to score, they're surely going to do that. Oh, almost a perfect dribble there from Fabulous, but he is foul against, so it does slow things down, allows for Germany's defense to come back into their own zone, and let's see if they can prevent for Italy to score any 3-pointers, because obviously that would cut down the point difference here significantly. Just Fala back over to King of Assists. Very good on the 3-point department. Is now going to take a far too contested shot. Not really playing through there. Far pass over to Germany. Germany does manage to get the timeout called just in the nick of time to make sure they are still in possession with 21 seconds to spare. And, JLB is like, yeah, I'm going to call doubt on that one.
Yeah, not quite the same page there, but Dogan. Again, the number 3 here. And,
hello? That was, question marks in the chat about that one, but obviously, one of the 2 corners had to go for the ball and probably just couldn't decide amongst themselves who is the one. Instead, it is going to be Italy now, and Fabulous Fabulo quick on his feet as always, looking to see if he can finish this one off on his own. Of course he can. Slim and small, but incredibly quick as he manages to squeeze through the defensive players of Germany. Puts up that 2-pointer. What felt like for an eternity was avoiding Italy here. But Dogan looking to respond with the same.
But message not received. And then again, Fabulous with the ball now for Italy. 35-38. That's a really close battle over here. And that's a good point. A nice pass. 2 points. It's good. It's green. It's Italy with 37.
Down to a single point in the third quarter, and as I said in the beginning, a lot of momentum is riding on this. I would say Germany is definitely feeling good about themselves, but 1 point difference is not what you want to have, especially when Fabulous Fabulo can make steals like that happen, goes for the dunk and can't make it happen. It even is out of bounds, and it is going to be Germany's ball here with 21 seconds to spare. Germany is going to be looking to run down the clock here, get that final shot attempt, and worst comes to worst, they'll still going to finish off with a single point, unless, of course, Italy does manage to get another steal in here. Does Potato go for it? No, it is going to be Dogan to pass out back to got the board. Slightly stuck between defensive players. Doesn't get the 2 there, but still Germany in the lead by 1.
Well, 1 point lead is a very slippery one in basketball. Even 2 or 3 points are not quite safe because anything can happen. It's just one basket and you're not in the lead anymore. So again, it's 4 minutes, 54 seconds. That's it for this game. Unless it's tied, of course, we'll go into overtime. But until then, we're still playing this one out. Great. Well, that's a good dunk, but without the ball over there. And that you don't get points for that. Maybe some style points, but not the basketball points that you actually really need over here.
And perhaps he was just looking for a highlight, just one for his own personal records. Yeah. Got the board on free throw line, rattles the first one home. Can he make it 2 for Germany? They really need it right now, and of course that's going to go through. It's a 3-point game between these 2 in the fourth quarter. Only 15 seconds have passed, and now you're going to start seeing a lot more of a scrappier style of basketball. Obviously, every team is going to go and fight for every single position. Somehow that rattles out, and I feel like Italy right now is just being plagued by unsuccessful attempts at scoring in here. A reach and foul. The ball went straight into the air, but Germany still has 17 seconds to work with. So again, plenty of time to space themselves out, position themselves in a way where they feel comfortable with. Most likely a lot of responsibility is riding on the shoulders of Dogan and Liz here, because that duo is incredibly precise, and Liz just with the drive home, of course, is going to take this one to his name, extending the lead to 5 now.
As you can see, Liz with 7 rebounds, 8 points, so definitely playing his part of the role here in the team. And now 42 Germany, 37 Italy. It's +5, but will it go down? It is. It's not +5 anymore. Correction. It's only +2 now, thanks to that 3-pointer from the corner. Really good shot over here. Now it's still Germans' ball now, and Dogan with it. Good pass to Liz. Great pass to in the corner. And wow, what a great communication here. Ping pong between the players and a three-pointer. That's in.
Yeah, it was really the plan for them all along to get the defense of Italy to fall asleep, forget about Go Crazy in that right-hand side corner. And of course, he makes use of that fact. Had all the time in the world to prepare himself as well for the three-pointer here. Italy trying to respond with the same. Doesn't really go their way, but what a huge steal happens. And now a free 2 points falls into the pockets of Italy as they do take it to their name, 42-45. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. This is a best-of-3 series between these two, and a lot is riding on who will be able to secure this first win here. Has got the board on the free throw line, has to take a step back. Liz wide open. Of course, it takes the dunk here. Gets another 2, extends the lead back up to 5. No double digits yet, but Liz as well, putting up 10 points to his name, 4 assists, 2 steals as well. That's just crazy good stats, especially if it is a quarterfinals game. But fabulous Fablo. Just these downtown three-pointers. Probably Italy are going to start playing more through him because otherwise their plans are not really going their way.
Yeah, I feel I see a lot of those teams going, oh, that's a great play individually there by Dogan. Why would a switcheroo between the hands and the ball? 20 points for Dogan. And that was pretty impressive on that play here. But no, fabulous. Will it look fabulous if he will look fabulous if he scores a couple of points or gives a great pass because they're -4. And there's the pass. Can he score now, Foul? It's down to you, but he goes forward. All foul here for Germany. So it's the team's Italy's ball still. It's 14 seconds left here for them to make an offensive play. But will they do it? Because we've seen a lot of the times teams run out of the clock here, and that's. That felt like it was going to go out, but didn't really. Referees saw it. They say it's in. It's still good. And, well, it's a rebound. It's ball. Who is it?
Oh, yeah. Germany is not happy about that one. They're like, please, ref, give it back. You know, they tried to obtain possession, but, it was clearly saw that the foot was over the line there for Germany. And that means that Italy, full time on the shot clock to work with this one here. 49-45. Make it 47. As a huge slam dunk comes through, and yeah, JLB has to reposition himself in the chair after that one. Not happy about had that panned out, but there's still plenty of time to, take it a step further with a minute and a half remaining. This first win, a lot is riding on it, and oh my God, what a slam dunk for Germany here. A 4-point lead. Dogan, 22 points to his name.
That is quite a bit of a point there for him. Nearly a half of his teams, but that's a good block over here. It's still a foul, but let's see if that was with the hashtag worth, because if he misses one of the shots over there, fabulous, then, well, that is indeed the one to type it in. But he goes for it. It's green. That's first one. It's good. We've seen the second one misses. Will he miss the second one? Fabulous says.
Ooh, that's uncharacteristic for him. Almost right on top of the nailed head there, but slightly misses. And as you saw, the ball instantly leaned towards the left side. So it's a 3-point game between these two. Germany is in position with 20 seconds to spare still on this offensive play. The ball is going to be given over to Dogan. And I'm wondering now, are they going to go play through Go Crazy again? He hasn't made a shot for a while now. Dogan is trying to draw more attention to him, and the risk is that, Dogan can take a three-pointer any time of the day here as well. Pass over right-hand side board. That is from the sideline, a three-pointer that Germany was looking for, and now with 53 seconds remaining, Italy down by 6 points. They need those points fast.
They need it real fast. 49 seconds left in this quarter. Fabulous. What another attempt over here on that free throw line. Scores the first one, and the second one is also good. So, a little comeback story for him against the hoop over here. But now, again, Dogan with the ball. Good pass to Liz. And there's only 3 players left over there. Now, JLB holding the ball. Really careful here in the corner. Leave it to Dogan again. They're trying to play the clock because they know clock is their friend. And, well, Italy also knows it. So they're trying to get the ball back to them. And, wow, Liz with a great move and great defensive play by Italy. And now it's on them to the ball. And now 23 seconds left on the clock. And now Potato, good pass, but intercepted. JLB holds it, not even rushing it forwards. He knows what he has to do. He's just going to call the timeout here. 15.7 seconds and 4-point difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Italy, technically it's still doable, but they need such a fast steal to go through. Germany is not in the bonus, so Italy can try and go for some sort of a reach and play. There we go. That's the personal foul happening. So again, they're going to put Germany on the sideline, just trying to push Germany for some sort of an error on their offensive play. Yet another personal foul, and that puts Germany in the bonus here. 13.1 seconds remaining. You can see JLB is confident that they are taking this one home. Got a bit dicey with the first shot for Dogan. Manages to get through the second one. 2 3-pointers are needed for Italy. They're going to call the timeout here as well, just to get the players on the other side of the court, maximize the amount of time they can spend on this offensive play, and this is where those star three-pointer shooters are really required. It all comes down to this fabulous Fablo. No, even the alley-oop doesn't go through. Germany takes the ball in hands, runs down the clock, and that's going to be Germany securing the first win in this 3-game series between Italy and Germany, and a huge performance coming out from them against the first FIBA Esports Open European Conference champions in the form of Italy. And obviously, if you're Italy, you're going to be slightly shaking your head about that one.
Yeah, there was another close battle over here between the two, and this time around, well, Germany with the W, so well secured at the very end there, so scoring some of those really important buckets, and Italy had their chances to come back, but some of those mistakes were not really allowing them to, plus also the German defense was playing pretty great over there.
Yeah, German defense was absolutely excellent. The thing that comes to my mind and what I'm slightly wondering here right now is the fact that, Fabulous Fablo has been an amazing and a crucial player for the Italy side, and we haven't seen that many three-pointers coming through from him. Sure enough, he had a few fast plays and fast breakaway opportunities to score, and he was quite successful with those as well, but it's not really the numbers that we are used to seeing from him. If we have anything to take away from the previous times that we have seen Italy perform here, again, great job on Germany's part. Clearly, they are very well prepared for their opponent. And now for Italy, it's going to be the same as it is always. It's backs against the wall. It's a single, now it could be a single game that takes their chances of getting into the semifinals away from them.
Yeah, there's only one ticket on that semifinal train only here. We only got one, can't be two, right? But now if you look at the scoreboard here that we have on the side of the screen here, well, Dogan, 24 points for Team Germany. Also a first time participating in FIBA Esports Open and already showing up really, really big time. He also scored 26 points against the Spain in the group stage where Germany won against the Spain. And so definitely scoring quite a lot of points and quite a lot of baskets.
Well, I have to kind of take my words back here because Fabulous Fablo was able to put up 20 points for his team, which is still a huge achievement. But I was, referring back to those times when I was seeing him getting closer to that 40-point mark. I know it's a lot to be asked from this team here, and especially considering what your opponent is. Germany is nothing to be taken lightly here in e-basketball, especially once we get again to those quarterfinals. And at the start of this day, I did say that this is probably one of the most intense conferences to view, just because of the amount of first place title contenders that are present, and that just makes this playoff bracket absolutely unpredictable. I know I've wrote down a few predictions for myself, just out of curiosity to see if I can, predict perhaps how this is going to pan out. And so far I could say that I haven't been able to nail these predictions. So I'm sort of scared to say any predictions from further on from this point here. But I must commend that Germany is looking very strong. Their communication seems to be on par. I love the fact of how controlled they are and how methodical they are with their approach. They're not really going for any sort of rushed plays, at least not any that I can quickly think of here. For Italy, it's kind of pretty much the same story, but they seem to be slightly lacking, again, in the usage of the corners. I feel like I think this is the third time today where I have to say this, but don't forget about your corner players. Go Crazy showed it for Germany, just what exactly a few successful three-pointers from the corners can do for your team.
Yeah, three-pointers, well, that's the most amount of points you can score in a basketball. And obviously, those corners and the sides where you have the three-pointer line, you have to kind of be careful from those. Yes, you can cover the players, but then again, if the players are covered, then the three-pointer is the only one way to go, so to say. So if you go for those three-pointers and they fall in, then, well, that's a good for you, but then, well, bad for the other team.
That's usually how it goes. Well, I mean, look, all jokes aside here, of course, it is a very close endeavor between these two. We are talking about a single digit between these two teams. It's not like it's a complete blowout or anything, and
Nope.
I would not want to see it. I'm sure that Italy has plenty of experience on their side as well to come back as strong or not even stronger how they were during this first game of the day. And for Germany, you can't really relax right now. Yes, you have that fail-safe in case you do lose this game. You will have another chance of taking this one a step further, but I would not go down that road. You want to be as controlled as you were right now. And look, the new addition in the form of Dogan for Germany's lineup, I'm incredibly impressed. Definitely a point guard that Europe needs to watch out for because he's been so precise.
Yeah, the 26-year-old definitely performing on the high level, scoring quite a lot of points, and definitely he was the big difference maker because we already seen him really, basically be ready and, scoring some points. But now we have some lineups already here. We got on team Germany, we have Dogan, JLB, got the board, Liz, and Go Crazy.
And on the side of Italy, you're going to see Fabulous Fablo, Just Fala, Potato, King of Assist, and Ice on Teminek. And I hear that the players are already walking out from their virtual wardrobes onto the courts. So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action here. Game number 2 in a best-of-3 series between Italy and Germany. Whoever wins this one, well, the whole thing, the whole quarterfinal will proceed into the semifinals. And for one of these two countries, this is where the journey ends. Germany is going to be in your red jerseys here, and on the other side, in your white and blue accents, is going to be Italy. Quick reminder to anyone tuning in, on top right-hand side corner, you can see JLB, the Germany's captain. On your top left is going to be King of Assist, the captain of Team Italy. And it is Germany here with the tip-off and with the possession.
Now JLB again, there's the man we mentioned here, Dogan. Again, will he open up this game? And that is the case. A three-pointer over here for Germany. A quick 3-0 now. And again, Italy with the ball now. Fabulous. With the fabulous afro, with the fabulous hands over here. Good interception. Go Crazy. Great catch over here. And a nice block on the other end, though. Good defense by Italy over here.
Yeah, Germans in the lead by 3, starting off strong as always, and now looking to see if they can add a bit more on top. But there we go, that's the steal that we were looking for Italy, and King of Assists not taking any chances, rams it home.
Yeah, not taking assists, but just taking the points. That's exactly how you do it. But now, well, just going forward, so basically the mid lane of the court there was completely open. So just run it down here, get the point in. That's a 2 for Germany. So now, again, 3-point lead for Germany now, 5-2. That's the score right now after the first minute of the play. But now, again, Fabulous on the bounce here again. King of Assists on the wing. Tries to find a corner here. Neck over here. Goes forward, but that's a foul in front of the referee. He says no good here. But still, again, Italy with the ball.
Yeah, Fabulous Fablo, 10 seconds to work with, showing off his mechanical skills, and a bit of a blunder there as Germany manages to intercept. Alley-oop attempt, and the slam dunk doesn't make its way home. Instant turnover here and a personal foul just to stop the fast breakaway play from Italy. 20 seconds on the clock. A lot of time to work with here. So what is the play that Italy is looking for? Tatum was open there in the right-hand side corner a bit. Instead, Fabulous now gets the jump against him. King of Assists, fake pumps it back over to Fabulous Fablo. There we go. That is the wide open 3 that they were looking for, because surely at that point it becomes a very high percentage shot.
Yeah, that's a 5-on-5. That is the game mode, the Pro-Am mode. It's also the score line over here, 5-on-5. But still, 3 minutes and 4 seconds left in the first quarter. Dogan Holds the ball for now on that three-point line. Goes a little bit further closer. Good alley-oop attempt, and that's good. Liz on a great finish move, getting 2 points for his name as well for Team Germany. So now with a slight 2-point lead. But now Italy with the ball on their offense. They have plenty of time to work with, so no rush over here. But again, king of assists. Right, goes for that real far three. Doesn't find its mark, and a good rebound here. Team Germany now with the ball. So again, got the board, caught the ball, pass to Dogan. Dogan for the go crazy from a three. It's in, and well, that is 10-5 now. Team Germany. Well, JLB also with a not too bad face expression, so to say here.
Obviously happy that eventually it rattled home, but that's exactly what I was saying. You know, Germany periodically taking advantage of the fact that M Go Crazy is left open, and sure, why not take the shot? He's prepared for it, right? And as long as they get the pass to him, that's great. Italy, though, king of assists, beautiful drive to take this one home, and instantly forces JLB to scratch his forehead, thinking about, what went wrong here? But no time to waste. Has Dogan in possession here. A teammate asking for a pass as well. Instead, it's going to be given over to Got the board. Back over to Dogan. Screen set up for him. Looking for the three. If that's the case, though, M Go Crazy again. Oh, my God. If that would have been an and one on top, you could see both players really just like, whew, that is too much.
But now again a free throw. Go Crazy scores the first one. Will he score the second one? That's a good question. Everything is shaking. A mini earthquake over here. Some stretching as well from the players. It doesn't really go in. What about the third one?
As long as they... Ooh, that's not go through as well. So just a single point gain in a free throw opportunity. 11-7. And a foul here yet again. A reach and foul this time around. And of course, you know, the further the clock runs down, the scrappier the game is going to get between these two. And yet again, Italy find themselves on the back foot. What is the answer here? Germany very active on their defense. Fabulous Fablo with an unexpected three-pointer. Slightly over on the release there. And another response in the form of a big three for Germany.
Well, that is 14-7 now. Double the points basically here. And Fabulous, well, almost started to run towards his basket. Not quite the one you want to reach. Oh, there it is. Just Fala. Big pass back again. And good interception. Good steal here. Nice one. Well done, Team Germany here. But then, oh, that's a little bit of a stop over there. Got a board, saw a stop sign over here. Did its mark, and now Dogan again. Now you can move forwards if you want to, and you have to, but
they
it's 7
want
seconds.
The three. They want the three. Dogan takes a step back over to JLB, and of course they find the three that they were looking for here. A double-digit lead for the very first time here between these two, and this is only the first quarter in the second game in this best-of-3 series. This is the third quarterfinals of the day, and so far Germany being one game up over Italy, and here yet again they managed to score and really now riding that momentum wave, playing every single possession to their advantage as much as they can. Fabulous Fablo slightly having problems of getting past these two defensive players. Alley-oop attempt, the timing is not there, the comms were, and Germany now with another possession. Never mind me, it is Italy to take the ball away, and you can see the JLB as well, not really happy about that one. Still, obviously, a very strong finish at the very end here in the first quarter.
Yeah, 19-7. That was after the first quarter, the score. And, well, Germany saw his 12-point lead. Pretty big one after the first quarter, I would say. But now, again, that's just Fala with a slightly early release, and that's what happens when you do it a little too early. So it doesn't really go in, and that's a foul. Referee sees it and now calls it as it is. And now Germans with the ball again from the side. Starts to find again Rogan with the ball here. Gets it in again for the three-point line.
I mean, there's a lot of player concentration towards that left-hand sideline, and I'm just scared that M Go Crazy is going to get another pass here. But instead, it's going to be Got the board to put up a three-pointer here. 22-7, and it's Italy that still has to come up with a win here. Otherwise, they are out of the event. Okay, they managed to break a few ankles there. Fabulous Fablo, a three-pointer yet again is going to rattle out of the basket, and Germany with just prime level basketball. Dogan as well activating his trait, and he's the offensive threat archetype. Definitely something that you don't want to take lightly here. And is this just a diversion, or is it going to be him that's going to be taking this shot? Instead, it's going to be Liz. No, tries to give it back out, but doesn't manage to hit one of the Italy players. They quickly regain possession here and finally puts up a two-pointer that they were looking for so much, oh so dearly.
Yeah, it's been nearly 1 minute 20 seconds until into this second quarter when they finally scored a point. And now got the board. He got the ball, but not the points. So point bounces back out. And now again, Fabulous. Well, someone's holding him, so that's a foul. Referee says no holding for that one. No way for that. So again, King of Assists. Back pass to Fabulous. Starting an offensive here for Team Italy, and nearly loses the control of the ball. That was that wouldn't be a Fabulous attempt there, but again, King of Assists goes for that three and finds its mark. That's pretty beautiful. That's 12 points for Team Italy, and instant timeout for Team Germany.
Yeah, here, it's a sigh of relief for Italy. They've managed to take it back down to 10 points, so obviously, a lot still in front of them, and 2 full minutes have already passed in this second quarter. Let's see if Italy do manage to do a few more. Oh my gosh, Dogan doesn't even care that there are 2 defensive players around him, just puts up a three-pointer just like that. And again, Italy down by 13 points here. Fabulous needs to come up with a few of his own. Potato as well was open there for a good while in the left-hand side corner. Just Fala is going to be stuck on the three-point line. They give it over to King of Assists, back over to Fala in paint. You have to go for this shot, and it still misses. And now it's going to be JLB to put up the 2. What a beautiful play.
Yeah, that was a beautiful run as well. And now 27-12. Team Germany just running away over here. And again, interception here as well in the pass. And now, again, Liz taking a little breaks on the pedal here. Now got the board, got that ball. Now back to Dogan again. Dogan sees the defense pass in front of the basket, and that's a big dunk over here in front of you guys. Great play. 2 points for Team Germany, and nearly that 30-point mark for them as well.
I mean, I have a few worrying questions starting to rise in my head. Is this really it? Was that all it took for Germany to win a single game to break the momentum of Italy here? I mean, sure enough, they can do better than this, and what a nice attempt, but just slightly, unfortunately, over on the release. And go crazy now is going to be looking to put the ball back into play. Does find Dogan, almost does lose the ball in the process there as well. Potato having a bit of a problem, stuck between 2 German players, and it's going to be Dogan with the three-point attempt. Instead, Liz with the rebound, still holding on to the dream here for Germany as he puts up another 2, 31-12.
Yeah, now it just feels like also it plays a lot on the mental when it feels like you're just not scoring a lot of the points. You're trying your best, and it's just the ball doesn't reach its mark. And yet again, another attempt, and it just doesn't find a hoop again. And while Team Germany, it feels like each time they go forward, they score a point. But now with a little bit of a mistake and a nice, finally Team Italy scoring 2. That's 14th point for them. But then again, Germany with 31, so there is a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah, a beautiful play from Italy previously there, but Germany again just instantly able to respond with whatever Italy puts up. So it's 40 seconds now remaining before halftime. Realistically speaking, Italy won't be able to close down that point gap just yet. It's more about just getting a few consequential baskets. So back-to-back points gained for Italy here could mean a potential momentum shift. And there we go. That's one step forward towards that. 25 to go.
Well, 25. So here we go. Germany. What is the plan? Are they just willing to waste the time already in the second quarter? Well, Dogan feels like it, but then again, he has 9 more seconds to go in the offensive glass, so he has to do something over here. And then Dogan, nearly lost the ball. Is he going to go for a three-pointer here? Yep, he does, and he finally also finds its mark. 35th point for Team Germany, 3.4 seconds on the clock. You can see Dogan, 11 points and 8 assists.
Welcome back to the second half of the third quarterfinals of the day, and Germany, being already 1 point up in this series, are looking to add another one and to take a huge leap into the semifinals, unless Italy manages to find some sort of an answer to Germany's place here, and they manage to find their legendary precision back into play here as King of Assists looking to find that opening for himself. Any points is good. Points gained right now. It's going to be Potato back over to Fabulous Fablo on the free throw line. Not going to be good. And the rebound falls yet again straight into Germany's hands. It's 35-16. And Germany now have all the time in the world to make this offensive play resultive.
And there's the answer for Germany for 2 points, 37-16. It's just, a one basket game it feels. But then again, Italy is on the attempt over here. No, Fabulous. You have to revive Team Italy over here. Otherwise, it's just a punching bag for Germany here. That's how you do it. The healing is here. And 19 points for Italy. Well, let's see if the comeback starts here.
Yeah, Potato probably running back to his defensive zone and just staring down them go crazy, being like, you know what, I can do this thing too. And rightly so. This is what Italy was missing for, right? Like, they need to mix things up right now. Clearly, the initial approach is not working out. Got the board. There we go. He was looking to give it over to Go Crazy, previously mentioned, but now with a fast breakaway play, Italy will be stopped with still 21 seconds to spare on their offensive possession. It's ice on Tominek in the right-hand side corner. Goes for the play himself. No, it's going to be given out to just Fabulous Fablo in the right-hand side corner. Now back over to Potato in the left. And, you know, slightly overplaying this one in my opinion, but hey, who am I to judge here? As Germany in possession, got the board. It's going to be stopped on the three-point line, and back again to Dogan.
And then Dogan sends Potato back to the farm here. 2 points for Germany, 39 here. And Dogan making his name pretty loud and clear here in the court. And good, that's another mistake for Italy. And good points for Germany. Once again, 41st Germany, 19 for Italy. And now Fabulous tries to find some space here too as well. And now again, with a three-pointer, maybe potential. He has to score a couple of baskets. Any basket is a good basket at the moment for Team Italy. Potato from the field, from the corner, not quite there. And again, Germany with the rebound and a holding the ball over here. Now Dogan with a, that felt like a from a center almost here. You can come over closer, but Dogan didn't really feel like it, I suppose. King of Assists now on a three-point line. Goes forwards a little bit. Scored 2. Doesn't really get it. So now Liz with the rebound. And again, Teams Germany ball here.
Yeah, obviously Germany right now has all the confidence in the world to go for such plays. And yet another alley-oop goes their way. It's 43-19. My math doesn't even work anymore, but that's definitely too big of a difference right now that Italy is looking at, and considering there's only 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, it's hard to say how this one will pan out eventually, but so far the momentum is in Germany's favor. Just Fala back over to Fabulous Fablo on the three-point line. My apologies, just so many passes around and steals, as you can see, as Germany yet again just pinched the ball out of the air. Go Crazy, right-hand side corner, his home turf, and that's another 3 for Germany.
Well, das ist gut, says the captain here, and that is 46-19 for Germany here. That is good indeed, believe it or not. That's over 20-point difference over here. And again, King of Assists tries to find some points for Italy, and he finally does it. 2 points for Italy, so 21st point overall, but still, that is, I feel like, quite a lot still to climb. But now again, Dogan. That is backcourt violation, the first one of the day. So Team Germany getting a medal for that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dogan there just slightly overzealous on his attempt. So Italy, another chance, another free possession given to them. And that's exactly what you want to have in these kind of moments, right? You want to get free positions if you can. Potato is open in the right-hand side corner. And left-hand side open is as well available if needed. Instead, it's going to be King of Assists to take an attempted three-pointer, but just Fala there to get the 2. And Italy at least able to respond. JLB says, okay, I see you. So let's see what's going to be the plan here for Germany. They are up by 23 points, and that is quite the high mountain to be climbed. But Italy knows its way around mountains for sure. So I'm sure they have some idea how to work with this one. Germany, though, looking very, very strong this time around.
Yeah, I believe Italy has a couple of the mountains in the country, so they probably know the way around it. But then again, it's on the court now. It's a different kind of mountain here. And Potato with a nice 3, but doesn't find its mark and go crazy. Finds the rebound here, and that's a hold. That's a foul. Hello, Team Italy. That's a little foul here. You can't do that. So now Germany with the ball again. 11.5 seconds until the end of the third.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's quite obvious right now that Italy's precision, I would say, this game is the thing that's really lacking here because, you know, the attempts were there. The attempts were decent enough. The ball was just always either over or either too much on one of the sides of the hoop. So is it just stress at this point? Because obviously there's a lot of pride on the line. They were the champions in the very first FIBA Esports European conference. Germany came in the second event as the runners-up, and now they are really giving Italy a run for their money here. It is a 30-point lead in the very beginning of the first quarter here, and if Italy will be able to come back into this one, that is going to be one legendary run from them as Fabulous Fablo kick things off with a 2.
25 points for Italy, 53 for Germany. That is still massive point difference. So then for Italy, they cannot allow any more. And then Italy says, no, we're going forwards again. And are they going to go for the 3? It's nearly there, but they had a chance to score 2. Went for the 3. They took the gamble, but this time they didn't. We're not so lucky enough, so to say, in the gamble game. So with no points in the end, well, they could have scored maybe 2.
Now 4 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter here for Germany to work with, and Dogan is going to put up another 2-pointer here. Obviously, all the other teams that are watching currently how Germany is playing against Italy in the quarterfinals, namely Turkey, and that is going to be also just flew out of my mind there. We have Turkey and Great Britain in the semifinals already. There we go. As I said, it's just so much action today. It's hard to keep up with it. Italy is able to keep up in the three-point department, opening a few more things going their way. And Liz with a huge statement dunk goes through for them. And, you know, so far so good, I would say, for Germany. And, you know, a lot of notes to be taken here on either side.
Yeah, I feel like Liz doesn't know what defense even is for over here. He just flies in, sees the basket, goes for the basket. That's really it for him. 57 for Germany, 28 for Italy. 3 minutes left on the clock, and Just Fala with the ball, king of assists. Not quite sure how many assists he has for this match, but I believe he has more points than assists this time around. But let's see what he has to say about it. 2 points again, good for him. And that is a 30th point for Italy. Welcome to the 3-0 club here. But Germany already partying on the 57, and that's 27-point difference. And that's quite a big one when there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Dogan even fakes the shot here, gives it over to Liz. I feel like that wasn't really intended. An alley-oop attempt doesn't go their way. Ice on Tominek is going to give it over to King of Assist, and the ball is going to be out of bounds. Still Team Italy's ball with 18 seconds to spare on the shot clock. Ice on Tominek to have the honors of putting the ball back into play. Gives it over to Fabulous Fablo. A bit of a backwards and forwards between these two. And let's see what's the play here. 10 seconds to shoot. Just Fala from the three-point line. Can't really make it happen as Liz now in possession and setting up yet another play for Germany here. They opt in for a fast play as well. Just wanted to nail the three-pointer there to get that beautiful 60 on the scoreboard. Can't make it happen. And King of Assists yet again facing the German basket. This time around is going to be very successful.
30-second points. Exactly 2 more minutes. And while Germany, now Dogan What a great three-pointer yet again. So finally reaching the 60th mark as well for Germany. 60-32. And it just feels like that Italy is just running out of any ideas what to do over here now. They have only, 100 seconds left? Right in this game, I would already call it, I would say, 34-60. But then again, you still have to you still have to fight for it. You cannot let it go for free. And as you can see, Italy is definitely not let it go. Catching the ball here and going for that three-pointer, but doesn't quite find its mark. And now Dogan, good pass in front and go crazy from the corner. Doesn't really find again the basket. It bounces out. Feels like the ball increased its size, or maybe the basket became smaller. But that's how the game for Italy felt like this time.
Yeah, I mean, here I really want to point out Dogan on Germany's side. You know, he's been playing NBA 2K since the 2K09 edition, and since that time, he has managed to play in a lot of events in Europe and has been gotten to known as one of the best point guards in Europe, and just goes to show one more time to everyone who was ever in doubt about his skills as to how Germany can win just off the back of his plays alone. An 8-second violation here from Germany. They failed to get over the midcourt line, and the ball is going to be given over to Italy. So another free possession to them, but I'm afraid with a minute remaining here, it might be a little too late for them. Fabulous Fablo needs to make a fast play happen. Too many Germany players around him on the free throw line. Is going to give it over to Just Fowler, who can't really take the shot there. Ice on Tominek. 180 turn back over to Fabulous Fablo on the three-point line. 3 seconds to shoot. Can't find that opening. Still no time to waste here. The attempt is not going to be successful. 25 seconds remaining, and JLB now for Germany, holding on to the ball and, stretching it out.
Yeah, Germany already feels like a winner over here, and while all the players are basically frozen, Dogan with the ball, he's not going to go for the three-pointer just like the other time we did. Yeah, they're just going to score two. Why not? 6.5 seconds here. Give ball to Italy, and that is... Oh, what is that? That's an Italian, I feel. Is anyone... And any translators, I'm not too sure what that was all about, but anyway...
For safety's sake, let's skip the translation there. However, we have to congratulate Germany on a very dominant performance. They started off in a very close affair during that first game in this best-of-3 series, and now in this second one, as it started in the first quarter, they ran through the whole game for Germany, racking up a 13-point lead in the first quarter for themselves alone, and finishing things off with almost a 30, I think, at the very end there, but still, nonetheless, a very impressive performance in the quarterfinals from the Germans. And, you can really see that they have put in the work in looking back from previous time. They were the runners-up, and they are looking at yet again as another super strong contender here for the title. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the first game was a lot closer, and then the second game, Germany kind of stepped up quite a lot, right? So definitely Dogan performing out of his mind again for the second time. I feel like in the first game he was pretty noticeable. In the second game again as well. You can see even in the scoreboard here, 16 points for Liz, 23, and let me mention 14 assists for Dogan out of 16 the teams overall. That's not even...
That's a point guard. That's a point guard with a capital P there.
Yeah.
Definitely. He is playing to the maximum of his role. And king of assists this time around did manage to put up 20 points for Italy. So, as you said in the very beginning there, we'll have to kind of change his nickname probably to king of points after that performance. But for Italy, the run ends here in the playoff bracket, and it is going to be Germany proceeding into the semifinals. Now, of course, another question that is going to be found out later on is between the upcoming quarterfinals of France and Slovenia, which of these two teams will join Germany in the semifinals. But, Europe Next Generation Conference is looking as spicy as ever. I mean, we are just in the playoff bracket, but my voice is already going on this one. And we started the day, I feel like what felt like jumping into already a moving rocket, and it has been the same story throughout all of these quarterfinals. So now we're just going to try and see if we can get JLB on the line. You already saw him on the camera there, so let's hear it from himself. Giannis, hello, and can you hear us?
Yes, hey, how are you guys doing?
Hey, all right, well, look, guys, last time around back in FIBA Esports Open 2, you were the runners-up, and obviously that probably left you with a taste of the golden medal in your mouth, but not there just yet. So obviously now that you're back here again, what does it mean for you, and what does it mean for Germany to be on the big screen?
Yeah, it's nice feeling. You know, we didn't have a great start to the tournament, so yeah, making it to the Final Four is definitely a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this has been a statement play, I would say, for anyone that was watching this game as well. So they're probably going to be scratching their heads thinking about how to prepare against you guys. But I have a question for you. How did you prepare for this third event?
Yeah, we were watching some film on Italy earlier. We know they are one of the few teams that like to run a lot of plays, and you know, a lot of teams struggle against it. So we were just preparing on that, and yeah, worked out.
Now you already are with both feet on the semifinals here. You still have one more quarterfinal to go, France and Slovenia. So if you had a choice, maybe like a tiny prediction on who's going to make it, who you're going to face.
I mean, we want to play against the best team, so whoever wins, we're well prepared for them. Obviously, we saw France in our group. We know they are a really tough team, but you know, made the best team of the two win, and we'll be ready.
Yeah, and talking about groups, by the way, I see you guys also had only one win and two losses, though, but you still managed to get in the quarterfinals here. Now you're already on the semis, so I wouldn't be surprised if you say that you're not happy with the results, but you tell us more.
Yeah, the group stage was definitely tough. We tried some different lineups out, and yeah, we figured out our best lineup in the last game against Spain, who was a really tough team as well. And so we are just sticking to that. And then obviously France beat us by 20 points, so we know they are really good, and we'll see how this lineup works against them.
Yeah, you know, for France, this is the first time appearance here as well on the international stage. So the team is going to be looking to put up their best performance. Now, you guys obviously during this second game had a crazy performance, to say the least. At one point, it was a 30-point difference between these two teams here. Now, do tell me, though, at the very end, you showed a little note there, and I think that was a message in Italian, or am I wrong? And what did it say?
Yeah, that's a message in Italian. It means, where is Ezio? That's a good friend of mine. Italian guy. He stopped playing 2K though, but shout out to him. I think he's watching too.
All right. Yeah, you know, good sportsmanship across the board here, and I really love to hear that as well. And before we finish off here, you know, Dogan obviously is a very huge impact for your performance here. And what is really the name of the game here for you guys? Is it a lot more thought to be played through him, or is it just more like how the game plays out in general? Like, what's the plan?
Yeah, Dogan was obviously a great pickup for us. We obviously didn't have him in the last FIBA tournament.
Yeah.
And we made sure to have him on the roster this time. He's had a great season with Bayern. He's been a great player, and I mean, he's showing it now. I mean, the last game against Italy was absolutely fantastic. So it's obviously a great pickup.
Absolutely true. I cannot disagree with you on that one. All right. Well, look, Giannis, you obviously have one more quarterfinal here in the studio. I'm sure you guys are going to be watching because one of the two is going to be your opponent. So more film to study. So far, you have been very successful in doing so. So I'm going to let you go now. You have time to have a sigh of relief, and we're going to meet again tomorrow in the semifinals.
All right. Perfect. Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, well, you heard it from the man himself. A lot of preparation was put into play, and of course, they're going to jump back to the drawing board here because there is one more quarterfinal in the European Conference today. So let's have a look at the player bracket and see how it has so far panned out here. So we kick things off today with a game between Turkey and Spain, where in a 2-1 affair, Turkey was able to proceed into the semifinals. That second game, Spain was able to win only by a single point. And then in the second quarterfinal of the day, we saw Great Britain facing Denmark. It was Denmark's first appearance in the playoffs here in the, and also in FIBA Esports Open. So far, so good, I would say, but Great Britain, with an amazing level of preparation, were able to win them in a 2-0 fashion, but also an incredibly close affair here. So that means that Turkey will meet Great Britain in the semifinals tomorrow. And of course, just now, we saw Italy going head-to-head with Germany, where Germany was able to close things out in also a 2-0 fashion, 56-50 initially, and then afterwards 62-34. I couldn't have imagined that is going to be the case. And, obviously here as well, France is going to meet Slovenia afterwards, as you can see here in today's schedule. So one more time, the local times are shown here next to each country's flag. So if you are from France and you're wondering when your games is going to start, it's going to be 16:25 local time. And of course, after those games, there is still a few semifinals that we need to see from the South America Conference. Right, Lennart?
Yeah, that is true. And then again, we have South America, Uruguay meeting Chile, and another semifinal, Brazil and Argentina. So that sounds very, very spicy here. And I cannot wait for those games to begin. And as you can see, those local times, of course, again, so you know when to tune in.
Yeah, and always during these final weekends, we have something special prepared in our pockets. I actually have someone I would like you to meet, Lennart, because, you weren't there back in FIBA Esports 1 and 2, and I have the bragging rights and the glory of introducing you to someone very special. This is a man that has been around NBA 2K since the very beginning of these days, and that, of course, is Jeff. Jeff's Corner is back. And Jeff, first, can you hear us? And second, please, do tell us what is your background in the NBA 2K scene?
I can hear you, and I almost feel like a dinosaur now. Like I was there when NBA 2K was created.
Exactly.
I'm Jeff Eisenband. I'm a commentator here in the U.S. for the NBA 2K League. I've also done content for the NBA Twitch channel and a variety of esports and NBA coverage in the United States. And yeah, I was here for FIBA Esports Open 2. I was a guest during FIBA Esports Open 1. FIBA Esports Open 2 was when Jeff's Corner debuted. But just what an incredible competition we have here. Just watching these players represent their countries, even listening to that interview with JLB, knowing he has so much pride in his own country.
Absolutely.
He is, there's already so many rivalries, and even shouting out, "Hey, Italy, you should have had my friend in your lineup."
Yeah, that's really a first that we saw here, definitely in FIBA Esports Open. And I'd really love to see this, sportsmanship, bit of a banter, of course, as well, going on amongst the teams, slightly perhaps stepping on each other's toes, but that's really what the sport is about. You really need to set a little flame under your opponent's toes to make sure they get their, groove on, really, and getting in the mood of their competition here.
And and then again, do you also wanted to ask you a quick question from my end of the things here as well. But you already said you've been like a dinosaur there, right? So you already seen the evolution maybe of the planet, but also evolution of NBA 2K Esports. So can you describe what has changed? What's can you describe it for the viewers?
Well, I think the competition level gets better and better every year. And I think that margin for error shrinks so much. I think you just saw it in that Germany-Italy game. You end up with a situation where Germany had, and JLB mentioned in the interview, they knew Italy likes to run plays. They did strategizing, which didn't used to be a part. You weren't able, if we're going back 5-10 years ago, you couldn't necessarily watch the film that, JLB and that Germany team watched the film on Italy, and they knew every move that Italy had coming for them. And I think that's one of the big adjustments for me, are those small margin for errors. If you can figure out your defensive structure, if you can figure out your offensive strategy, then all of a sudden you end up with a blowout with teams in Germany and Italy that really should have been much more evenly matched.
Absolutely
based on what
true.
we've seen over the last two FIBA Esports Opens.
Yeah, and I wanted to quickly mention this as well. The opportunity these days is there for all the teams competing. There's so much film available these days around. Same as well, I'm looking back at my own esports day in different disciplines. It was pretty much the same story. It was like every time you would go up against a dark horse, you wouldn't know what you're facing. This time around, you have the opportunity to prepare, and I'm incredibly glad to see these teams taking advantage of that fact. Now, Jeff, obviously, this being Jeff's corner, I will have to give the word over to you. So make sure you give our viewers a great time. I have no doubt you will, and we'll see you later on in the day.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I'm so excited to be here once again for Jeff's Corner. And we're going into this France and Slovenia game, the last quarterfinal of the European section. But first, I want to talk a little bit about what we've already seen, because I came into this competition and I thought to myself, Europe, next gen console, this might be the deepest group of the entire FIBA Esports Open. And there were probably 5 teams that I thought could win: Germany, Spain, Turkey, Great Britain, and Italy. And all of a sudden, France, which we haven't seen in this FIBA Esports Open, has thrown itself into the fold. You just heard, if you watched that interview, JLB say, we know they're a great team. They beat us by 20 earlier, France knocking off Germany. So they were an incredibly impressive story that developed in group play. And that's what you're about to see. You're about to see France against Slovenia. Slovenia, another team that we really haven't seen that much of, but we're trying to learn both of these two squads. With France, look out for Mamba out, the center. 10 points, 13 rebounds against Germany, 18 and 8 against Spain. Those are two massive wins for France that they had in group play against Germany and Spain. He dominates the paint. He's such an important player for them. Mamba out is a guy to look for. Breaker the Beast can shoot the lights out with 6 of 9 from 3 against Germany. We've seen him both play as sharp and as a point guard in group play. So you still aren't even sure what he'll come out as in this quarterfinal. But if you're Slovenia, if you're any team that France sees later on, you have to make sure to guard him at the 3-point line, because Breaker the Beast is an outstanding shooter. Ibrax and Mast, they can add points as well, 12 points each against Spain. Just an incredibly balanced performance that we've seen from France so far. And Mamba out, by the way. I mentioned the 10 and 13 versus Germany, the 18 and 8 versus Spain. How about 22 and 17 against Luxembourg? This guy has shown that he can do it all, and no one's been able to slow him down so far. Maybe Slovenia is the team. Slovenia lost to Turkey and Denmark. Were able to get into this quarterfinal with a victory over Switzerland, 59-38. A really strong win behind 25 points and 11 assists from DB Kuch. And Shevvi also had 12 points and 10 rebounds. So this is a Slovenia team that's a little more raw. They're not as experienced as what we've seen from France and what some of the other teams have mentioned about France, saying this might not be a team that we've seen in the FIBA Esports Open, but these guys have been around and they've played with high-level competition. So Slovenia really needs to come out really strong to play really a tough 4 quarters, at least 2 of these 3 games. But France should have the upper hand there. And just looking right now at the bracket, for those of you that need to be updated, Turkey ousted Spain. I'd say that this is a story with Spain that if you would have come to me a year ago, if you would have come to a lot of experts a year ago, they would have said Spain is the best team in Europe. Spain should win the FIBA Esports Open. And it's been a little bit of a letdown so far. This is the second straight time that Spain has lost in the quarterfinals in terms of getting to that knockout stage. Of course, they don't have Ave Mario, who did go to the NBA 2K League, who's probably their best player. So that is one part to have. Turkey did win the last FIBA Esports Open, but a little bit of a disappointing run so far for Spain in this competition. Great Britain gets back to the semifinals for the second straight FIBA Esports Open. They knocked off Denmark 2-0 pretty handily. That's going to be a great semifinal matchup with Turkey and Great Britain. And if you were just watching, you just saw Germany oust Italy, an Italy team that won the first FIBA Esports Open, that made the semifinals of the last FIBA Esports Open. This Germany team, to me, looks like a team on a mission to get redemption after being the runner-up to Turkey in that last FIBA Esports Open. But they might get France in the next matchup. So France, beat them by 20. France and Slovenia is coming up. And I want to mention one other thing, because I just mentioned that Ave Mario is going to the NBA 2K League. He's going to play with Cavs Legion. Gunnar is also going back to the NBA 2K League for the second time. So he's not here for Great Britain. And I think that, that symbolizes a lot. That competition was in December for a lot of these players who want to become professional NBA 2K League players, professional NBA 2K players who want to go beyond just representing their country. This is such an important showcase for them. This is such an important opportunity to show the world what they're made of. One day we will see this from a full global perspective, with all teams in one spot playing each other. For now, we stick with the regions, but Europe, outside of some of those teams in North America, has been the strongest region so far. This has been electric competition so far in these first few days. And now France and Slovenia, two teams, again, you might not know that much about, but they're about to put on a show. So that is coming up after a brief intermission, the final quarterfinal matchup of the European group. South America coming up later today, and all of the finals, including North and Central America, are coming up on Sunday. Stick with us here, the FIBA Esports Open.
Can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more. I can't hold it back no more. Yeah, know you got a lot to give. Yeah, I've been on the longest trip. I know I did you wrong, I did. I tried to get along, I did. I don't wanna lie. Are you ride or die? Got me like bye. Oh, I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back. I can't hold it back no more. 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 When the moment passes.
stuck too long in this traffic, yeah. All these people fake, yeah, they plastic, yeah. Now I feel like Shaq with the magic, yeah. Now I feel like Messi with the hat trick. I've been waiting now for this too dang long. You ain't know me back then, please don't ever hit my phone. I don't sign no merch, I need my name up in that stone. I've been on the road, I swear I do not got a home, yeah. I can't let it go when a moment passes. Guess I'm on the average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
T-Vision with the optics. Boy, I'm making magic when I'm looking down the scope. Y'all boys acting out of pocket. I be in the cockpit, flying over coast. Sell your soul for the profit. Instagram likes, clicks on the video. You can miss me with the gossip. All that clap trap, you can leave it at the door. Meet me in the end zone. She didn't want a friend zone. Now I got a dime like woo. Me and my kinfolk, get it like tenfold. We ain't got no words, no. Timmy, he don't need a limelight. He wants you to find Christ, he give you divine sight. Whoa. 2020 hindsight, pull me up the sideline. Now I'm making highlights. Woo.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
My team don't know what the beat is. When you see me flexing with them dubs on swole. Now I see these rappers wanna be friends. All up in my inbox, steady blowing up my phone. Boy, Ben Wallace with the defense. Blocking up the boards, but I gritted up the throat. You know it's street light season. Nothing they can do to stop us reaching all our goals. I step into the goal line, praise to the most high. Watch me hit the vote like only got the gang as a cosign. White that is so fine, know I'm about to kiss it like Boy, I'm Chef Rizzy with the sauce though. Got it on a bulk like I'm Costco. Know I got a condo in the gospel. Team strong, everybody hot roll. Trying to get some queso with these nachos.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If we picking teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you picking teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
What it do? 5 in the morning and I got my mind on loop. I never sleep cause they smoke up in the Bugatti. I woke up in the coupe. It's a G. 35 gin and juice where I woke up feeling like Snoop. And the whole team ready about the action and we didn't come to loot. Now we didn't come to loot. A certified polymath, I am living proof. And I just kick it, I do my business, and then I visit the obituary when I hit the booth. And I did it all on my own, cause nobody showed me no love. But now they say, damn man, he's grown. You should've known. Now what is to come? They say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They don't really got that buzz. So we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem. It's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, Oh Lord. And it is what it is, so why you so mad at me, lad? But there's so many rappers that they all started calling me dad. You wanna battle me, somebody will end up dead. And I'm bored with the flow, wars on a boat, he better roll to death, bro. Before his boat never sail. I'm getting better still, old money, old bread, guess I like it better still. And she's on me, dog, and I don't wear designer cause I got a better still. You peons can be on my level, I'm clever, so be gone. I know you see the lights flash neon, bright as hell, by the bell. But we don't save these hoes. And these girls bad as hell, so we say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They ain't really got that buzz, so we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem, it's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. We don't hear that jargon, what you talking about? It's my time, time to take my targets out. Make a move, pray to God you dodge a tune. Cause when I make a move, I tell everybody, move, bounce.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I ask you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. You wear a new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worried about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you, the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you, man, really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise
promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Recognizing loved ones, recalling past joys, or just remembering how to walk and talk and fry an egg. Memory is the chain that connects our past to our present. If it breaks, we're left untethered, incapable of leaving the present moment and unable to embrace the future.
Remember when there were no MP3s but CDs? Didn't care about germs, no concern of disease. Street lights came on, we high-fived and we leave. Back in the days it wasn't so hard to believe that I would wake up as the Black Power Ranger, never scared of danger. Snapping my fingers to the beat of my drum. Became addicted to fun, we would fight with our hands, never needed a gun. We would gladly chill in the house, play mom and daddy. The greatest feeling was when nobody could ever tag me. So happy, not being the last to be chosen, to run to the candy lady to buy us a Frozen. We were just kids up to no good. Remember the first time you watched Boys in the Hood? Rat tail in the back while my barber fades me. Do you remember when? Yes, no, maybe.
When you would hear a song you like and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys.
Yeah.
Remember G.I.
Hey yo, I wrote this shit up all day. A long stay in the hallway. Harking back to an era of the tape play. Hitting on the track well, on the max cell. With the spitting the beginning of a rap tale. Elastic scoop through Luke shine vividly. In due time produce rhyme synergy. And for the longest caught the blinking of the torment. Till inkling of performance still thinking of us dormant. And so it be, who hold close and kept dear. Were left there, won't know folks by next year. For ties cut, invest shares. Perplex peers, rise up and flex fear. For hex snares, the rest cheer. Know we did it for a purpose. Poem of a kid who never did scratch surface. Until they own it, respect the craft for proponents. Cause it ain't over till the song.
Remember what? You would hear a song you like and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys. Remember G.I. Joe?
I used to play Mortal Kombat with Matthew. I swore he used to cheat. I swear I could never beat him. Those sour jawbreakers, I swear I could never eat him. Baddest chick in the school, I swear I could never meet her. Until I wrote her a letter telling her I'm a singer. Me and Terrence would draw pictures of sneakers. Me and Ashley used to be in the class singing. I wrote my first rap in the back of the class thinking, I'm feeling it, yeah. Feel the high that you get from the light. If you feel it, raise your L in the sky. I remember selling my mixtape in high school. They was really kinda supportive at my school. I was selling cassette tapes for $5. I was making my own beats, I was beatboxing.
Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, hey. 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 Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, hey.
I mean, we were just sitting back, you know, chopping it up, Reminiscing about the good old days and all that. You know, tracking my roots, where I came from and where I'm going. But like I say, man, always said it. It's not about the destination. It's all about the journey. Ain't nothing changed but the weather. The dangling carrot that hang from the rear view. Your dreams in the past ain't nowhere near you. Backseat drivers got nothing but 2 cents. Shotgun riders too biased, they all liars. I should get an A for effort, I'm too tired. But I'm never giving up, that's why I'm kinda admired. Role model, like it or not, I gotta play it. Sugarcoat the rhyme sometimes, but still say it. Said I was quitting at 40 is just a fib. I'm still a kid that's wiping the food off of my bib. You ever wanted something so bad that you could taste it? Cried over every opportunity wasted. Good and bad news, which one you want first? Either way you pick, the bad still gon' hurt you the worst. I never got to bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. You see, in retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know, yeah, I get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearances. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. Pure pandemonium when I'm in the building. Grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Watch, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up for Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and dude with the orange pants. 10 years later, now I'm rocking the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted, #1 listed, Nitro, with the nice flow, you know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth, yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good, the golden era.
Rise up, rise up, rise up, when the waves of life come crashing through you. You be given everything you need, you a precious seed. Don't ever let it keep you when the waves of life come crashing down. Rise above, don't ever let it sink you. Me, I don't like to tell people what to do, but I'm speaking from experience. If I can help another person out going through this hell, then I hope they're hearing this. Like when you're going through the hardest times, won't you read the book? You can hit the bar, call hard, get it shook. You a son of the most sign, not a crook. While you on the block, bad boy with a hard look. I've had a hard time since I was a baby, struck down to the ground, my life crazy. Tragedies hitting my family, copers no longer coping like they. I've gotta do the hardest thing that a man gotta do. Bow down, give it up, that's real talk. If you wanna go your own way, that's death without life. You outline the right chalk. Already real, recognize real. Everybody want the truth, yo. I don't wanna blow it. We living in a culture where
your hands up to the Father like a little baby do. You ain't gotta live your life on your own. When the waves start to crash, have a team by you. And I ain't talking about a team where you have to be initiated just to be accepted. This is your rite of passage, you a human being, come and get connected. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. When they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. And they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up to the tip top. You are not a floor mat or a flip flop. Sometimes the rain comes down, drip drop. Wait, is that flu under hip hop? We could be a little backwards, upside down. Sometimes you will look at us sideways. I love my Lord, he picked us up off the hedges and highways. All his people feel this, they know that he's the realest. Even demons shaking, they sure to shout, Jesus is Lord, he's legit. See, I don't wanna follow anybody else. When the waves come, he can just raise his hand, calm the storm, bring the peace, point blank period, he's the man. When I was at my lowest and I had nowhere to go, another sea, share 100 damn waves down low. I reached to the Father when I didn't know him, I just heard of his name, and he grabbed my hand. I was running for a while, but he made me right there. All of those years saying life is not fair, I never would've made it on my own, that's clear. Looking back now, no doubt God was there. You were never on your own when you're going through it. When the waves come, stand firm, get through it. But you gotta know the one who will get you through it. He'll or her heartbreak change, yeah, he'll do it. Never forget to bow down to the Lord who will heal with his touch. Do not blame God when you're going through hell, he loves you so much. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. When they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. And they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. When they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up. When the waves come, rise up. And they knock you, rise up. Gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through, you.
Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Say gon' put me all in the map with all that mad game you been talking. Oh yeah, man, that's awesome. Yeah. Show me this plan that you brought me and this cash you ain't mentioned yet, dog. I'm done with all that talking. Yeah. No, I don't do pay to play, I get paid to play. And since you're playing games to get paid from me, man, swear to God I'm walking. Yeah. I seen the type before about 100 times, trying to undermine my abilities to be killing anything I target. Yeah. You wanna be a boss with them reins? That power don't come cheap. All my life I've been moving them chains. Now you wanna love me, I see the way you think. You're all about you. And that's cool, you do you. But me, I've been doing my own thing, I swear to God. I be killing everybody, tell me if you wanna get involved. Lyric or revolver that is aiming at the center of your thoughts. Yeah, they tell me everybody in my city that I'm from, they love my songs. Cool shit, saying pretty please with a cherry on top is a cool way. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa. Please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. I don't see a reason they should be hating the way that I'm making away. They don't see all of the stress and the problems I deal with like every day. Envy will kill you and misery loves all the company that it can get. To even the odds, I wish I lived a normal life, but I'm in love with this shit. Boy, I came out like a bull and I look like a took, but I came for it. Everybody wanna aim for the head of a veteran. They militants apparently angry that I have said it and screaming. Don't nobody let them get ahead of me. Independent rappers gonna make it to celebrity alone. They don't ever get a throne, never leave their home. You didn't even have a million views and you're headed in alone. I said, huh? You don't even see the bigger picture, look behind me, see the army full of kings. That is man and mafia to think that is me and me alone. You release to see my bros, I don't never miss a beat. I kill everything I'm on, every video I send my homies who don't even know. If I ain't the greatest rapper, then I swear I'm getting close. If you really think I need you, all I gotta say is wow, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah.
Seems like everywhere that I go, everybody got their hands out. The body is divided, one sided, defining the signs of the prodigal. We all getting money, finding those head in the clouds. Chase the rain to the pot of gold, how to code audible to the Father in his hands. Hold eternity possible, Reverend Apostle, the doctor, miracle defying witness. Blood applied to the obstacle, unbreakable, never shaking the faith of the King, unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm, shout hallelujah. Put some fly suits on, then you all set. Bet if you ain't on yet, put up some bread and you can sit with the best of the best. A rap God still look like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you, but that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a lane, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I wrapped them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table, the brutally honest picture that I paint. Let it suffocate my brush accustomed using mothers and corrupt seduction of using a front and bluffing. While the blood of saints is ushered into discussion, I smell the sucking coming. Yeah, we running straight, chasing after what is disgusting. Concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I caused. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, do rabbit with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the facets of what is factual. And now these actors move, I seen them, they move, screen them, delete them, and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover us clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason. Before the fruit was plucked and eaten, you could see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season, and yeah, show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied, and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the sack of hay is often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here now. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real?
I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40 on my nerve, bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain. Wake up by my side. Don't care what you can say. Oh, you just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old script. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it. But I gotta know,
if I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40 on my nerve, bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same. Your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away. Come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FIBA Esports Open 3. We are excited and delighted to have you with us for more epic 2K action. My name is Chris Simpson. Welcome back from that break. It was a long break. Now, there is so much action that I can't possibly do this on my own. So I'm delighted to say I'm joined once again on the desk by Ignis. Ignis, tremendous action we've seen today.
It is, and we're halfway through it already. It's a bit of a shame, but still, a lot of exciting things to come right here. We'll still witness the European quarterfinal between, as you can see in the corner of your screens, over there, right? France and Slovenia, and we'll also see South American teams participating in the semis.
That's right, a bit later today, and we are just setting up our fourth and final quarterfinal here for the European Next Generation Conference. And we're first going to have a quick look at the playoff bracket here and show you the action, recap what's already gone on. Obviously, starting with that blockbuster at the beginning of the day there between Turkey and Spain. And we had an amazing comeback there from Spain in game number 2 to force the third game in the decider. But then Turkey pulling away with it, 15-point victors to book their ticket into the semis. Then we saw Great Britain come along, and I would say, the scores were pretty close. It was a good effort from Denmark, but it just felt like, Great Britain were coasting there, particularly fourth quarter performances where they were able to separate from Denmark. And those are going to be our two semifinal number ones there, Turkey and Great Britain.
Great Britain was the more experienced team probably in that quarterfinal, and in the third one we had Italy and Germany, both very, very experienced teams with a lot of success in the past. Italy, our champion of FIBA Esports Open 1, but unfortunately they're leaving this tournament after the quarterfinal. They fell short to Germany 50-56 in the first game and 62-34 in the second. What a blowout.
I know.
Especially compared to the first game in the series.
I tell you what, we were watching that one from production, you and I, okay, when Renaz and Lenaz were on the desk out here, and we were all a little bit shocked by that. It's never easy. These are e-athletes, and this is an international tournament. They are quite literally representing their nations here. It's never easy. However, I was a little bit surprised to see such a large margin of victory there. As you saw, these are two very, very kind of tight teams right there. But ultimately, it has to be said, Germany looking pretty sharp. And now, though, we are moving on to quarterfinal number 4, as we've already mentioned there, France, Slovenia. Now, it's France's first tournament, Ignis, but we have in pre-production, even a month leading up to the tournament, we saw the French were going to be participating. everybody marked down, Pool B as that really difficult group to get out of, A, but also B, to expect massive things from the French, who love their basketball. So obviously, when it comes to the Basketball Federation there, the FIBA member body, massive, massive sport in France, but also love their 2K, love their esports. So we just knew we were going to get an amazing French team. Let's have a look at the lineups. And beginning with the French, we have Ibroxo, Softy, Mamba out, who is definitely looking like an MVP. It has to be said. Master's been great, and Breaker the Beast also looking like an MVP. That's the French team.
Mamba out, definitely deserving his nickname so far for Team Slovenia. Starting the game, we have She Wants Irby, Grief for Fun and I, DB Clutch, Gappy, and Shavy. That is the starting lineup of Team Slovenia.
I love the ironic name on Shavy, who's sporting a beard right there, it has to be said. But hey, these are e-athletes. They've all got to bring something to the table. Look, these are I would say two probably on paper kind of evenly matched team. However, just going off of group stage performance, it has to be said, the French were undefeated in the group stages, beating Spain as well. That was a massive international scalp for them. But we don't have to wait any longer. We don't have to speculate. We've got our game. Let's jump down into the virtual Coliseum. And as we can see, Slovenia are going to be coming out there in the, I'm going to call that white and turquoise unis. This is one of the great things about Pro-Am mode, right? The customization. And look at Team France sporting those, look at these white mohawks. This looks incredible there. France in the blue. Looking pretty good, Ignis.
That is probably the most stylish team in FIBA Esports Open. We remember Ireland from the European Current Generation Conference. They also looked amazing, and so does France. France with the opening tip.
Here we go. Mas now just trying to work that pick and roll magic there. Nice alley-oop on the move. They make that look so easy. It's anything but. And France drawing first blood here against Slovenia. The high court pressure there. It's a kind of 1-4 high court pressure from the French. And a nice drive for Clutch.
He's
Big
clutch,
dunk.
but he's stepping up in the beginning of the game already.
Yeah, exactly. What a nice bug. I think he just, air postal delivery there over a couple of French defenders. What do we have here? I was going to say either a legal screen or a foul off the ball there. It is going to be the French inbounding once again. Good pressure on the inbound here from Slovenia. And Breaker, rattles in and out. And nearly an offensive board, but Slovenia now. Quick transition.
DB Clutch, you got to keep an eye on him. He was the team's top scorer in the games against Turkey and Switzerland.
Oh, nice alley-oop right there as well. It's just a kind of like reverse tip-in. Really good to see right there. So already Slovenia saying, well, hey, we're not intimidated out here by this, favored French team, it has to be said. Mamba out with a quick steal right here for Slovenia. And a nice drive, but good contested shot and an early foul.
DB Clutch, we know he can score, but he's also distributing the basketball very, very well. A very selfless alley-oop. When the points were scored, a good pass. This time they couldn't convert.
Oh, what a dunk! Oh, he reached back and threw that down. That was beautiful. And as you can see, the Team Slovenia camera there, you can see it's great. It's actually showing that every single avatar, every player you're seeing on the court is controlled by one player, either playing for the comfort of their own home or a kind of an esports setup like Slovenia have there. So don't be fooled by the French camera. There are 5 Frenchmen representing this team.
Yes, sir, and we're rocking the Pro-Am mode. Deeply customizable it is, and Chris, even the rims are.
Yes, the turquoise blue rims. You and I were talking about that. So we get a nice green stroking fadeaway jump shot from the corner right there. I should say the shoulder for Slovenia coming out, really going toe-to-toe with the French for now. That's a deep 3, and it rattles in and out. So some early misses for France. And Slovenia, though, what I like to see is they're taking their opportunities.
Slovenia improving throughout the tournament. I'd say they were blown out by Team Turkey 33-85, and they are looking like a team with a winning mentality here in the beginning of the game against France.
You're absolutely spot on, and something that is probably one of the lesser said is as Green for Fun and I knocks it away, and it is green and it is fun for Slovenia from the corner. It's a really good point, and to see teams getting better throughout the tournament, that adaptability, increasing their game as Breaker knocks in a 3 of his own right there. Fantastic answer for the French. It's really great to see those teams that do improve throughout the tournament. They can be your sleepers. They can be your kind of dark horses who come out of nowhere and take the whole thing. As we see a good drive, but in traffic there, the French with good D. Quick transition here, and a foul just to break things down. I don't hate that.
DB Clutch, he managed to draw some help over there. He probably should have thought of a pass in that kind of a situation, but hey, Team Slovenia is improving, and probably next time, that's not what's going to happen. Probably next time, they'll convert the opportunity.
Oh, as you predicted, very nice transition bucket right there. The communication, second to none. You love to see those crisp passes as we get a pull-up from Breaker again, who knocks it in. Wow.
Breaker is the player to watch
on
Team France. He was the team's top scorer in games against Luxembourg and Germany.
Yes, and tomorrow we will be picking from the winner of the grand final team an MVP for each conference. And it has to be said, if it is the French, Breaker is looking like he might be selected. And of course, the MVP gets to take home the real-life drip swag. They get a Tissot watch for their wrist, which is going to be pretty cool. Very, very awesome of FIBA and Tissot to arrange that. As we see a nice dunk here from Breaker, and that ties the game up. And this is the thing when it comes to these experienced teams like France. You know, if you do get that lead, you can't rest. You've got to keep dropping points in the bucket because you know they're not going to stop.
On the other hand, it's very important to start the game well, just like Slovenia did, because otherwise it can turn into a blowout. But as long as you have a pretty good momentum, as long as you don't let teams like France, totally control the game, you might be fine. You might have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. And it's kind of like a seeing is believing mentality as we get a beautiful one-handed alley-oop right there. Gorgeous. I think you're dead right. Slovenia right now, as we come down 40 seconds left in the first quarter, have to be kind of saying to themselves, look, guys, this is one of the best. We see a nice defensive effort here. One of the best teams in Europe, and we're toe-for-toe with them. That has to be psychologically really great. As Mast pulls up, he'd normally make that as well. That was a good open look for him. And we get a quick drive off the glass. Good defense from France here. Coming back the other way.
What a fast team it is.
Yeah.
They're always back on defense. Team France contesting shots that, probably their opponents do not expect to be contested. You're wide open. You're running the fast break, but here they are, a chase down block pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. You raise a really good point. Both of these teams play a similar style. They're very quick in their transition up the court, offensively and defensively. Exciting stuff here. No shot clock. So DB Clutch can run this out and take the final shot of the quarter if he wishes. Working the pick and roll. There it is. Slightly off balance. He missed. Got a quick board's got to shoot. And it's rimmed in and out. I don't know would that have counted anyway. But a really quick first quarter here, Ignis. That went flying by.
And some smart basketball in it. Team Slovenia really showing great basketball IQ throughout the first 5 minutes of the ball game. They're playing well defensively. That last possession in the first quarter also showed us that they're very, very smart. They're trying to run out the clock, then boxing out, getting a second chance opportunity, and staying close to Team France only now. In the beginning of the second quarter, France managing to extend their lead to 5, and I believe this is the biggest lead they've had throughout this ball game.
Definitely. And Slovenia, kind of France getting a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, as DB Clutch pulls up again. A couple of misses there for him, though, that I bet he wishes he could have back as the French draw a foul there. And it was a nice block, but there was a foul in there. Now we're going to see big man at the line. The free throw line for a big man can be a lonely spot, but he's got this. He's making it look easy. No curse to the commentator here as Brax drops in both free throws. So this is the largest lead that the French have had. 7 points. Slovenia, let's see how they answer here. Are they going to get rattled by this definite kind of 2K superpower in Europe? It has to be said. Or can they answer?
You cannot lose your concentration, even for a brief second when you're playing France. Now, DB Clutch holding the basketball for a bit too long. Only 3 seconds to shoot. He'll try to solve it by himself, but he won't.
Yeah, and so we see a massive dunk. Oh, for all the money in the world, I thought they were going to pull that out. This is a good timeout from Slovenia. A 9-point differential. Alarm bells have to be going off Slovenia. Panic stations now. You've got to score on this drive. I'm calling this one of those kind of clutch moments in the game where it can start to get away from you if you don't answer. So here we go. DB Clutch. Can he live up to his name? Yes, he can. They really needed that. That's a true leader basket right there.
And we'll see if the flight mode is already on for Mamba out.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he's been a little bit quiet so far. That's kind of scary, I think. As we see a beautiful baseline cut. Alley-oop, reversed dunk. Wow. And, it's kind of scary. You've got a 9-point lead, and we've barely mentioned Mamba, and that's got to be scary if it's Slovenia. If he gets going, look out. Now here again, Slovenia, that's a good timeout. This is some of the most clutch defense we've seen on an inbounds pass, I think, all tournament. That was incredible.
They're stepping up every single possession, actually. Yeah. They don't have those clutch or not clutch moments. France is just staying very, very intense all throughout the ball game, and probably we're seeing one of the best defensive performances we've seen so far in FIBA Esports Open 3.
It has to be said. So let's just review what just happened as we get another easy pull-up there for the beast. Let's review what happened there. France defended the inbound, and Slovenia had to burn a timeout. France then defended the inbound, and Slovenia passed it out of bounds. I mean, they're not letting them breathe even for a moment here, and it's just really smothering defense. Look at them just fight through this pick and roll as well. The stick skill on display. Clutch trying to work his magic. Good baseline cut there. Green for fun and I. Very nice.
To keep looking for Mr. Green for fun and I. He was their top scorer in a game against Denmark. So that 1-2 punch by DB Clutch and Green for fun and I could really be a solution for Team Slovenia that's now down by 9.
Yeah, I think you're dead right there. I think that when you're facing these powerhouse teams, like France and you're Slovenia, and you're still kind of earning your reputation, it has to be said, as we see a great dunk there from the French. Wow. I think you have to have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. I think you're right. I think plan A at the moment worked for the first quarter. Here in the second quarter, though, you've got to switch it up. We've got to see somebody else step up from Slovenia, bang in some corner threes perhaps. Pick and roll not working. The French have got their number in that regard. And another inbound defended there. Wow. The defense from the French. Breaker for 3. Oh! Now, if that had gone in, that was a dagger of a moment right there. In the corner, knock it in. Beautiful shot right there.
You have to make shots like that when you're playing against a team like France, and this is exactly what Slovenia does right here. France with 3 team fouls. Slovenia might approach the bonus as well throughout this second quarter. A foul is called.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Look. Somebody's got to step up from Slovenia. Maybe they're listening. You never know. They might have us on in the background, Ignis. We are definitely not coaches. However, it's good to see if you're Slovenia. France kind of with this, I'm going to call it a safe 10-point lead. Until Slovenia, really bang the table here and say, you know what? 10 points is nothing. Watch this. Hold my Gatorade. I'm going to call this a safe lead for now. But Slovenia are definitely not going quietly into the night here. The French are being made to really raise their game a level here defensively, it has to be said. We see a failed alley-oop. This French defense has been the story. Look at that pass. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, Slovenia doing a good job, but you need extra creativity when you're playing against teams like France. Slovenia so far deserving the compliments for not letting the game slip away. What a throwdown that was, Chris.
How many amazing alley-oops have we seen in the first half of this quarterfinal? Are you kidding me? I think that's the 8th. That's a lot of alley-oops as we see another aggressive dunk. Mamba out saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. You got big dunks. Look at this. Throwing it home. Oh, that was incredible. In traffic as well. And look at him now working the defensive side against, picking the pocket there. The steal, quick transition bucket, that surprised everybody. And a big offensive board here from Mamba. Kicks it out. Breaker the beast for three. He's not going to miss that. And the French are flexing, it has to be said right now.
A very important moment now for Team Slovenia. You cannot allow France to gain a big lead coming into halftime and then into the third quarter. They got to do everything that they can now to lower down the deficit a bit, or at least now they have to defend successfully against this possession of Team France, and the shot is successfully contested. 10 seconds remaining.
Okay, what can they work here? It's more French defense, I'm afraid. 2 to shoot. What do they have? I love that FIBA out. I love the trophies being hoisted at the end. Tomorrow we will be crowning our champions of the EU Next Gen FIBA Esports Open 3. But we've got more action here, second half action here in game number 1 between France and Slovenia, quarterfinal number 4. And I got to tell you, Slovenia can hold their heads high right now because the French team are playing on a level I don't think we've seen all tournament in terms of defense. It is phenomenal. Slovenia are no slouches, Ignis, but the French defense is incredible.
Terrific step-out defense during those pick and rolls for Team France. They managed to take everything they could out of the double teams. A lot of steals coming France's way. Breaker the beast now giving up the look. Braxo in the corner. Great defense by Team Slovenia as well. And they're also finding some shots, finding some shot opportunities inside. However, they're looking for a better shooting performance in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have to go to plan B and plan C here in the third quarter. This is where, that was a great defensive stand from Slovenia, really good contested shot. This is where they've got to make something happen. That's a good look, and that's a great three-pointer. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you're Slovenia. The team have to be amped with that. They get a stop at one end, a 3 at the other end here, and now can they rinse and repeat, or will the French rise to the occasion again?
I'm very impressed by the basketball IQ of Team Slovenia. Whatever they're supposed to be doing, they're doing exactly that. They're coming off of timeouts, off of breaks between the quarters, and they're finding something new. They're finding new threats for Team France, and this is what they deserve some compliments for. We'll see if it allows them to narrow down this deficit a bit. They're down by 13 and now 11 only.
Oh, DB clutch, it cannot be understated. That was a great dribble move to the hoop there against one of the best defenders we see. Mamba coming back the other end here. And I think the entire world will agree with us. Viva la Mamba. And that was really beautiful. So you see DB going again. Look at 4 French defenders forcing that shot to be really difficult. And so the bucket does not count. As Mast pulls up himself, and a good offensive board here from Softy, kicking it back out. They're going to reset here. Breaker the beast. What does he have? Good pull up, good look, easy 2.
Slovenia trying to take risks on the defensive end, but that is not recommended most of the time against teams like France. Just pick your poison.
You're dead right, but I do like that they are mixing it up, you know. Obviously, you get to halftime, as we see another great cut, another great basket from Team France here. Look, you get to halftime, you're down double digits, you've got to mix it up. There's nothing wrong with that. This is a huge learning opportunity for them. Hopefully, they're taking copious amounts of notes, as are their coaching staff, because, you know, there's going to be a game 2 no matter what. It's a best-of-3 series. So game 2 has got to be in the back of their minds here. They've got to try a few different tactics as well. Plenty of time left in this one, without a doubt, to try and turn it around. Got to try a few different things. As we see another alley-oop. I think we need an alley-oop tracker, because that feels like the 10th alley-oop. It has to be said. Phenomenal stuff here. Clutch coming down the court. Good cut to the bucket right there. Gappy doing well. And you can see.
Very, very important for Team Slovenia now to stay patient throughout the whole game and to execute well, both offensively and stay concentrated defensively. A trifecta it is in a 20-point game between France and Slovenia. A solution coming the other way. Another throwdown it is, and Chris, we do need a counter for sure.
Right? As Breaker the Beast pulls up for another three. That one was a little bit more contested. Who else with the rebound? We heard Jeff talking about this. Mamba out, absolutely dominating the glass. As Mars tries his hand at a D3, another offensive board, another kick out, another reset here. The French are just dominating as we see a huge three from Breaker the Beast. And now a 21-point lead. The third quarter well and truly in the grips of the French here. Slovenia, what do you do here, Ignis? They've got to keep trying, I think, different techniques. Got to start thinking about game number two. You've got a whole quarter left to try a few new things to try and get back in this one as we see a nice shot right there. You've got to keep trying something, right?
That's a great look right here. A great example of how Team Slovenia can still get back into the ball game, but France looking to be too much on the offensive end of the floor.
Breaker the Beast just making the difficult as Clutch pulls up for a three of his own, and we know he's got that in the arsenal. We know that open threes are just going to be money for him. Defensively, as we see a nice windmill two-handed dunk. Anybody watching at home, these are really difficult plays to execute. Both teams are making them look ridiculously easy. However, it has to be said, Slovenia's defense has fallen by the wayside a little bit here in the second half. That at least is one clear area of improvement that they can look at as we see a massive and one alley-oop slam right there. Ignis, that was huge.
I call it a play of the day. We saw Harry Potter appearing there in the corner. I'm pretty sure that's the French player who fouled in his second alias in the Pro-Am mode, but some magic taking place right here. Definitely, it is a 15-point game, and the game is turning into more of an offensive game. I'd say it was pure defense throughout the first two quarters, but teams are changing it up a bit.
Oh, yeah. Pretty impressive. Welcome to the Slovenian School of Wizardry and Dunks, okay? That's what we're seeing here today as Chevy throws a little bit of an interception there. It's definitely opened up, and I think the French will welcome this free-flowing basketball style as they're just pouring points in now. The 19-point gap is exactly what they want here. Slovenia have just got to tighten up a little bit. There is still enough time for a really good team like Slovenia to come back here as we see Clutch pulling up again with just a laser of a three. I love that shooting style he has there with the legs kick out from underneath him. A little bit reminiscent, a kind of little Allen Iverson in him there. As we see a good drive and drawing the foul. Look, they've just got to keep trying different tactics, I think, here, Slovenia. Keep taking those open threes. See what you can do to stop the French defensively as well.
And you got to hype yourself up if you're Team Slovenia before the second game of the series. For sure, you do not want to have a bad fourth quarter. That's a thing that happened pretty much with Team Italy. They brought some bad rhythm into the second game of the series and lost by a lot. If you're Team Slovenia, you want some good momentum that you can bring into the second game.
You're spot on. And I was just about to suggest that Slovenia consider full court pressure. Just try something as we see another epic drive and dunk here from Breaker the Beast. I mean, we just saw a baseline inbounds, pretty much turnover there from the French as we see them really just put hands up in passing lanes, contest everything, pulling up for threes, making it look so easy. And look at the Frenchman. Yes, he's shaking his head. He's absolutely blown away by his own teammates' performance here. Look, I would love to see Slovenia try some full-court pressure, try some half-court traps, anything to try and just make the French a little bit uncomfortable, see does something tick, does something work for game two.
Yeah, sure, it is a 23-point game already with 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Breaker the Beast with 38 points already. He scored more than the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's nearly as though both teams got a memo, and we know they didn't. I'm making this up. Both teams got a memo. No boring shots here. It's either going to be a majestic dunk or an amazing three-pointer. We haven't just seen, here's like here's a layup, like
here's a mid-range shot.
Yeah, here's an incredible dunk after incredible dunk. It's exciting stuff. Whether you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, FIBA Esports 3, quarterfinal number 4 action here. France and Slovenia, game 1. It's best of 3 series. There's a game 2 no matter what. That's why you hear us talking about tactics and techniques here. Slovenia seem well and truly entrenched in their defensive tactic anyways. We see a nice quick transition bucket for them. Good dunk right there. Are they sandbagging something defensively for game 2? They have to be. They've got to mix it up because, they've given up a huge lead here. They've got to try something different defensively in game 2 as we see another 3 here from Breaker.
Already the highest scoring game for Team France in FIBA Esports Open 3. They scored 69 against Team Luxembourg, 66 against Germany, and 50 in a win against Spain.
And, I mean, what a time to peak, right? Quarterfinals, it's knockout stages of the tournament. Oh, she wants Herbie draining it from the corner. I think Slovenia need to show a little bit more of that in game 2. I think that they've got to try maybe some full court pressure. There's nothing to lose, everything to gain from a tactic that might, unsettle the French a little bit defensively. See another huge dunk. The animation department are going to be exhausted. We've seen so many big dunks.
In terms of aesthetics, this game is astonishing, including dunks, three-pointers, rims, and haircuts.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Yeah, it's a little bit like Paris Fashion Week at the moment, it has to be said. And as we see more pressure on the inbounds here from the French, their defense in the third in particular was phenomenal. Second, third quarter, nice offensive board here. Slovenia driving good. Solid drive there from Clutch. Great defense from France, but Clutch just too clutch.
Great body control in the air. Some resistance from French defense, but Clutch still being able to lay it in. Moss from behind the arc, and it's raining. 76-52. An impressive offensive performance from France, especially playing against a well-defending team like Slovenia. Slovenia now taking a timeout. They didn't want to violate the backcourt rule.
Yep. Smart timeout, absolutely. I like the professional approach we're seeing here from the Slovenia national team as well. They are not taking anything lightly as we see a double block, and then Gappy, really nice quick jump shot from him. Those kind of off-rhythm jump shots, hard to make, so he did well there. I like the kind of working man mentality we've seen from Slovenia. I think they need to get a little bit more creative in game number 2 to force a third. And deciding game as Mast misses one, but who else with the board? Mamba out. Phenomenal to the corner.
He
Softy.
knew.
Oh, yeah, he knew. I love that animation. I love that turn and walk away. Cool guys don't look at explosions, right? So that was pretty nice. It has to be said. Final 26 seconds here. And look, end of the first quarter, we were kind of thinking to ourselves, wow, Slovenia making this a game. The French pulled away in the second, and they just have not looked back. Nice 3 again here from Clutch there. He is going to hit an open 3 every time, and he is a threat. They've got options in game 2. They've got a couple of good corner shooters. They can work the pick and roll a little bit more. Work something defensively. I'd love to see a full court trap, full court pressure. Final 10 seconds of game 1, and it is all French. It has to be said.
But I would say the point difference doesn't reflect the difference between the teams. Slovenia here losing by 22 points, but they do have some chances in the second game. That's what my gut is saying.
Yeah.
And Slovenia really proved that in the first half of this game.
Without a doubt. I think you're dead right. I think that was a good Slovenia team, and a lot of people might not have actually seen them play on the international stage yet. They held their own there with the French for the better part of a quarter and a half right there, nearly a full half. That French defense in the second and third quarter inspired. That FIBA Esports Open 3, that might be some of the best defense we've seen. Full stop. Slovenia, they made just about every shot. I think when we do finally see the stats and the field goal percentage, they made just about every shot they had. It's really, I guess, going to come down to stopping the French. As you said, the highest scoring total we've seen from the French in this tournament so far. if they can slow them down in game 2, they've got a chance. I think we're both agreed on that, though.
Too many turnovers by Team Slovenia. I'd also say France with great defense, with especially great defensive performance in pick and roll situations. Lots of great step outs, lots of steals off of that, and lots of fast break points for Team France, and this is what brings them the win in the first game of the series. Slovenia looking to come back. They do have a great gym. I believe they're deemed for some success in the series, definitely.
Absolutely. A very cool Pro-Am gym, it has to be said. And by the way, we will have the South America Conference semifinals coming up a little later today, and those are local times, best of 3 series, local times you're seeing right there next to your team name, which means you can set your watch and catch all the action. We have the stats over on our other screen here, and we can see, you spoke about it, the steal count there for the French, 12 steals, only 2 for Slovenia. That to me says, that's basically another 10 possessions that the French were able to create, and ultimately that was the difference in the game. 10 possessions, 10 buckets and 20 points thereabouts. 41 points from Breaker the Beast. He wants that Tissot watch. He wants that MVP watch.
Yes,
if they do.
He does. 79 points by Team France. 41 out of them scored by a single player, one of the most impressive individual performances we've seen in FIBA Esports Open 3. DB Clutch, we gotta pay our compliments to the guy. 19 points and 13 assists, and most of the points, that means, whether scored or assisted, were created by the guy.
He had a hand in everything, it has to be said. Now, a reminder to everybody home, we will be picking the MVP of the conference from the grand final winning team, okay? It's the casters who get to decide. However, we are not above being influenced by you there, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook. This is my favorite part of the show. It's when I give you permission to give our mods a headache, okay? You can start spamming your nation's flags. You could start spamming your favorite player name, who you think should get the MVP mod in the chat. Copy pasta to your heart's content, al dente, okay? But it has to be said, with 41 points in their first quarterfinal game for Team France, Breaker the Beast has said, I'm the MVP right here. I want to give a shout out to Mamba Out as well. We heard Jeff talk about this. 12 rebounds. And I have to say, it felt as though all 12 of his rebounds were on the offensive side of the ball as well.
Yes, and France, being a great team, they're, if they advance, or if Slovenia advances, they are going to face Germany in the next round of the playoffs. So a real MVP performance so far by Mr. Breaker the Beast. But boy, we do have a lot of great teams and a lot of great players in FIBA Esports Open 3. We're halfway through the action in this day of the tournament, and France-Slovenia is the last quarterfinal that's being played in the European Next Generation Conference.
That's right. So we do have Game 2 coming up. And look, it has to be said, we will have a look at the lineups here again. It has to be said, France are heavily favored in this one. As we go, show you the lineups here. Slovenia, she wants Irby, who we saw hitting some nice corner threes right there. Green for Fun and I. DB Clutch, who is definitely their MVP. Gappy, and then Shavy, again, sporting the beard, hasn't shaved. And that is our Slovenian lineup. They are the underdogs, but I think they can do it.
You gotta shave if you want to have a beautiful beard like his. That's my version. Starting the game for France, we have Broxo Mamba Out, who is brilliant, actually, also in Game 1 of the series, just like Breaker the Beast, who's also starting for Team France. We also have Mr. Tispo and Mr. Most. That is the starting lineup for the second game of the series for France.
Absolutely. And Breaker the Beast, wow. I mean, you and I said it halfway through that game that it looked like both teams got a memo. No boring buckets, right? It was every score was either an amazing three or a ridiculous driving dunk or a crazy alley-oop. And Breaker the Beast, I feel like, yeah, he's got a fantastic style about his gameplay, and he's only got one setting, and that is bowler. I can't believe 41 points there. We see Mamba Out. To anybody kind of watching who might just be a casual viewer, and we heard Jeff speaking about it, those rebounds. so crucial to just controlling the flow of the game, giving your team a second chance offensively in particular. I think there was one sequence there where Mamba got himself 3 offensive boards in a row, just recreating those shots. Really, really important. Was there a player for you on the Slovenian side that you think might be able to step up here in game number 2 and help them get the win? Was there kind of maybe one of the corner shooters or even Shavji? Maybe he could get some points in the paint.
Well, that's also the case for Mr. Green Fun and I. He is a pain beast when he wants to and when he's set up for plays inside. So he might be the guy that steps up in the second game of the series. It will not only depend on him, it will depend on the performance of Mr. Klech as well. He is the one distributing basketballs for Team Slovenia, and Mr. Green Fun and I showed that he can really play the game in a game against Denmark. We'll probably be seeing more of him in the second game of the series against France.
Definitely. And it's gonna have to be heroes like that who step up for Slovenia if they want to force a game 3 here. I do just want to remind everybody home, in terms of international tournaments, okay, FIBA Esports Open number 1, the first iteration, we had 17 participating nations. At FIBA Esports Open 2, we went to 36. We've now got 60, which is incredible. So thank you to FIBA. Thank you to all the international basketball federations and all the esport athletes who are participating, and obviously 2K for making the awesome game in Pro-Am mode. But it is Slovenia's very first time on the global stage, very first time participating. So no matter what, I've been hugely impressed with them to get out of group stages, but that performance we saw from them in game 1 was incredibly impressive as well. They are the underdogs, and look, we knew that going undefeated France in group stages, beating Spain, who we've sat on the desk before and called the Spanish games. They're no joke. They are a very serious, heavy team. We knew that the French were going to be favorites in this one. Do you want to make a prediction here? Are you feeling a Slovenian comeback here? Do you think we're going to get a game 3?
I think it's going to be closer than game 1. Slovenia really proved they do have the winning mentality. They're psychologically a very strong team. They didn't let France blow them out in the first game of the series. A very strong start, and as the game started slipping away from the hands of the Slovenian team, they still remained very, very consistent, both on the offensive end of the floor and on the defensive end of the floor. And this is, once again, what I would like to pay my compliments for Team Slovenia. I hope we're going to be seeing more of that in game 2. And I really do see, as Slovenia is improving throughout the tournament, a chance for them to compete in game 2 and to stay very close, at least, to Team France till the very end.
You're predicting a close game.
Yes, less by 10 points.
I'm going to make the bold prediction and say that Slovenia get the upset here in game number 2, and they force a game number 3. I'm going to be that bold. I'm going to say it. I think you're spot on. What we've seen in Slovenia is a team that has progressed throughout the tournament and gotten progressively better with each game. I think we saw a real kind of workman's attitude there. They didn't seem at all shell-shocked playing this, real star-studded French team as well. It has to be said.
Real pros.
Yeah,
real
absolutely.
Pros.
And I think the fact that we didn't see any defensive adjustments from the Slovenians in the second half, maybe they thought, look, this game's lost. Let's not show our hand. Let's throw everything at the French defensively and turn our defensive scheme around in game number 2. Look, if they can keep the French uncomfortable for long enough and then squeak out a win, then we're going to have a game 3. I say they get it done, and I think all the Slovenian fans in chat are probably going ham. Look, the French are probably not loving me right now, but look, Paris is one of my favorite cities to visit as well. It has to be said, so I hope I'm going to be welcome back. But look, I'm predicting that Slovenia force a game 3 here. I'm calling it. I think you're dead right. I think it's going to be a single-digit game though, but a Slovenian victory. We don't have to wait too long. The teams are in the virtual tunnel right now. Let's call it the virtual locker room, getting their kit together, and we'll be going and having a look at that game very, very shortly. It has to be said. Perhaps we could have a look in a couple of moments there just at the brackets and have a look at which teams have already participated today, which of the 3 quarterfinals we already saw, and talk people through maybe what we're expecting from tomorrow's semifinals. If the production team could get the bracket up for us in a moment, that'd be great. That said, if the French are going to continue here, it's going to be Breaker the Beast once again, who we see going ham.
And this is the problem that the Slovenian defense needs to solve. He's really an offensive threat all over the court. He can make it rain from behind the arc. He can drive inside. Well, he's not playing in the paint as a big guy, but when he makes a backdoor cut and when he's hit with the basketball, he can throw it down on you with big pleasure. So this is a guy that you really got to watch out for. And this is a guy that can single-handedly decide the ball game if you're not being attentive enough. So this is the advice probably and the caution for Team Slovenia.
It felt as though there was a split right down the middle in his stat line as well. Just about at it. Obviously, lots of threes. He made it rain, like you said. Yeah. But, man, he can drive so hard to the lane as well, making those dunks, making it look kind of ridiculously easy. I saw a lot, and it looks as though we have our game and we are ready to go. So we don't get to look at the brackets, but here we go. It is going to be Slovenia-France, Game 2, and it's going to be the French in the white uniforms this time around.
Germany waiting for their opponent in the semifinal. Whoever wins the series between France and Slovenia will have to face off against Germans, who beat Italy in the 3rd quarterfinal of the day. Slovenia wearing blue in this ball game.
And probably the biggest shocker as well so far of the day was that German blowout of the Italians there in game number 2. So, look, whoever's going through, they've got a monumental task ahead of them versus the Germans, but I would say the Germans are probably a little worried as well because both of these teams look pretty deadly.
Germans now also having the pressure put on them. You beat Italy like this, you cannot underperform in the semifinal.
Right, absolutely. And that's the pressure of these international tournaments, not only national pride on the line, representing your nations here, you know, all of the emotions that go with that. But the consistency part is so critical. That's what Slovenia are banking on. That's why I think we might see a Game 3, because it is hard to compete at this level and remain truly consistent. We see another alley-oop attempt there. This one doesn't go in, though. And who else with the rebound other than Mamba out? As he gets the ball out here, Breaker the Beast working that pick and roll. Look at him. Nice pass down to Mamba, who gets the double pump.
He is exploiting the help defense situation right here. But if you're Slovenia, those are the possessions you want. You hold the ball long enough yourself. You also make the opponents run the clock. You don't allow them to run. You don't allow them to score on fast breaks. And that is probably a proper defensive strategy if you're looking to beat Team France.
Ooh, we see a failed alley-oop there. I think you're spot on. I feel like there's a kind of Goldilocks zone when it comes to the points. And I feel like when you have two fantastic teams playing each other, really that 60-point margin is kind of as high as you want to go. That's really your ceiling if you're Slovenia. As we see another epic alley-oop here. Oh, my word. Throwing it down. That was gorgeous. And look, I think if Slovenia can hold the French to under 60, that's probably, we see a great cut there to the bucket from Gappy. He's going to have to call a timeout there, before we get the 3-second violation. 60 points is kind of that magical mark. I think anything over that in Slovenia, it might be a bridge too far for them. So they've got to control the game. You're dead right. Control that clock. Work their buckets as we see more inbound pressure here from the France. I don't think we've seen a better defensive effort on inbound plays all tournament than the French right here.
French team has only conceded 47 points in a game against Germany, 47 in a game against Spain, and 46 in a game against Luxembourg. So Team Slovenia scoring the most points so far in the tournament, playing against France. But what's not good news for them is that the only time that France won by single digits in this tournament, because they haven't lost, was in a game against Spain when they only scored 50.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Two really powerhouse teams going at each other. We've seen more dunks here. Now, we've seen a couple of things, just as you were explaining there, a couple of things happen here. The French full court pressure continues. However, Slovenia don't appear to have adjusted their defensive strategy at all whatsoever, which shocks me a little bit. And we saw a really nice three as well there from the Slovenian sharpshooter in the corner. And that's exactly what they need more of, it has to be said.
Slovenia, anyway, they've improved their defensive performance significantly as compared to group stage. They allowed Turkey to score 85, and they allowed Denmark to score 95. So a much better performance, at least in game one, against France defensively by Team Slovenia. We'll see how it goes now. 10-3, it is already a 7-point lead by the Frenchmen.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good transition defense here as well from Slovenia, just slowing that down. The French like to get a quick leg up on the opponent there. But we are seeing more of this tenacious French defense. Everything is being contested. Every pass, every alley-oop. It's really great to watch. That's teaching the kids right as Breaker, the beast, steps back and drops in another epic three. And look at this. More defense from the inbounds here. Full court pressure. If I'm the Slovenian coaching staff, I might be looking at what's happening to me and trying it out myself as we see Mamba get another huge dunk, and he has activated his takeover. So is Mast. 3 activations actually for Team France. Early warning signs here. This is a hurricane of a French team hitting Slovenia. They've got to batten down the hatches and quickly, Ignis.
Chris, take a look at the cam of Team Slovenia. It looks as if the guys are playing poker. They're staying really, really concentrated no matter what.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that they're remaining calm, but maybe they need to stop panicking just a little bit. I'm not saying show emotion. I'm not saying panic, but I'm saying action stations. 17-3. The entire French team is activated. This is truly remarkable stuff we're seeing from the French. They need a bucket so badly, the Slovenians. And right now, nothing but bricks, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it has to show on the court, their concentration and everything.
Oh,
but
my God.
It doesn't. Another three-pointer by the French team. Alele Bleu, it's 20-3.
Good alley-oop and a beautiful 360 alley-oop dunk there. Good baseline drive, it has to be said. Slovenia needed that bucket so badly. Brax from deep three. We call that the car park shot here at FIBA Esports Open 3. He basically took that from halfway. That was incredible.
Team France proving you cannot joke around against them, even for a brief moment. Team Slovenia will now have a very, very tough task to try and climb back into this ball game, almost like climbing into the Eiffel Tower without an elevator.
Yeah, right. It's going to be difficult. As we get down to the final 5 seconds here, this first quarter, all France, it has to be said. Did he get that? He got it off in time, but it's not going to go in. All France, my word. And they're spreading the points out as well. It's Mamba, it's Breaker. Wow, the Slovenians have got to now start to throw everything at the French. Everything, including the kitchen sink. You've got to try absolutely everything if you're Slovenia. Otherwise, you are going home really, really quickly because this is getting ugly real fast.
And not the PlayStation 5, however. You don't want to throw this one away.
Absolutely. Don't do that, okay? As we see DB Clutch trying to work an open man here. Not a lot going on. He's triple teamed for a moment, and there's the passing lane gobbled up by the French. Another at a quick transition. The bucket, we won't see it though. Good foul from the Slovenians here, and it's just been this French defense has been kind of crazy, married with obviously insanely talented offensive abilities as well. They're kind of putting their hand up as tournament favorites. It has to be said.
Team France undefeated so far, and they're not wanting to be defeated anytime soon. Great German team waiting for probably them in the semifinals if they keep up with a good performance in the second game of the series against Team Slovenia. Slovenia trying to narrow down the deficit as they make a 3.
Nice.
From the corner. It's a 15-point game. You can work with that. But if you're Team Slovenia, you need to start right now.
Yeah, definitely. So, we've got Tesbo in the corner, knocking it home for the French, just answering with a 3 of their own. Look at this full court pressure from the French, forcing an inbound pass over halfway, which is always very risque. Look, Slovenia, I think, have to mix it up defensively. Good cut here, Shevji. Good contest on the shot there from the French, though, as Beast is going to work this up the court. Alley-oop again to Mamba. I mean, they're just making the difficult look ridiculously easy right here.
Tremendous quickness demonstrated by Team France. They're so quick to recover on the defensive end of the floor. Even if there is a wide open guy, the defense will adjust 9 times out of 10. Clutch, back out, Shavy for 3, and it's no good.
Yeah, look, it's a lot easier said than done, and we don't want to seem too harsh, but if you want to compete against the likes of France, you've got to make these open shots, and they just aren't dropping for the Slovenians. Meanwhile, at the other end, the French continue to pour the points on. Oh, champagne basketball we're seeing here from the French. Look, there is still time, and they've just got to take it play by play if you're Slovenia. As we get a charging foul. Wow.
What a defensive effort we're witnessing. Oh, my goodness.
It's truly legendary stuff defensively from the French. I think Slovenia need to try something a little bit different defensively, maybe some full court pressure of their own. As we see a crazy driving dunk from Breaker the Beast. We spoke about that in between the games. He's got that element to his game. He can dunk in traffic like nobody's business.
He can make or break a game, actually. She wants Irby now laying it in, finally finding an open lane. Slovenia not getting many of those looks.
Yeah. And
in a series against France.
If you're Slovenia, she wants more points. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. They need more of that right there. Good rotation here from the French, stretching the court, stretching the Slovenian D. As we see a good drive. Oh, that was not a dunk, though. A rare mistake from our animation department as the Slovenians come back the other end with a good transition bucket of their own. That kind of defense is what they need. Good stuff from Slovenia here. They're going to try and work another turnover if they can. Look at the French, though. Their strategy here to stretch out this defense. Must, 45 degrees out. It leaves open shots like this. And at the FIBA Esports Open 3, at this level of professional 2K sportsmanship, that is open, even though it's pretty much contested.
And with skill of the French team, it's brilliant so far. It is a 23-point game already. We're only in the second quarter. Slovenia still has a chance here in this ball game. They did look for brief moments, as if they were the French team. I mean, the steal and the fast break opportunity that they managed to convert with the dunk, but they cannot allow those wide open looks. For Team France, they're converting each and every one of them, and they're shooting the lights out recently.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, the French just missed it up there to a 2-3 zone. I love that we could see that input right there. It makes the commentator and the casting job that much easier. It's like having a mic on the coach. Look, just trying to work an open shot here. Slovenia, great French defense yet again. I know I'm like a broken record talking up this French D, but it is something spectacular. And at the other end of the court, they just drop in whatever they want. You want a hardcore driving dunk? Tick. You want a three-pointer? Tick. I mean, it's incredible.
Anyone can score for Team France, actually, and Slovenia really having a hard time finding somebody. She wants Irby, and he wants an open lane. He gets it. He gets a wide-open slam dunk.
Good cut there. Beautiful work from Mamba. We've got 15 seconds left here till we take our quick break for the first half here. Can Slovenia drop in a bucket here? No shot clock. Can they get together on paper at halftime and come up with something? As we see a nice alley-oop dunk there, Ignis. You like that one. 2 to shoot. Good team.
Another steal.
Phenomenal stuff there. Look, it has to be said, as we see the stats there, you know, it's 7 of 17 compared to 18 of 22. The French are white hot right now. They're white hot. They're white flame. You know, don't look directly at the sun or the French team right now, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, the first half belonged to the French. Slovenia have a lot to offer, though. They are going to be trying their best here to claw back in this game as we see that French D and another massive alley-oop dunk there. Ignis, it's a mountain to climb if you're Slovenia. What do you do?
It's a Mont Blanc to climb by. It's a France leading the way in this ball game. And if we were talking about one of the best defensive performances we've seen in FIBA Esports Open, currently we're talking about one of the best offensive performances. It's been impressive, at least. Team France sharing the basketball, sharing the roles, and they're burning the net.
It does just feel like any member of this French team, including Mask, could drop a 40 burger, a 50 burger on you in one game, doesn't it? It feels like they've got so much to offer. That being said, it's actually the Slovenians, as we see Gappy nail it as well. The Slovenians, they didn't take their opportunities, you know, shooting in the first half. Great to see them take these early opportunities here in the second half. The Slovenians can shoot well as well, but it's this French defense that has been the difference maker.
You do want to run the clock if you're Team Slovenia, but you don't want to take a desperate shot during the last couple of seconds of the possession. And this is what we've seen from time to time from Team Slovenia. They do need better execution, and this is exactly how it should look like.
Yeah, she wants Irby getting nice and hoppy right there. That looked great. There's like an energetic bucket right there for Slovenia. Look, as crazy as this sounds, you know, and casters are, you know, we get excited. They're not out of this at the moment, Slovenia. We've actually seen tremendous comebacks at the FIBA Esports Open 1, 2, and 3. You know, they've just got to take it one play at a time with an and one driving bucket right there. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Slovenia. Just making the French team sit up for a second. Gappy saying, hold my Gatorade. He misses the free throw. I cursed him. That was on me, Ignis.
Where have they been anyway? All game long, Team Slovenia, an impressive performance actually during the last couple of possessions, and we do want to see more of that. We did it in the first half. Are they coming back, Chris?
Oh, maybe. Perhaps as we get another epic dunk. I still feel bad for cursing Gappy at the free throw line. You know, it's a lonely place, the free throw line. You don't need the commentator cursing you as well. I'm sorry, Gappy. Gappy fans in chat, please forgive me. But look, Slovenia can only take it one bucket at a time. They can shoot the lights out. I think they should try a little bit more of the cut game, the pass and move, as we've seen them get a few buckets already. This half, Clutch pulling up, stroking it beautifully right there as well. He's been good for Slovenia, Clutch has.
We don't see much of mid-range action in this game. That's a lonely mid-range J by Mr. Clutch, and he's trying to step up for his team. It is their last chance to probably take a swing at Team France, Slovenia. They do have a long way to go in this ball game.
Nice.
DB Clutch now soaring and scoring. It is 50-27. Team Slovenia, they're desperate for a run right here if they still want to compete in the series.
Oh, it's so hard to stay awake. You know, Shavy, it's so hard to stay with a player of Mamba's kind of slipperiness and his skill. But you've got to stay awake along the baseline defensively as we see a nice drive, but good contested shot there from the French. Again, this defense standing up, and that is rebound.
Touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. An absolute American football pass right there as they get another steal. That's turnover to points in about 2 seconds. Every coach in the world grinning happy as we see another tip in alley-oop. Phenomenal stuff.
A small tip is all you need when the possession is genius. This is the case for Team France right now.
Look at Mamba out stats flashing up on the screen there. He's only missed 1 field goal, 3 assists as well. We didn't get to see his boards, but he's always dominant, always double figures in the rebounding department as well. These are the unsung heroes, you know, doing the dirty work down there in the paint, in the trenches. And that's exactly what Team France have needed from him and exactly how he's delivered. Slovenia, what I like that we're seeing here, though, is you mentioned it before from the camera. We can see them. You know, and in case you didn't know this, it's Pro-Am mode. So there's one person controlling one avatar, 5-on-5, 10 players in total. Nice driving bucket right there. They are not going quietly. They're still communicating. You can see it there. National pride on the line. Their first international tournament. Very, very important that they put a good performance down, inspire the next generation.
Same thing applies for France. They're also playing in their first ever FIBA Esports Open tournament, but it looks like they're experienced as hell.
Look, geography was not my strong suit. Not gonna lie. In school, okay. I don't think there are any active volcanoes in France, but we all knew that they were a dormant volcano waiting to erupt as soon as they did participate in a FIBA Esports Open. And here at the third iteration, we are seeing Team France do exactly that. Just explode onto the international stage.
France is the largest country in Europe, and they're big time in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing an incredible job. Here is Green for Fun and I trying to work some magic. The French at this stage will be happy as we have only 6 seconds left here in the third quarter.
It is enough for France, and no, sir.
No, that's going to be the end of the third. No points. It's going to be, if they can come back here, Slovenia, it'll be one of those stories you tell your grandkids, okay? You represented your nation and you came back in a big way, 27 points down. Can they do it, Slovenia? 5 minutes on the clock. The nation watching. I think every Slovenian that's in chat there, you need to start to spam the national flag, start to cheer on your lads here, and the French will be eyeing that semifinal spot now. So you might catch him napping. You might catch him with their foot off the brake. Let's see.
A tough shot that is for Mr. Shavy. The lead stays at 27. Slovenia, once again, a very, very long possession for Team Slovenia, and they cannot find anything.
And a little bit of a defensive breakdown there from the Slovenians as well. You can't leave any Frenchmen open. They're all just so deadly. So we see a nice fake backdoor cut. Got his man to move. Turns around and nails it. That was really saucy. I like that little shimmy there. Only two, unfortunately, foot on the line, but still good stuff from Slovenia. As we see it rattle in and out. Mamba with the offensive board. Good box out from Mamba again, but actually just bounced the Slovenians' way here. Gappy, you know he's going to drop that in. He's been actually, whenever they've called upon him, he's hit that three.
We want more of that from Team Slovenia. 36 points in their bank account. They're down by 24, but they have putting up points on the scoreboard in a hurry here in the fourth quarter, and they're performing defensively. An outlet pass, Gappy, the ball goes to the corner. She wants Irby, and as I've mentioned, we want more points coming Team Slovenia's way, and they're coming 39 already.
Here we go, 21-point differential here, Ignis. You never know. I said that we might just see the French fall asleep at the wheel a little bit, already thinking about that semifinal tomorrow. And so far, the Slovenians finishing strong here in the fourth. Oh, I'm not sure I like that pull-up, but, oh, God, rattles in and out. I was expecting the pass to the corner there. We got another turnover, so they're going to get another shot at it here. Oh, what a dunk. 4 Frenchmen around him. But he says, au revoir.
I hear Rihanna singing, "Where Have You Been?"
Right, absolutely. Nice dunk in traffic right there. La Air de Lou. And that is really, really impressive D here from Slovenia down the stretch. Where has this been, though? They needed this earlier, Ignis. Deep three, it's in! Oh, my God.
A crazy shot that is. A Damian Lillard moment right here. 16-point game. Team Slovenia, they're stepping up, and they're, wow, I can't find the words, Chris. They're simply amazing.
They are finishing so strong here for their nation. The French finally get a bucket as Mas drives it home. You know, I feel a little bit like Dumb and Dumber here. So you're saying there's a chance, Ignis. We are saying there's a chance. It is a slim one. It's only because the time is against him as we see another
He's
three.
on target once again. Another 15-point game.
Oh, my God. 15 points in a minute 44. If they do this, this will go down in history as one of the greatest comebacks ever. But the French say, hold my Gatorade, and they nail home a three of their own. I tell you what, Ignis, at least they're giving us an exciting finish no matter what here. Can Slovenia keep going, though?
Do we have an umbrella, Chris?
Oh, my God, it's raining, mate. It's raining. Here we go. Oh, a miss. Okay, that's like the first miss in a few minutes there. We'll give him that.
In a century, I believe.
Yeah.
Green for Fun and I with the basketball. Slovenia once again regaining possession. DB Clutch. 14 seconds to shoot. He is driving and throwing one down over his head. We're witnessing a 180 slam for Mr. DB Clutch.
Wow. Wowie, channeling my inner Owen Wilson. Wow, that was incredible. Like another dunk in traffic. Now, the French have gotten the message. No, they haven't. Breaker wants a three. I was about to say he's milking the clock. No.
He's milking the net.
Yeah, they do not want to be outdone here. The French dropping in 68. Slovenia with 49. Off balance, that's our first air ball. If you're playing FIBA Esports Open 3 Bingo at home, our first air ball of our desk. Anyway, I don't remember seeing an air ball earlier. I was watching. They might have snuck one in there. 40 seconds left here. Thank you, Slovenia. No matter what happens here, down 19. It's looking like a French win, but no matter what happens, they made it really exciting down the stretch, didn't they?
Once again, a very aesthetically pleasing ball game. Another throwdown off of an alley-oop. And steal off of an inbound pass.
The French defense to the last here as Brax wants even more points.
73. Make it 73 for Team France.
As we've got the final 15 seconds here, Slovenia will not be progressing to the semis. The French will, where it will be once again. Now, you got to admit, it's going to be.
And they get another one. I'm sorry for interrupting,
that's all good,
but
mate.
Still, teams are putting up the points on the scoreboard. And it's a 21-point win by Team France.
Phenomenal stuff. And now we have all of our semifinals for the European Next Gen FIBA Esports Open 3 Conference nailed in. We'll be having a look at the bracket in a moment. Ignis, Germany and France, the old foes, okay? I mean, they go way back in sports, in history. That is going to be an absolutely crazy semifinal tomorrow. Commiserations to Slovenia, your first ever international tournament here, FIBA Esports Open 3. Slovenia did incredibly well, Ignis.
Yes, sure, especially in the fourth quarter of the second game. Team Slovenia showed they can really play the game. I can't wait personally for them to show up for the next edition. As we definitely know, there's more to come in FIBA Esports Open. And Slovenia seems like a team that's constantly improving.
Definitely. They have put their names out there on the global stage. It's a good thing that these digital referees don't get tired arms, okay? Because we saw a lot of three balls out there, a lot of threes being rained in. What a phenomenal finish for them. We will have an interview coming up with the victorious captain, Ilya Bentamar, who's going to be joining us right here, or Mast, as he is commonly referred to as well. Maybe I'll just call him that so I don't butcher any more French names. And he is going to be joining us in an interview momentarily, but we can have a look at the stats over on our second screen. What I like about this French performance here, okay, obviously 75% shooting percentage, fantastic stuff. We saw the assists so high and so many points spread out evenly. 4 players in double figures. That's kind of scary. You got to be sitting there if you're Germany and going, wow, who are we going to defend tomorrow? Anybody jumping out for you from the Slovenian side of things there?
Sure, Chris, it's Shiwon's Irby. Great performance by the guy. 22 points. DB Clutch also in single digits. He's used to it, but we do have a chance now to talk to Mr. Mast, I believe.
That's right. We've got Mast on the line. Can you hear us there, mate?
Yes, how are you guys?
Really well. Look, congratulations. A fantastic performance
Thank
there. You know, I love the fireworks we saw in the fourth quarter. Slovenia not going quietly, and I could see that got a reaction out of the French team. Look, what does it mean for you to represent France here at the FIBA Esports Open 3 on the international stage and make it all the way to the semifinals?
It's actually amazing, you know, because we weren't in the first two FIBA Open series. So obviously we were frustrated because we thought we had talent, and not being able to participate was frustrating. But now we're here. We had an amazing first day, and we only think about bringing the first place home.
Well, you mentioned you didn't participate in FIBA Esports Open 1 and 2, and we missed you, and we knew that when you got here, it was going to be epic. You go back and watch the VOD, you'll hear me talking about French volcanoes. My God. However, could you tell us a little bit then, a brand new team, how did you prepare for the FIBA Esports Open 3?
We actually know each other because we play with each other a lot in the French community. So obviously we clicked very quickly, and we tried to play as many games as we could. We had to, you know, it's different teammates. Even if we know each other, we have to try to find chemistry. But thank God we had it really quick, and our matchups went very well, and I think you saw in the games as well. It went really good.
What was happening in the fourth quarter of game 2?
We tried to show off for highlights and stuff, but we saw that they could come back actually, because 16 points, I think it was around that. It's not much, you know, you can go quickly just like that. So I told the guys to slow the tempo down and waste some clock and close the game out.
Let us know next time. Before you do that, we'll get an umbrella prepared here along with my friend Chris. It was raining in the fourth quarter. All right, Mr. Moss, let us know what you think about Germany. You have a semifinal coming up.
Yes, we played those guys yesterday, and we played really well, but I think they didn't play at the level that they could. So obviously we will be watching them tomorrow. They have players that we know really well. They have great quality. They beat Spain badly yesterday. So we'll be careful. And but I think I'm confident we'll win.
Oh, I love it. I love a little bit of French confidence. Nothing wrong with that at all whatsoever. And we'll look, just before we let you go, we always like to hand over the microphone to you. As you mentioned, first time participating. There are other young men and women like yourself watching who are inspired by this French performance. If you want to give a shout out to the fans, coaching staff, family, friends, teammates, the mic is yours. Take it away.
First, shout out to my mom. I love you, Mom, obviously. And then shout out to the Federation. They've been amazing with us. They didn't just let us go and say, go and participate, and that's it. No, they actually follow us and give us stuff, really watch our performances. Shout out to my teammates who played amazing. That's it. Shout out to you guys for commentating.
Oh, hey, we really enjoy it, don't we, Ignis?
Our pleasure. That's our pleasure. As long as you guys are playing the way you are, we will be looking for more.
Yeah, you bet, Mas. And look, can I commend you, I believe, on being the first interviewee to give the mum a shout out. That's really awesome. Mums are the best. Look, Mas, we'll let you go away and get prepared for that semifinal tomorrow. Have a great night's sleep and a late night of preparation maybe. Who knows? Congratulations on that quarterfinal victory. Thank you for joining us, mate. And hey, we'll see you on the big screen tomorrow.
Allez les Bleus.
Yes, good stuff.
There we go. Well, that was fun, Ignis. I love that. I'm very, very glad that we had a mum shout out as well. You know, that doesn't kind of happen enough. And yeah, I think Mas touched on something there, which is really crucial. First of all, thank you to FIBA and 2K for coming together, you know, to create and make this possible. But also the actual basketball federations themselves, the support that we're seeing, you know, for e-athletes. And really, I think, you know, shining a spotlight on exactly how difficult it is to participate and prepare at this global level for the talent we're seeing. These are the best players in the world representing their nations here. And it's a really great eye-opener for exactly kind of the support that the e-athletes need and how much work goes in. We're going to have a look now at the playoff bracket. And then we are going to be kicking it over once again to our good mate Jeff. As we can see here, the day started off there, a best of 3 series, all of these series right here. But the only game 3 that we saw forced between Turkey and Spain. Spain, no slouches, it has to be said. So Turkey with a really strong 15-point win to book their way into the semis. Then Great Britain, I would say, I watched all these games. Great Britain kind of easily pulling away in the fourth quarter against Denmark, but Denmark were a really solid team. So Great Britain as well, flexing and showing their might. So that's going to be semifinal number 1 tomorrow, Turkey and Great Britain.
Italy and Germany faced off in the third quarterfinal of the day. Great performance by Germany there, and Germany really managed to break Team Italy in Game 2. It was 56-50 in the first matchup between the two, but 62-34 in the second matchup. A reassuring win by Team Germany. They make it into the semifinals, and France does as well. 79-57 in the first game of the series. Great effort from Team Slovenia down the stretch in the second game, but it goes France's way, 73-52.
That's right, and those semifinals tomorrow are going to be epic. It has to be said. A lot of history internationally between all 4 participants. It's going to be really, really fun stuff. And of course, we can't wait to see the result. It has to be just give the French, the Slovenians as well, one more shout out there. Their first international tournament. Very good effort. And something you touched upon in the game there. Those are the highest point totals we've seen from the French in games. So what a time to peak in the quarterfinals. Can they keep that momentum tomorrow? We will find out. But before that, we are going to be handing you over once again to our good friend Jeff. He needs no introduction. We've done the long introduction, but Jeff, it's our first time saying, "G'day, mate, from across the pond." How's it going?
I know. I'm glad I get now to talk to you guys as well. It's I'm in the time zone that we're about to go to with South America, right? I'm coming from New York in North America. So it's almost noontime, middle of the day here. I know you guys are into the evening, but we've already had some incredible, that whole European quarterfinal was just incredible to watch.
You bet. And it's really cool to see the newcomers, France and Slovenia, both making it through to the corner. We knew that when the French did finally arrive that they would have something to show, and they did. Well, look, we are going to hand the mic over to yourself, Jeff. Take it away with Jeff's Corner, and we will see everybody else on the back end of the next intermission.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just finishing up there with what Mast had to say. You heard the support from the Federation, from France. They have, to me, been the most impressive team that we've seen so far in terms of what we thought we were going to see compared to what we've seen. They are a legitimate threat to win that European section for next gen in their first ever appearance in the FIBA Esports Open. So awesome to see new teams coming along. But as I said, we move to South America now. We're about to have the semifinals for the South American group, which has some real powerhouse teams. It's a conference that really shocked a lot of people in FIBA Esports Open 2 in December. And the two teams that you will have to watch are Uruguay and Argentina. Argentina winning both of the first 2 FIBA Esports Opens for South America, but Uruguay put them on notice in the last one. That series in FIBA Esports Open 2 in December went to a Game 3, 48-39 was the final in a highly defensive Game 3 with Argentina winning. Truly Numb was the MVP of that final. Certified Huama showed a lot of promise for Uruguay. And in this FIBA Esports Open 3, Uruguay beat Argentina in group play. So they already got that sense of redemption, but now we go to the semifinals. And the first semifinal that you're going to see is that Uruguay team against Chile. So with Uruguay, Certified Huama, I said he's the guy. He will be the scorer. He will get the assists for Uruguay. 19-12 against Colombia, 25-14 in that revenge game against Argentina. He is a legit star, not just in this group, but in the world. Watch out for him. Euro Snaggy. Unbelievable performance in group play. Someone this team needs to perform at a high level. And you want to talk about a high level, 37 points, 10 rebounds, 17 of 17 from the field against Argentina. An absolutely incredible performance by Snaggy. He has shown the world what he can do. He's going to need to perform in these next two series for Uruguay to finally get over the mountain and get this title. They're taking on a Chile team that was not in FIBA Esports Open 2, but now we see has some legitimate players on that squad. They did lose in group play to Brazil, but beat Venezuela. Kind of a different change at point guard. Stubby Crazy had 18 and 8 against Brazil, but then the team inserts Raro, who had 19 points and 13 assists against Venezuela. It'll be interesting to see who gets the start for this semifinal, at least for game one against Uruguay. Diego Sky, also a player to watch out for, download, 19 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 steals. Chile will need to put on a strong defensive performance if they want to have any shot against Uruguay. Uruguay, though, is here to prove, again, not just that they are the top team in South America, but them and Argentina want to prove that they could be two of the top nations in the entire globe. So exciting stuff coming with the semifinals of South America. Uruguay against Chile first and Argentina against Brazil. After that, we'll be back soon with more FIBA Esports Open action. You're watching on all forms of FIBA channels. I'll be back later on too with Jeff's Corner.
Got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Oh, yeah. Flyer than your ex, like, oh my God. Right into your legs like, oh my God. And let's go on a date like, oh my God. When I'm back from LA like, oh my God, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you still a scrub. But I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
But I don't give a damn about you one bit, and to think you used to have it all. Funny how the tables turn around. You take it from me on the internet, I know you do it. Can't believe I made it with the music. I know, probably think about me all the time. Probably think you're drowning in the sorrow.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
Find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew?
I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on the toes like I ain't been this good in a second. Self-made boss and a fire and a weapon like. Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
On the board, ayy, tell her we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord, ayy, pray to God I make her where I want to. I hope you do whatever that you can. I could've been the one you felt close to, but now I'll never ever be that man. I say I've already got a plan, already ahead. All about my business in the cupboard overhead. Cut up all the snakes and I left them off for dead. If a snake tryna rat, then I'm cutting off his head. And I've never been the type to give a damn about a hater. I don't give a damn about you neither. I would feel worse, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt.
You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all. You know you could. Oh yeah. Yeah, you would've had it all. You would've had it all. You know you would. Yeah, you know you would.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me $2. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna take what I did and they twist and they burst till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. My
my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of picture that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all. Constructed the constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene, and unplugged for the madness. The calf is golden, hands open as they scream.
It's right as we go through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the law and their disgrace. Longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people. Riding beside them, I whisper asylum, goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land. Beneath my feet, I don't mind slipping inside it, knowing I will arise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus.
It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feeble. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yep, the champ is here, switch gears, with dipping hitters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And
Interject, we break through. Interject, we break through. Interject, we break through.
I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of fame, the cost is paid. Yay, I carry the cross I made. Deal with the dealer, baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yay. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. And the blood, sweat, and tears in my goal so near. I see my business so clear. Interject, we break through. 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 Interject, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah.
She call, I put her on blacklist. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in and I'm in know. You would never put the motherfucking work into do the dreaming. It's obvious, not about everything and everybody it shows. My revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see ya. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be ya. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones that know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground and they stepping on a landmine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been ballin', but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my guy's here when he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I started going down their intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air. I breathe, God, I wanna see your face. Nothing's stolen, cause you're holding me out wrapped in your embrace. Both things are gone and they gone, though. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you love making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, crescent these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my pen and no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave you warm embrace. Healing my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
You in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I'd run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love became. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside, when I'm with you I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. Oh, I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you, I feel high. got me going crazy. Stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy. Ay, if you run, then I'm chasing. Girl, you number one, I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you, I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart, I'll make a crime scene. Designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece, yeah, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside, when I'm with you I feel way too high. I feel way too high. When I'm with you, it's 2 a.m. outside. With you I feel too high.
I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, guarantee you that I won't play. Tryna live this thing out, you ain't what I need now. Balling off a rebound, you can't touch the team now. All of the time, you took my mind into a place I couldn't stand. So won't you just leave me by myself tonight? Leave me alone, I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Yeah, I can tell the truth, but I just keep it suppressed. Harder to be humble when they feel you the best. Harder to believe it when they say you up next. All your business pushing past you while you waiting in mess. Crazy active lately, why I'm feeling so bad. We two different systems, I may need a reset. Things my pops had never taught me, let me in stress. I've been praying for forgiveness for decisions you get. I need a way, I need to pray, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing, I need His grace. Sorry but please, I need my space, I need a way, I need a break, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing, I need His grace. Sorry but I
don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Lemon City had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when they get it, I'ma burn it, cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway, I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then away to a pile full of gold. In a house up on a lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes in a row full of J's and a lemon in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, taking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm Bray Rice in this. It's like I'm rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. Must have let the finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, I admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn like an auto with no time to kill, I've been feeling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FIBA Esports Open 3. We are excited and delighted to have you back after that long intermission. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, come on in. We have got some exciting semi-final action for you here. My name is Chris Simpson. There is so much action here that I can't possibly do it alone, so I'm joined once again on the desk. It's great to have you here, Ignis.
It is my big pleasure, Chris. We're already more than halfway through the day. Tons of exciting action and tons of exciting action still to come.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, look, if you are just joining for the very first time, potentially, the FIBA Esports Open 3 is open to all international Basketball Federation member bodies of FIBA. It's pretty exciting stuff at FIBA Esports Open number 1. Way back when, nearly a year ago, we had 17 participating teams. At FIBA Esports Open 2, we were blown away when we had 36 nations. We now have 60 countries participating. We have 8 different conferences. Ignis, we have more conferences than continents on planet Earth. This is pretty exciting stuff.
And as you've mentioned, Chris, this is the third and final pilot edition of FIBA Esports Open. But more exciting things and probably even bigger things are still to come.
You're dead right. Well, you've been told more to come. Who knows? Did someone say Olympics? Okay, we're not meant to say that, but you never know, because we do have, though, national teams represented here. So this is national pride. These are e-athletes representing their nations, pulling on, in some cases, as we'll see them in the camera, the actual real-life national jerseys, but definitely the digital jerseys as well. And, of course, that means we're actually going to be playing in NBA 2K21 Pro-Am mode. Perhaps you could tell the folks at home who may be not familiar with Pro-Am mode just a little bit more about it, just to fill them in.
That is how you get national gyms and national jerseys on the court as well, because it's a deeply customizable mode. You can swap the jerseys, you can swap the courts and arenas, and the game is played 5 against 5. Each player is controlled by a separate real-life guy behind him.
That's right. And the highly customizable aspect of it is you might be rejoining us having watched the Slovenia France quarterfinal there in the European Next Gen Conference, and you saw both uniforms, the drip, the swag, the national colors being shown there. Phenomenal stuff. And I'm delighted to say that tomorrow during the grand finals, from the winning team for that conference, we, the casters, get to pick an MVP, and they'll be taking home some real drip, some real swag, some real bling, a Tissot watch from FIBA and Tissot for the MVP of that conference after the grand final. We get to pick them, but we're also heavily influenced by chat, so feel free to spam your nation's flag, your favorite player from your country as well, who you think should get the MVP nod. Very cool stuff from Tissot and FIBA, it has to be said.
That's how deep the customization is. You can even customize your real-life looks if you're good enough, and we would like to thank FIBA and 2K for this wonderful fusion and for making this happen.
Absolutely. Now we're going to have a look at the global map here just to show you the different conference groupings. And perhaps for anyone, again, who's maybe joining for the first time here, Ignis, you could just explain why we've got the geographical grouping of these conferences.
The event is played fully online, and that is why, in order to have fair conditions for each and every participant, and in order to avoid the lag produced by the distance between the servers, we do have the teams split into conferences, and it is all in the interest of fairness.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just to explain, if it would be an amazing game to see, say, Team USA versus the Team Philippines. However, there would be an unfair disadvantage to one of the participating teams just due to the geography and the distance. That's why it's done, like you said, the interest of fairness. And, of course, this is going to be the first time ever that we have 2 generations of console being used. So we have the current gen, which is PlayStation 4, and then we have next gen, which is PlayStation 5, represented beautifully in this image from our art department right there. And the reason for that was to maximize the number of potentially participating teams. That's why we have 60 different countries, 8 different conferences. But of course, a word of advice, don't cut your PlayStation controllers in half like you're seeing on the screen there. That won't work very well.
And you do not want to glue 2 different ones together as well. That would be a bad piece of advice.
Yeah, definitely ill-advised, but very cool that we have 2 generations of console. Well, look, let's have a quick look then at today's, moving on to the conferences and the dates that we're going to be going with here. And having a look, it was already played the 16th to 18th of April, the Southeast Asia Conference. And this was split into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. And in Group A there we had the Maldives, Philippines, Vietnam. And then in Group B we had Indonesia, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka.
Philippines with their second win in FIBA Esports Open history of the Southeast Asia Conference. They were the first team in FIBA Esports Open 1. They were the runners-up in the second edition, and they regained the title in the third one. Moving on even further, we also had Middle East playing in FIBA Esports Open 3 already. In Group A, we had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Syria facing off against each other. In Group B, some exciting matchups between Bahrain, Lebanon, and the United Arab Emirates.
Yes, that's right. As you can see there, the trophy is on Saudi Arabia, who become the first ever 3-time champions at their conference at the FIBA Esports Open, which is massive. They were able to three-peat. Again, these are the conferences that have already played the 16th to 18th of April. Moving on then to the African Conference. And once again, similar format as you see here. We've got 6 teams across 2 groups. In Group A, we had Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Tunisia. Then in Group B, we had Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo.
A Cinderella story for Team Egypt. It is their first run at a title. And a title, Egypt making their debut in the African Conference and in FIBA Esports Open overall and taking that one home.
Very cool stuff.
Very cool stuff indeed. We had European Current Generation Conference playing as well. And in Group A, Estonia and Latvia, 2 Baltic countries, faced off against Ireland and Poland. In Group B, it was Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine battling it out.
That's right. Then in Group C, we have Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, Serbia. And in Group D, we had Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. And of course, as we can see there, Russia taking home the trophy for the first time. It was pretty exciting stuff there 2 weekends ago. It feels like yesterday. That was the 23rd to the 25th of April, but very, very exciting stuff. And that is the biggest conference as well there with 16 participating teams. Pretty epic. Then we move on to the North and Central America current generation participating teams right here. And here we had Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico.
And the beautiful country of Barbados proved it's not only famous for Rihanna reasons, it took home the W.
Very, very cool stuff. You're absolutely right. And that was really exciting to see first-time comers winning yet again.
We'll have the European Northern generation still having some things to do in the FIBA Esports Open third edition. In Group A, Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Turkey. In Group B, it could be called a clash of titans: Spain, France, Germany, and Luxembourg.
That's right. And then in Group C, Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. Now, of course, these are the matches that we're seeing being played today, the quarterfinals, I should say. They played across this weekend, so pool stages were yesterday. Quarterfinals today. We've got the semifinals and final tomorrow. Going to be exciting stuff. And yeah, you touched upon it. Group B, Clash of Titans. We knew the French were going to book something special. That was our first game of the day on the desk just before the break there. Pretty exciting stuff. It has to be said. But then moving on to the South America Current Generation Conference as well. And again, 2 groups here, 7 participating teams also being played this weekend. In Group A, we had Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay. And then in Group B, we have Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela.
Argentina is a 2-time champion in FIBA Esports Open, and quite simply, they're looking to defend their title in FIBA Esports Open 3. We'll also have the North American Next Generation Conference, finding out who is the toughest team this weekend. It's Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and the United States of America. All 4 teams played in the North and Central American Conference together as well in the previous edition of FIBA Esports Open. So tons of history between the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking at literally, first, second, third, and fourth place teams right here. So it is going to be fireworks, and we will have that grand final for you tomorrow night. Make sure you're tuned in. Let's have a look then at today's games and what has already transcribed. It began all the way there in the morning there with the European Next Gen quarterfinal number 1 between Turkey and Spain, and it was the Turkish team. It was our only game 3 of the day so far there. Spain forcing it to a game 3 there with a 1-point win in game 2, but then Turkey finishing so strong there, 60-45 to book themselves a slot in the semifinals for tomorrow. Then we had the European Next Gen second quarterfinal of the day between Great Britain and Denmark. And it has to be said, Denmark, good performance, but Great Britain, I would say, just really solid fourth quarter performances and closing out the wins.
In the third quarterfinal of the day, we had Italy and Germany battling it out, and it was a very close first game with Germany taking the W by a 6-point margin. Italy dropping the second game 34-62. They just couldn't recover after the loss. And in the last quarterfinal, it was France against Slovenia, 2 teams making their debut in FIBA Esports Open. France, 2 reassuring victories, 79-57 and 73-52. But what a fourth quarter performance in the second game of the series by Team Slovenia.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of firing on all cylinders there in the final quarter of their final game of the tournament. But I got to tell you, we knew France were going to be good, and their first tournament here as well, the FIBA Esports Open 3. Slovenia's first time on the global stage. I think they turned a lot of heads. They made it out of groups. They performed really well against what has to be said is probably one of the tournament favorites now in France. So fair play to Slovenia there. The French seemed very confident in the interview we had there. But now, coming up, we have the semifinals for the South American Conference right here. Now, a reminder, this is going to be best of 3, and the times you're seeing on the left there are the local times. So we begin with semifinal number 1, Uruguay and Chile, which we're going to be commentating on in just a little bit here. Very, very exciting stuff. And then we'll have semifinal number 2, Brazil versus Argentina.
Argentina trying to defend the title. I'd like to mention that once again. They do have some common history with both Brazil and Uruguay, having played against them in the previous finals of FIBA Esports Open.
Absolutely. So let's now have a quick look here at the group standings for the South American Conference right here. And you can see there in Group A, it was Uruguay going through undefeated. So they got the win over the defending, two-time champs going for the three-peat Argentina. So that's a massive scalp for them to claim. That was huge. Look, Colombia, unfortunately, going home early, but it's really important to get that first tournament under your belt and to participate. Guyana, due to unforeseen circumstances, could not actually compete in their matches, but good that they are on the global stage, and will be prepped for the next tournament.
That shows that you're really, really into the whole esports thing, and we're expecting Guyana soon in the Southern American Conference. And in Group B, as expected, we did have some great games taking place. Brazil taking both wins, beating Venezuela 70-51 and beating Chile 63-42. A great start for Team Brazil. Chile taking the W against Venezuela and leaving them without playoffs.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now let's have a look at that playoff bracket. And as we mentioned earlier, it's going to be best of three. Semifinal number one is going to be between Uruguay and Chile here. This is a South American Conference for the FIBA Esports Open 3. Later today, we will have Brazil versus Argentina, a grudge match. Two teams very familiar with one another. But this first game, Uruguay and Chile, it has to be said, after defeating Argentina in group stages, Uruguay now are probably the favorites at the moment for the South American Conference, which is, hallowed ground and new ground for them to be treading on, which does make Chile the slight underdogs in this one, but they got a win over Venezuela there. And Venezuela play a very flamboyant style of 2K. They have the best mascot in the world as well. It's the dog of the team captain, sits on the couches next to him as he plays. But look, in all seriousness, though, Venezuela, no slouch. They were a really big scalp for the Chilean team to be able to take there. So we're expecting Uruguay to be the favorites. But at the same time, semifinals, you never know. Chile, coming here, participating for the first time, which means not a lot of tape. Means Uruguay can't prepare for them too well, except for the group matches. So anything could happen here.
And Uruguay-Chile, it's going to be a spicy matchup
indeed.
Yeah. Chris, Uruguay with a ton of ambition, no losses so far. Sweet revenge against Argentina. We'll see if they can go all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's have a look at the lineups of the two participating teams right here. Beginning with Team Uruguay, you've got Certified Wama, who is definitely probably their favorite for MVP. Udo Chavox, you've got Shorbot, Nicolas Fornan, and Santi Falero, 98. That's Uruguay looking solid.
We have Diego Ski, Kevin Flores by Kevin starting for Chile, together with by Matty 700, TD Castle 14, and Stu B Crazy for Team Chile. The top scorer in a game against Brazil was Mr. Stu B Crazy. In a game against Venezuela, they had the other guy leading the team, who was Mr. By Kevin. We'll see who takes command for Team Chile in this very game against Uruguay.
And interestingly enough, the ages of the Chilean team here, 16, 24, 17, 19, 18. This is what's great about the FIBA Esports Open 3 here is this. I think that's inspiring. I think that's awesome. I hope there are other 2K hopeful aspiring esport athletes sitting at home watching, saying, geez, I want to pull on the jersey for my nation as well. That said as well, Uruguay still young by worldly standards. 19 is their youngest age. They're 20, 22, 23, but also Uru Chavox there, 34. I love the duality of that. I love that we're about to see an international 2K match where on one side you've got a 34-year-old, on the other side you've got a 16-year-old. I think that's awesome.
That's awesome, and the team of Uruguay is still kind of young.
Yeah.
It's also a mixture of experience and young talent, and it is working well so far. Team Uruguay beating everyone in the group stage. Team Chile falling to Brazil only, and we will see what's the balance of powers between those two teams. Chile making their debut in FIBA Esports Open, and I'm so happy that more and more teams are trying themselves out in the international stage of esports.
Yeah, it's really, really important. And so once again, thank you to FIBA, 2K, and of course, the actual basketball federations themselves. We mentioned this in the previous session. It's really, really vital that they do support the growing esports ecosystem, and that's exactly what they're doing. 60 participating nations. That's massive. That's awesome. Now, a couple of names to look out here for Uruguay, and get ready to spam the chat if you are from Uruguay and you do want to support your nation. Spam that country flag. And two players in particular, Certified Juan and Unu Snaggy, who are definitely their MVP favorites. We're expecting a high-scoring affair for both of them. And then on the Chilean side, perhaps you could maybe just mention who we could be keeping an eye out for there.
It's Stubby Crazy and Roro, perhaps by Kevin, is also having a beautiful performance so far in FIBA Esports Open. The interesting thing here is that for Team Chile, Stubby Crazy and Roro, they have played one game each, with Stubby Crazy appearing only in a game against Brazil and Mr. Roro only playing against Venezuela. So we'll see who plays more, who does more, and we'll see how does it affect the game of Team Chile.
Well, I kind of like that tactic, though, So, look, our powers combined and all that, they are definitely looking for a two-headed monster out there, and they're going to need it. Chile, definitely the underdogs coming in. However, they've got that kind of unknown factor. Their first tournament, Uruguay, a lot of tape, a lot of film on them that you can already go back and look at in terms of previous VODs of the FIBA Esports Open 1 and 2 participating there. Look, the big thing for Uruguay, though, was that defeat over Argentina that they got in the group stages. So Argentina, if you're unfamiliar with the previous FIBA Esports Opens, they are the two-time reigning champion of South America, which means, they are the top dogs. And Uruguay came out and beat them in group stages. Argentina trying to do something very difficult. We've only seen one other team achieve it so far on the international stage. That's Saudi Arabia in the Middle East Conference there. They're three-time champions. Argentina in a fight for their lives in the semifinal against Brazil later. But Uruguay really letting it be known that they are here to compete, and they have to be considered favorites in this one.
Uruguay, however, beating Argentina only by 4 points. So if we're talking about the storyline of the whole tournament, Argentina might get back at them in the finals. But first of all, both teams have to make it there. Uruguay, they have improved significantly. We'll see how they do against the Chilean barrier. Team Uruguay with a nice addition of Mr. Uru Snaggy, and it might be the key addition so far from what we're seeing in FIBA Esports Open, the third edition.
Definitely. Now we are just waiting for the teams to take the virtual court there into the virtual Coliseum. So they're in the digital tunnel, if you like, the digital changing room, just getting ready to step onto the court. You touch upon something there, and that is Unu Snaggy, a name to look out for here. A lot of the top teams seem to have at least two very high-scoring capable players on their lineups. We're seeing that. The only team that seems to have that kind of one-man show is Great Britain there with Hazza, who's kind of coming out there and dropping about 80% of his team's points every single time they play. So look for Certified Juan and Unu Snaggy for Uruguay to get going early on in this one. Likewise, the really important thing you just touched upon, actually, first of all, they need to make the finals. You never know. Uruguay might be looking past Chile in this one. Now, we don't have to wait any longer, though. I'm told we have the game, so let's get down to the action. The players are ready.
Yes, indeed. And continuing your thought, Chris, about Mr. Uru Snaggy, in a game against Argentina, he was the key factor for Team Uruguay, scoring 37 points and going 17 out of 17 from the field. So a very impressive performance. We'll see if he can keep it up against Team Chile. It was a very strong group for both of the teams. Brazil is a very experienced team. If we're thinking of the only team that Chile has lost to, Argentina, Colombia, and Guyana also tough opponents for Team Uruguay. They've proved a lot in the group stage, but it might not matter if they fail right here.
Absolutely. As we see a really quick pass here, a bit of ball skills and a nice quick pass there, and straight away, Oh, that was pretty impressive stuff right there. The two players we were speaking about get right into the action. It's going to be Uruguay wearing the blue and Chile wearing the white unis right here. And just some, I would say, soft high court pressure right there from Uruguay. They're just waiting to see what Chile throw at them. Oh, the jump pass, that's going to be stolen. And again, quick transition, potential bucket. Alley-oop up and reverse dunk.
Certified Juana with 14 assists in a game against Argentina, 12 against Colombia. He's the distributor for Team Uruguay, so we can wait for more assists coming from him in this game.
Absolutely. A nice hard drive to the rim right there, and Chile will have a chance to at least get on the board here. 2 free throws. Diego Skill knocks in the first. Lonely place the free throw line. That's good as well. So there we go. 4-2. Uruguay want a quick timeout as well, so they want to have a quick chat. So I do like the utilization of early timeouts just to make sure everybody's on the same page. Just the same schematically and tactically. It's important. We see there is Unusnagi probably going to hand the ball back here to Certified Wama. Expect to see that. They'll try and work this pick and roll, but a nice baseline alley-oop right there.
Nicolas Fernan converting Nico Fernandez. His name is, in real life, a perimeter lockdown archetype player for Team Uruguay.
Impressive stuff right there. And you can't fall asleep if you're those baseline defenders there for Chile. They're going to find out the hard way if they don't wake up there, because Uruguay will probably look to exploit that as much as possible. Getting a little bit sticky, getting their hands in there. Uruguay trying to get a steal, so Chile will get the inbounds.
That's a second team foul, and if Chile gets to the bonus, it might start slowly killing Team Uruguay, so you do want to avoid unnecessary contact.
Yeah, you bet. Nice alley-oop dunk right there. Diego throwing it in backwards. Here comes Shorbot, going to bring the rock up the court. That is an interesting tactic we've seen, sharing the ball handling responsibilities between Certified Yama and Shorbot. Back to Unusnagi, trying to work their magic here with that pick and roll. There's the roll corner, and it's Santi Faloro, and he missed. A good board here, though, for Nicolas Fernan, who you just called out. So Uruguay get to reload here.
Certified Juana, we can see him on camera for Team Uruguay. 5 people are playing. Each avatar is controlled by a separate player, but we can only see 2 guys on the cam. It's Certified Juana for Uruguay, and Kevin Flores by Kevin for Team Chile.
Yeah, good stuff. Titi knocking in a baseline jumper there. We've got a tie ball game 6 apiece, and I really want to know which city these guys are in, back in their home countries as well. So when we do get to interview the eventual winner, I've got to make sure I ask them that.
Yes, sir, of course. Most of the guys, I can tell you a secret, Chris. Most of the guys for Team Uruguay are from Montevideo.
Yeah, right.
I won't tell you the secret against Chile. We might find out in the interview. By Kevin, missing from the corner. The game is tied. Uruguay looking to take the lead. Chile, being the underdog, they don't want the game to slip away early in the first quarter, and that is exactly what they're trying to do, actually, with their very, very intense defense. Unusnagi, nothing easy is allowed. He'll have to earn 2 points from the stripe, and yes, he does.
Yeah, and I like that as well. And look, we've seen in game 1 so far, as we see full court pressure there, nearly a trap there from Uruguay. We've seen in game 1 cagey affairs across every single quarter and semifinal, it has to be said. And it's just as the teams are figuring each other out as we get a nice drive there. Big dunk from Crazy.
Stubby Crazy being serious, finding an open lane.
Absolutely. Here's Shorbot again. You're going to see him bringing the ball up the court every once in a while, and it leaves Certified Juanma to go and get open. And now he's got the rock again, trying to create that shot. Got an easy drive and a layup. There we go. Well, we were expecting a big dunk, but he kind of trolls us a little bit with a nice simple layup, kissing it off the glass. Look at the high court pressure here from Uruguay.
Yeah, that was sweet, actually, and it is intense on the other side of the courts. To be Crazy, he is double-teamed. Can he overcome it? 10 seconds to shoot. He refuses to use an open lane, puts it up. The shot is denied. 4 seconds to shoot. Stubby Crazy trying to feed the ball inside, and the shot from point-blank range does not go.
Yeah, I thought he might have had an open look there from 3. Everybody backed
off.
He
passed it up?
Yeah, he decided to lob it in instead. Good defense, it has to be said, from Uruguay. cagey affair. Big dunk right there. And we have an activated player. Snaggy is activated.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
Some nasty coming from Snaggy. 4-point game. Last minute ago in the first quarter, Chile can be pretty happy about their performance despite the last possession. They're only down by 4, but they gotta take care of the ball. 2 easy points on the fast break.
Quick transition bucket there from Uruguay. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for them. Now Chile just, need to pump the brakes a little bit. It's been a good first quarter for both teams as they're just kind of feeling each other out here. Would be good if they got a bucket on this possession. The corner shot wide open. They pass it up. Okay, wide open again in the corner. There we go. Titty's got it in there. Beautiful.
The lead is cut in half. Uruguay only up by 3. Good ball movement this time from Team Chile. You cannot pass up those wide open looks, and you've got to find your open teammates. It's as simple as that. You've got to execute perfectly offensively if you want to beat a team like Uruguay. Now, a mid-range J, that shot looked like a layup to him. Stu B crazy, 10 seconds to shoot. Stu B crazy, some pick and roll action. The Chile is trying to create. Stu B crazy, going all the way and up high.
Climbing the ladder. I was once again expecting the ball to hit the corner. Final shot is green here in the first quarter. Uruguay just flexing a little bit here as the first quarter comes to an end. But I do like what we've seen from both teams here so far. I think those corner shots are really opening up, though, for Chile, and I reckon they've got to take advantage of that while they can.
That is what you've got to be seeing more of when you're playing against Team Uruguay, and it looked like it was going to be a wide open layup, but what a great reaction from Team Uruguay right here. Sorbat back to certified Juanma. Both teams doing a great job defending those pick and rolls, but they let Juanma get wide open, and he knocks one down.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting deja vu here from previous FIBA Esports Opens. Certified Juanma, as we see a nice alley-oop here from Chile at the other end. Certified Juanma is a certified gangster from downtown. He will absolutely hit those open threes. And now just trying to get a little bit sticky on defense if they can. That's actually pretty good D. As I said, he is crafty as we see a nice alley-oop there.
You've got to watch the backdoor cuts. Even though you're doing a great job in the perimeter, they don't let certified Guanma to take a wide open shot, but he's got a great court vision. You got to be aware of that.
Ooh, tough shot right there. Just doesn't quite drop. I got to tell you, I feel like these corner shots are just going to be bread and butter here for Chile, and it's going to be 3 every time based on what we've seen. I think they got to look there. Certified activates his takeover. That's a deep 3, and it's good.
Bang, bang. You got to watch out. Certified Guanma, he is one heck of a shooter from behind the arc, and he's been lighting it up recently. It's 27-15. Certified Guanma scored 25 and 19 accordingly in games against Argentina and Colombia, and he's looking forward to another impressive offensive performance in this very game against Chile. A turnover, Uris Nagy. They're stopping for a while. Santi Fierro. He puts it up, no good from mid-range. Nicolas Fernan grabbing another offensive rebound and a second chance opportunity, a third chance opportunity. To be honest, for Team Uruguay, it is a wide open shot. At least it looked like it. It was 43% covered. If we look at it formally, it's missed anyway. Diego Sky. Back out, Stu B crazy. Another wide open look from the corner. It's 27-20.
There you go. I think that's got to be their go-to move right there. If it's Chile, good full court pressure coming in as well, and Shorbot just pumping the brakes. Oh, I think that was meant for the man in the corner. Anyway, they reset here. 10 to shoot. Shorbot trying to work it up. A good cut there from Urush Nagy, and that's going to be a bucket for him. So it's an interesting one. I feel like Chile are still very much in this as we have 2 minutes left in the first half here. But Uruguay, it's just kind of comfortable with this 11-point lead.
Uruguay is building onto their lead currently, but Chile doesn't want to let it slip away. Great cut.
Yeah.
He hits him with a pass. It's a single-digit game once again.
And again, they're coming with that high court pressure. They're trying to trap the inbounds. I got to tell you, I love to see that from Chile as we see a big dunk there. The pump reverse, very, very nice. You could see both teams trying to execute this inbounds trap there. It's very unpleasant if you're the man receiving the inbound, as we see another easy bucket. But if you break the trap, you've then got to get back on defense if your opponent breaks your trap and hustle, and they're just not doing that, either team, really.
It's been an all-star game recently. Both teams lacking the defensive effort a little bit, but looking very impressive on the offensive end of the floor. And if Uruguay, being a very talented team and a powerhouse, can live with that, another perfect example here. Chile has to be very, very careful. You cannot allow Uruguay to put up points on the scoreboard in a hurry. You got to be very, very attentive on defense. It's an 11-point game. Uruguay with the basketball.
Yep, trying to add to it here as well, and this is kind of big. Good stop right there for Chile, though. A little bit sloppy with the passing there from Uruguay. With 33 seconds left here in the first half, I was just going to say a nice easy bucket is what the doctor ordered there. Chile just cutting that lead back to 9 here. The full court pressure comes in. That is a good move. Trying to just turn this ball over, maybe get the last laugh here in the first half if you're Chile. But Uruguay, oh, so good.
Great spin.
Snaggy.
Yay, 2 sweet points for Snaggy. Stu B crazy. He's been doing a great job slicing the defense of the opponents. 18.6 to go in the second quarter, and the final possession, maybe the final possession, belongs to Chile. They're down by 11. Stu B crazy slashing once again. He draws a foul. It could have been an N1 opportunity, but he does not convert the layup and will have to earn 2 from the line.
And once again, the corner was open for a split second. And at this level, okay, the international stage, a split second is all you're going to get. At least he banks home both of these free throws. 10 seconds to play with here, Uruguay. Chile not going to make it easy on him. If there's any man who can bang it in before the half, it's certified Wama trying to break some ankles. 2 to shoot. 1.
It goes. It goes. Yes,
amazing.
Sir. 12-point game before the half.
Love those FIBA ads right there. Well, I would say if you're Chile at the moment, yeah, you're down 12 at the half, okay, but you've got to be feeling pretty good because Uruguay are really the heavy favorites, and it has to be said, you're kind of trying to beat them at their own game. Now that said, Uruguay will be feeling pretty comfortable because it's a shootout right now. The defense probably needs to tighten up for both teams. Second half action underway. Struby crazy again. Oh, nearly a 3-second violation there. The Zebras were getting ready to blow the whistle.
He had to wait for a bit, but it was worth waiting. A 10-point game, and those deficits, those kinds of deficits, they can easily be erased. If you're playing against Uruguay, it's not going to be that easy, but it is important to know that it's highly possible for Team Chile if they do a slightly better job in the second half, and you cannot allow your opponents to shoot those wide open shots just like now from the corner. It goes, and it's a 13-point game. An alley-oop and a throwdown, an impressive fast break coming from Chile. They narrow down the deficit to only 11 points. And now Uruguay coming back the other way. Certified Uwana. Some pick and roll action. He's been good recently at creating space. That's the way he closed the first half. He turns it over this time. Chile running. TD Castle
trying to work an open look there. Oh, he had a split second. Pumping the brakes. The lane opened up there. Potted like the Red Seas, but he wasn't quite ready to take advantage of it. Struby crazy, working that crossover. He's going to have to settle. Oh, nice quick pass inside there, and a good bucket in the end. There we go. Back to this 9-point kind of gap they seem to be holding.
The real good teams, they say, play the third quarter well. Both teams right here doing a great job in the third, and that means we're in for a quality matchup in the first semifinal of the South American Conference. A foul is called, It is the first team foul. Chile got into the bonus late in the second quarter. They want to do it earlier if they want to take advantage of that in the third. Stu Be Crazy, some pick and roll action once again. The screen is set. Stu Be Crazy driving all the way, and he's denied.
Big block right there. Good defensive effort. But once again, it was the corner shooter's man stepping up to make the block. So that's why you gotta dish that off, and you got 3 easy points. Couple of steals from Chile, but certified Juanma draining the big 3, stepping up for his country when they needed him. And now Chile need to try and answer back with a bucket of their own.
Chile, they need to be careful and take care of the basketball. You cannot allow your opponent to get some steals. Uruguay is running very, very well. Stu Be Crazy. They managed to hold on to the ball despite a couple of risky passes here. 3 seconds to shoot. Can they make it? Oh. Yes, sir.
Very assertive three-pointer right there. Kind of stepped into it. It just looked like it was going to be money the moment he stepped up. Nice work there for Chile. We got broken ankles, though. Juanma,
no use out of that.
Just trying to work the open look here. That's a deep 3. Are you kidding me? Wow, what a shot. I tell you what, Chile are doing well to stay in touch here because both teams are shooting incredibly well. I just feel like Uruguay are just taking advantage of the open 3s a lot more. There you go. Missed corner shot there. Again, the buckets are going to be there for Chile. They've just got to step up and take advantage.
Diego Ski, however, doing a great job on the boards. He gives them the second chance, and it's a charging foul. Ball going the other way.
Yep, great defense there from Uruguay. And it's going to be, I feel like, those 1%er plays that are adding up at this level of 2K on the global stage. 12 points is nothing as Juanma pulls the trigger. A rare miss for him.
Good defense, actually, by Team Chile. You've got to keep an eye on everything on the court if you're playing Uruguay. That's what they do right here. TD Castle wide open. You got to make those. You got to make those wide open looks from the corner. That is what Chile is getting a lot of. A spicy fast break going the other way.
Nice dunk right there. And you're right. And we don't want to sound too harsh, but TD's been knocking those in, so we expect him to make those big buckets to stay in touch here. Under a minute left in the third. Chile still very much within touching distance. Nice drive from them. Glorious bucket right there from Stu Be Crazy. 12 points is the difference here. The full court pressure continues from Chile. Can they get a couple of stops here and make this just an even tighter affair before the fourth quarter? Certified toting the rock here. Great pass. Snaggy says, hold my Gatorade. The dunk contest is on.
That's what you're risking when you're playing step-out defense during pick and rolls. The help has to come from the backcourt. And another throw down here for Team Uruguay. Chile turning the ball over without even crossing the half court.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. Coach is not going to be happy. The 16-point buffer is there at the moment. That's more like it, Kevin. There you go.
Bottom of the net for Kevin. A 13-point game. Chile still within reaching distance. 12 seconds. No difference between the game clock and the shot clock. The latter seems to be off. Certified Uana seems to be off on that three-pointer as well.
There you go. End of the third. Look, if they're looking right now, they're chatting to each other, Chile. They've got to be talking about these corner 3s. They are there time and time again, and that is how you can get back into a game very, very quickly. There you go. Uruguay showing them how to do it there with a 3 of their own. Chile, they've got an opportunity here. 16 points can go in a flash with some sharp shooting from the corner.
By Maddie, holding on to the ball for a little while here, giving it up to Stu Be Crazy. Stu Be Crazy, great screen it is, and he is denied. Diego Ski catching the basketball, only 5 to shoot, no new shot clock. 3 to shoot. Stu Be Crazy, a great alley-oop pass, and Diego Ski is skying high.
Again, a couple of open shooters in the corner they passed up, but obviously they did it in dramatic fashion with a nice alley-oop as Juanma drops in another 3. He is killing it. The lead is now 17. Oh, they got to take it play-by-play. Diego's activated his takeover. That's good if you're Chile. They need buckets, and they need them quickly, though. The men are getting open. They've just got to find them with the quick passes. And then, of course, they need to be perfect. It's easier said than done. It's FIBA Esports Open 3. South America semifinal action, number 1. Game 1. Good rebound from Diego there. Making it look easy. It's anything but. Here comes Should Be Crazy. Nice! Backdoor cut from TD Castle there with the big dunk.
TD Castle waiting for a little while in that corner, not receiving a open look and not getting any space from defense. He makes the backdoor cut. He gets hit with the pass, and probably this is one of the ways for Team Chile to score.
And an alley-oop dunk of their own from Uruguay. 17 points is the buffer. Now is the time you want to get the ball rolling. If you're Chile, you can get back in this. And if you're Uruguay, you've got to stiffen the sinew here. Stand tall defensively. Don't give up any big, easy threes. Good movement off the ball there. 4 to shoot. Something's got to give. That's a good drive. Heavy traffic, though. Good defense from Uruguay.
Gotta use your takeover to take over. That's the case for Diego Ski right here. His team is down by 17, and it is important to finish the game off on a good note. You don't want to go sloppy into the second game of the serious titty case. Missing the shot, fighting for the ball. Uruguay with the rebound. Still plenty of time remaining for Chile to improve their performance in this ball game. Seni Fierro, no good.
Couple of misses here from Uruguay. Good defense as well down the stretch from Chile. I tell you what, if they're taking notes for game 2, because no matter what, it's a best-of-3 series. Whether they come back in this one with 2 minutes and 11 seconds left and get this 17-point deficit, doesn't matter. They still got to play game 2. They got to think about game 2 tactics. And, man, the corner shots have been there. And if they take them, as we see another nice drive, I feel like they could actually give Uruguay a run for their money in game number 2.
Stu B Crazy, he is a threat. Another throwdown by Mr. Stu B Crazy. 4 points in a row, 16 total in a game, and a double-double for Stu B Crazy. With 16 points and 10 assists. He's 7 out of 13 from the field.
He's really had a hand in just about everything Chile have done, it feels, doesn't it? And look, back to the drawing board a little bit. They got 13 points, though. It's not unheard of here. They need a couple of threes to go their way, you feel like, here, Chile. Uruguay defending well, but the gap is closing. Good pass there again. Big dunk. Low post.
Chile coming back. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. And they're only down by 11 points. They've been putting up points in a hurry recently. Can they get a stop? Certified Uwana is denied, out of bounds. Chile ball. Can they cut it to single digits during this possession?
Oh, I'm getting some Slovenian vibes right here. You know, that fourth quarter big comeback that they tried to mount. Can Chile drop in a bucket here, close that gap ever so much? Time not their friend. They'd want to get a move on. Oh, missed alley-oop.
Could have floated it up himself. Now an alley-oop pass by Diego Ski. Did not manage to receive it properly. Nicolas Fernan, Sani Fierro, he misses. Chile still with some chances. Stu B Crazy, he's got the handles, he's got the basketball.
Yeah, and look, Uruguay have missed, if I'm not mistaken, their last 3 three-pointer attempts. So there's an opportunity for Chile if they can take it. There's an alley-oop time as well and truly against them. They need 3 threes. They need stops right here. My goodness, it's time to dial up the pressure if you're Chile. Make this as close a finish as you can. That's the jump ball. Who's got the possession?
Wow, they look ready for a takeoff. It's 61-55. Not a lot of time remaining. They'll jump for the ball. Chile needing this one badly, and they do have some lessons to learn definitely from this game anyway, no matter how it ends. For the second game of the series, they were doing a ton of things very, very well. They need to build onto that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great finish from Chile. And if you're Uruguay, you got a bit of a case of the wobbles down the stretch as well. You were pulling away. You had a 17-point gap at one point. You know, it was looking pretty, but then a few missed shots, and Chile just a lot better on defense here in the fourth. You could tell just something went wrong there with the timing on the attempted alley-oop. A very strong finish from Chile. And look, they've got to be thinking corner threes for game number 2. That's all I'm saying.
They've got to be thinking positively. That's the most important thing. They have only lost the game by 11 points. In a game as speedy as this one, they've lost by 14, I'm sorry. But once again, it's a very, very fast-paced game. So you can erase this deficit for sure in a couple of minutes in NBA 2K Pro-Am mode. And Chile can definitely do better and build onto their experience in the second game of the series. There were moments when they were simply brilliant, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. So down the stretch there, Chile were brilliant. The defense got a lot better. I would say that their movement off the ball, look, maybe it took a little bit of desperation to get them moving there. However, I'm gonna touch on something you said there, psychological. Big tick. Great way to finish. And Uruguay, a little bit of the wobbles. Let's see if they can shake that off and get ready for game number 2. The corner threes, though. You said it. So 14-point difference at this level isn't really insurmountable. It's not that crazy. A couple of blocked drives there when really the ball should have been dished out to either corner. And, you know, you're looking at like a very low single-digit game. So Chile getting together now. This is why we have a little bit of recce time, a little bit of strategic time for them to go and talk about game plan. It was an impressive performance, though, it has to be said, from Uruguay and a couple of their players in particular.
And I've got to say, I've got all my trust in Chile, actually. They're playing very, very well under pressure, and that is what's going to be very, very important in game number 2. Chile proving they can compete against Uruguay. They can find ways to stop them down the stretch, and this is the experience that they have to think over right now during those couple of minutes before the next game, and that is what they have to keep in mind in order to perform in the second game of the series. They will be fighting for survival, Chris.
Yeah, so who's grabbed your attention there from Uruguay, though? Which players are kind of jumping off the page and looking good, do you think?
It's certified Juana, definitely. He's so good at creating space off the dribble and knocking down those three-pointers off of it. Certified Juana, he's been impressive, and he's had 22 points in the ball game. It's a double-double for the guy, 14 assists in his bank account as well. Urusnagi, 22 points, 5 boards for the big man of Team Uruguay.
Yeah, I mean, 22 points apiece there for Certified Wama and Urusnagi. Now, tomorrow, depending, if they can make it to the grand final, still got at least one more game left in this series against Chile. We will be deciding upon who will be actually the MVP of the conference after the championship game. But right now, you can't really split anything between Urusnagi and Certified Nwama. And you could see there, just recapping the second half of today's action, we saw the French defeat Slovenia in pretty convincing fashion. In game 1 just now, we've seen Uruguay, take it over Chile, but a strong finish from Chile. We both kind of mentioned there. And later on, just to mention that you're looking at local times next to your country's name and flag there. So local time there in Brazil and Argentina, it's going to be 3:30 in the afternoon. Can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Don't tell my wife I said that. However, make sure your chores are done, your housework's done, you've walked the dog, all that good stuff. Grab yourself some snacks, sit back and, yell at the TV or your digital handheld device, whatever you're watching on across Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. FIBA Esports Open 3. That's going to be South America Conference Semifinal number 2. But now the players are back in the digital dressing room. And we're getting ready for game number 2 here, Uruguay versus Chile. And I got to tell you, I know my prediction for Slovenia-France was off. But I'm feeling, as we have a look at the lineups once again here, I'm feeling like Chile can force a game 3 here. And Chile coming out with the Diegoski, Kevin, Baimati, Titicaso, and Stubby Crazy.
Stu B Crazy once again in the lineup for Team Chile. He was subbed out for a group stage game against Venezuela. He's now playing and rolling for Team Chile, being one of the most important contributors in Game 1. For Team Uruguay, we have certified Juanmo starting, Surbot, Nicolas Fernan, Santi Fierro, and Juris Nagy also in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And Uruguay will be thinking, look, job half done here. That said, the wobbles in the fourth quarter, they had a period there where they missed a lot of open shots, okay, and Chile forced a few turnovers. Chile just got to be thinking, okay, how can we maintain that level of gameplay for an entire game? You know, it's really difficult to concentrate and to be switched on, especially on the global stage like this. The whole country's watching. You're playing for your nation. It's very difficult to be laser focused for that long. Hopefully they can do it here, because I'd like to see a Game 3.
That's the only option they have, Chris. National pride is on the line. And sure, sometimes it's tough psychologically, the pressure, but winning is very, very sweet. That's what Chile has to try and do in the second game of the series.
Absolutely.
It will depend largely on stopping two of the leaders by Team Argentina from Team Uruguay. I'm very, very sorry. It's certified Juanma and Juris Nagy, both scoring 22 points in Game 1.
And you got to be thinking potentially as a tactic there for Chile, if they can take away one of those players, take one of the pieces off the board, then, you know, but that said, we've seen certified one. We've seen him step up and drop in enormous amounts of points. So they had 22 points apiece in Game 1 there, so 44 between them. You get the feeling that either one of them could score that as well. So it's no easy task for Chile. But I like what you said there as well. Victory, the sweet nectar of victory. I hope these guys are playing, inspired as opposed to fearful. That's not what this is about at all. It's about inspiring, everybody at home watching as you represent your nation, and also the next generation of esport athletes that are watching. It's going to be great. Let's just have a reminder as well that this is Chile's first ever international tournament. So this is massive. It's the first ever, I should say, FIBA Esports Open appearance. So that's huge. To make it through to the semis, get out of the groups, make it through to the semis, and put up a solid performance against probably the tournament favorite Uruguay. They can already hold their heads really high and proud as well, it has to be said. And they've already got a big scalp taking Venezuela, who we love, of course, and we remember from FIBA Esports Open too. So impressive stuff already from Chile, no matter what goes down in Game 2.
Yes, sir. And speaking of Uruguay, they're looking to do more than they did in FIBA Esports Open 2. They first have to win against Chile. First of all, they have to win in the semifinal. Uruguay making their debut in the second edition of FIBA Esports Open and falling only in the final to Team Argentina, beating Argentina in the group stage in FIBA Esports Open 3. We'll see how Uruguay does in FIBA Esports Open, the third edition overall.
And yeah, exactly. And it's hard not to think about Argentina when you mention Uruguay, and vice versa as well, okay?
Yeah, I even missed up the names of the countries because of their rivalry.
They have so much history. We're used to seeing them battle it out in the final. That may very well happen as well. We'll have Argentina versus Brazil after this as well. However, look, Uruguay will already be feeling pretty chuffed, I'd say. They'll be feeling pretty good because they beat Argentina, the two-time champs, back-to-back champs, in group stages. It was a tight game. It wasn't a blowout by any means, but that's got to be filling you with confidence. But likewise, the psychological element we're talking about. So you're always assessing your opponent based on who they've beat, okay? If you're Chile, you've got to be sitting there going, well, wait a second, Uruguay just beat the champs. And we kind of stood toe-to-toe with them, only lost by 14 there. Chile will be feeling pretty good, pretty confident, no matter what goes down here in Game 2. I definitely feel like all the Chilean supporters in chat, you can be proud, guys. And make sure you're spamming your flags, by the way. That's our favorite job here as casters, as commentators, is to give you full permission to give our moderators the hardest time imaginable. Spam your nation's flag, the Uruguayan flag, the Chilean flag. Spam them in chat. Spam who your favorite player is. Maybe there's family, maybe there's relatives watching as well, So feel free to give our mods a hard time. Copy pasta to your heart's content.
And it might even impact who becomes the MVP and receives a beautiful Tisa watch in this FIBA Esports Open 3 tournament. Because we get to pick an MVP. So if you don't apply enough pressure, don't blame us.
We get to pick. However, we are absolutely not above being influenced by chat. We love a hero story, right? We love an underdog story as well. Look, that said, a couple of players just from Chile then, and the players are just getting ready in the digital tunnel. They're getting ready to come out. Game 2 of this South American Conference semifinal number 1 will kick off very shortly, or tip off very shortly, I should say. Stubby Crazy showed me a lot there in game number 1, but one player whose name we didn't really mention, Roro, and he actually showed some good potential there in group stages as well. So I feel as though for Chile, somebody's got to step up and really help the team out. And Roro, for me, is probably the top guy who can do it.
Yes, sir. And for Team Chile, actually, there's always a new guy performing in each and every game. So this is what's really exciting about this team. Diego Ski, he did have some good performances in group stage, but he was the team leader pretty much in the very first game in the semifinal against Team Uruguay. So who's next? I don't know.
Just having a look down at the stat line there as well. Kevin, who we saw step up and make a couple of corner threes. If they're listening and if their coach is thinking the same we are, we're not as smart as the international coaches, though. We'll never pretend we are. But if they did identify the corner shots as an opportunity, you could see someone like Kevin have a double-digit, a 20-point game very, very easily as well if they do start to find him the rock, because he looked deadly every time he got the ball out there.
I'm also looking at Mr. TD Castle.
Oh, yeah.
Also, some three-point corner action from the guys, some backdoor cuts in the first game of the series. And if you're the point guard of Team Chile, then you're most likely Mr. Stu B. Crazy. You have to be looking for Mr. TD Castle in order to build your success in the second game of the series. Mr. TD Castle, he's been very efficient in the first game.
Definitely. Look, and I think you touched upon something that we've got to see a little bit more there from Chile. It's the drive, draw the defenders, and dish to the open man. Look, the dude has Castle in his name, okay? He is going to be solid as a rock. He's going to be sturdy, reliable, and I know that his team is going to be able to rely on him. We are just waiting for the game to tip off. And look, it's Uruguay versus Chile. Game 1, 14-point differential. Uruguay take the win, but Chile looked really good in the fourth quarter. So if anything, it's Chile that probably have the momentum here a little bit. Uruguay got a bit of a case of the wobbles. Chile's first ever tournament. They haven't participated in a FIBA Esports Open previously in 1, 2, and it's their first tournament here, FIBA Esports Open 3. Likewise, though, Uruguay, runners-up to Argentina. They are the favorites. We have our game. We are ready to take it down to the court right now.
Let's go, Chris. Let's go, Chile. Let's go, Uruguay. It's going to be an exciting game. 14-point difference that we had in the first ball game of the series is really nothing. Both of the teams very, very competitive, and the whole drama might take a totally different turn here in the second game. We've got 2 guys on cameras, 1 from each team, but 5 guys are playing in the game. Each avatar is controlled by a different real-life player. On your cameras, the team captain for Team Uruguay, certified Wanman, one of the top scorers in the team. On camera for Team Chile by Kevin, and we'll see if he can step up in this game. He's got huge potential. They need to use him more. They need to try and take a look if he can exploit the defense of the opponents. That is exactly what certified Wanma does in the opening possession for Team Uruguay.
And here comes Roro, who we spoke about pre-game as well. He has to step up here. It's going to be Uruguay here in the white and Chile in the red, as we see a nice bucket right there. Ooh, Uruguay won an early timeout there. That's normally a sign that not all is well on the defensive front. So trying to figure that out. And again, I was going to say, where's the high court pressure from Chile? Because Uruguay are going to bring it, and I actually thought that worked pretty well. Maybe they're actually going to go back to just a pure half-court defense in this one. Maybe they didn't like the gaps and the points they gave up. if they can control the tempo here, clamp down defensively, I think can give Chile a really good chance as we see a great alley-oop there.
And I think Chile surprised Uruguay in the first possession of the ball game. Those mid-range pull-ups getting more and more popular in the game, and that is exactly what Roro came up with, making that mid-range jumper, and he's got the basketball once again. He gives it up to TD Castle. You were talking about Roro, Chris, and this guy is contributing an assist. 2 points in the previous possession, and he is responsible so far for all of the points the Team Chile has scored.
He's had a finger in every pie, it has to be said, as we get a nice pull up there from one on. He's just dropping in the bucket. Look at this high court pressure. And that's not going to cut the mustard, not going to get it done. I like an outlet pass over halfway there, and they had a man open. I mean, why risk it for a biscuit this close to your own hoop as we see another alley-oop?
Wait. And it's going to be Uruguay ball.
I'm very confused about what just happened there. But anyway, here we go. As we get the inbound alley-oop play, I love that. The quick 1-2. Glorious.
They just compensate for what we saw previously.
Yeah, glorious right there.
And actually, an interesting decision by Team Chile. Mr. Roro now is subbed into the lineup. We had Mr. Stu B Crazy playing in the first game of the series, and now we have Mr. Roro. So every second game, they're switching it up in the point guard position.
Yeah, and it's good. I think it's good to mix it up. Look. You got to be feeling good about that fourth quarter effort you gave if you're Chile, but you still lost by 14. There is no dawn if you lose this game. It's all on the line here. Uruguay out to a 10-4 lead over Chile here. It's a best-of-3 series. This is semifinal number 1, South America Current Generation Conference here, FIBA Esports Open 3. Uruguay trying to book themselves into the final. By Matty with a nice 3 here for Chile, though, keeps them in touch.
By Matty, another sharp shooter for Team Chile. Actually, it is his archetype in FIBA Esports Open, and he is desiring to become a legend in NBA 2K21. So we wish him that, and he can prove himself in this very ball game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, he's already a legend in the hearts and minds of the entire nation, representing the country here. Couple of early reach-ins here. Chile getting handsy, but I like it. If I'm the coach, I like that you're harassing Certified Walmart. You're not making it easy for him to just pick you apart from behind the arc. I dig it. I'm here for it, but you got to defend the corners. As Santi Ferrero bangs in a nice 3.
Once again, Chile is risking something in order to defend Certified Wanmo efficiently. They're trying to double team the guy. Help defense is coming, but they leave people wide open in corners, and that's not what you want if you want to win a game. Help has to rotate quicker from inside the paint, and maybe in order to keep the shooters of Team Uruguay covered. Great play in the passing lanes. Fast break coming the other way. TD Castle.
Yeah, we've definitely they've got to rotate the ball a little bit faster there, Chile, because they had options. That's a great cut, though, and a big foul.
He's hammered.
Yeah, he really was. He went over the paint and got destroyed right there. Look, I like the tempo, I like the pace, I like the passion we're seeing for both of these teams. Impressive stuff so far.
That's what I wanted to say, Chris. I love the passion. The effort is here. Both teams have their own ambitions. Chile looking to extend the series. Uruguay wanting to close it off right away. And both teams are capable of achieving their goals. It's going to depend on very small details.
Oh, Certified Walmart says, I got some details for you right here, mate. And drops in another epic 3. God, it's 16-9, and that just shows how deadly Uruguay are. It feels like Chile are right in this game. But just like that, they've got a 7-point lead. That's a good pull-up from Roro. Needs more of that. You take your points when they're on offer. One thing we spoke about there, Certified Walmart getting double-teamed, okay? I like that. I like that Chile are saying, okay, if you're going to beat us, it's going to be someone else making these threes. If I'm Chile, I stick with that tactic, because the pressure comes on their sharpshooters. But look, Nicolas Fernand, oh my goodness, no pressure for him.
Just a split second that Chile has overlooked their opponent in the corner. You gotta rotate quicker defensively against a team like Uruguay. They're gonna exploit everything they can in a game of that importance. It's by Maddie, looking for an open guy. Roro, he's been poisonous from mid-range recently. Roro, he's looking for a wide open look, and he gets it. It's only 6% covered, and it's nothing but net. 19-13 with 5 seconds remaining in the first.
Nicholas trying to bang it home. I would say a very competitive first quarter here. 6 points is the lead, but Chile very much within touching distance. I've been impressed with Roro. I've been impressed with the defense from Chile as well here to begin game number 2. Best of 3 series here. Good look from Roro. Banging it in, turning away. Cool guys don't look at explosions or their three-pointers when they go in.
He is splashing recently. It is 19-16. What a sweet performance by Roro. And what a great decision for Chile to sub him in. Roro with the steal.
And
He's stopped in his tracks. Now Diego Ski, Roro.
We're mentioning him a lot here. I mean, that's what you want when you make that big decision. You know, Stubby Crazy was pretty impressive for Chile's. We see a nice drive and dunk right there. And
it's a 1-point game.
1-point game. My favorite kind of lead right here. Look, he's been really impressive, Roro has. And hopefully we're pronouncing his name correctly there, because we're taking some creative liberties. Could be Roro.
At least the guy is really roaring in terms of his playing style, and we do have the pronunciation. Yeah, we should be getting this one right, but
we hope.
He's the hero anyway.
Absolutely. We saw a massive two-handed dunk right there from Uruguay. That felt like it had some anger in it, some frustration got let out. Ball pass. Snaggy down to Certified Wama, the two heroes for Uruguay connecting their defense and offense, beautifully melding together. So far, though, Chile still very much in this. You have the feeling that they are revitalized. They're looking good here in game 2.
You got to calm down now and get a successful possession. They need to stay confident and very, very, very strong psychologically. Mr. Roro is denied. Nicolas Fernan, a quick answer. The 3 doesn't go. Second chance opportunity. Juris Nagy converting.
Yeah, nice offensive board right there. Not enough defenders under the glass there for Chile. 7-point game, though. Very, very tight. Still in this. That's a lot of space beyond the arc. The corner shot was there for a split second. They're definitely not listening to us anyway, but they don't need to when they got beautiful movement off the ball like that. Nice bucket for Chile.
Roro and Diego Ski, the way they play pick and roll and how successful their pick and roll is, a lot is going to depend on that in this very ball game. You've got to protect your own paint as well. Juris Nagy being a paint beast in this very possession. Chile looking for something, and they are fouled. That's only the first team foul for Uruguay with half of the quarter played. Roro.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'd like to see Chile get a little more handsy on defense and really pester Uruguay like they did, like Uruguay doing to them right here as well in the first quarter. Oh, that's a great defensive effort. What a block there. Although for all the money in the world, that was going to be a bucket right there. Great work from Chile. Hey, this is what you want in your semifinals. Every play is a contest.
Does this gym still have the roof? After this possession, it's Roro by Matt. Another block, a huge one.
And a 3 that rattles out there, unfortunately. Oh, that's a great cut by Snaggy. Big dunk. That was glorious.
I was expecting for another block right here, but he manages to come up with a dunk. It's a 9-point game. Chile doesn't want to let this one slip away. It's by Maddie. Looking for an open guy. Roro. He's double-teamed, and he could have set up his opponent, his teammate, with a pass by Maddie, wide open, glorious. And he hits it from the wing.
Really, really good shot right there. That was really well open. We were just sitting here waiting for him to find the open man, doing the math. 6 points is the lead. It's a tight affair here. Coming up on a minute. Good defense from Chile, but Certified Wama. That's going to be a
turn. Throw it away.
Uruguay's ball, though. Yeah, good hands.
Deflected.
See, Chile getting handsy on defense. That's what I want to see. Take away those passing lanes. try to get every single deflected ball. Only 5 to shoot here. Snaggy going to drive it all the way, showing his class right there.
Great first step right here. And speaking of those deflections, Chris, that's the thing that the assistant coaches, the scouts note a lot of the times in order to identify great defensive players. Chile rocking a great defensive roster. And a dunk is missed by Roro. That could be very, very pricey for Team Chile in a close game like this.
It was the right move. A certified Wanma extends the lead here to double digits for Uruguay. This, that was really a 5-point flip right there. A near short two-handed dunk comes out at one end. We come down to just 30 seconds to play here in the first half, game number 2. And look, as we see, a nice dunk right there. At the other end, then you've got certified Wanma, like a shark smelling blood in the water. He goes in for the kill, drains that epic 3 right there.
Roro with the sweet revenge at the rim. Snaggy, another slam, and it might very well be the last possession of the first half. Chile with the basketball. Snaggy scoring 14 throughout what is almost 2 quarters of action.
Yeah, you bet. Final 13 seconds here. 10 broken ankles right there from Roro. Can he work some magic here? 6 to shoot, 5. Great backdoor cut. The corner pass was there earlier. He has to come earlier. Drive. Well, who will be lifting the trophy tomorrow? So far, job half done for Uruguay, but Chile are nipping at their heels. It has to be said, it doesn't feel like an 11-point game. It feels like a 2-point game.
Chile needs to cut on turnovers. Is 5 as opposed to 2 coming from Team Uruguay. It might make a difference in this ball game, and some of those points by Team Uruguay recently have been coming off of those turnovers, and that is how they've built the double-digit lead. Uruguay with a great team effort as well. 10 assists so far in the first half. After the first half, I should say. Roro not being able to open the second one with a mid-range J.
Santi with an epic 3, though. And again, that's about as open as you're going to get at this level of 2K. I feel as though Chile have got to rediscover their passion and their love for the corner 3, because that is the difference in this one. That and those turnovers you were mentioning, it's a tight game. Here comes Roro. 7 to shoot. Got to make something happen here. Going to be a heavily contested shot. No finds by Matty for 3. Missed. Good offensive board here from Kevin. But a turnover from Uruguay. Back the other way now. And a turnover timeout, Chile.
Chile not wanting to lose this ball that they have just taken away from their opponents. Roro starting another possession for Team Chile. They're down by 14. A really good start to the third for Team Uruguay. It's Diego Ski. Roro by Kevin, wide open. He knows it's going in. Team Chile once again cutting their deficit to one of the more popular ones in this game and in these series to 11 points.
I tell you what, we need more Kevin in the corner. It absolutely needs to happen. Good defense here from Chile. Working the ball down the court quickly. We need more Kevin in the corner. I'm calling it right now. Nice cut, quick bucket. More of that for Chile. They cut the lead just to 9 here. And what can they come up with defensively?
Diego Ski in the paint. He's also a big threat. Snaggy. That's a sketchy decision right here. Snaggy back to certified Wanma. They've got 10 to shoot. Certified Wanma leaving his opponent behind. Nothing but net. 42-30. It's a 12-point game. Team Chile still very much in it, but they need some quick solutions. Probably it's Kevin in the corner. Probably it's Diego Ski in the paint. Probably it's Roro driving. They need some good possessions right here. They've got 7 to shoot in this one. Roro trying to go all the way. Will he bank it in? No. Diego Ski with the rebound, and he converts the second chance opportunity.
Not only does he out-rebound Snaggy there, he has to stroke it green perfectly. So hard to do while the shot is contested by Snaggy. That was a clutch bucket there from Chile. Now can they defend? They got a hand up on that pass there. Santi's going to make a big windmill dunk, though. Oh,
gotta just.
Bit of Dominique Wilkins human highlight reel for you right there. That was glorious. Okay, now Roro trying to chip away at this Uruguayan lead here. Chile very much still in this one. Plenty of time left. They've shown an ability to score, but the pass isn't there. I like what he was thinking. However, Certified Wama, too seasoned for that, standing right in the perfect spot to get the steal.
You need better spacing in those possessions. That was a great idea. The players were not far away enough from each other. That is why the pass was intercepted. And a 3 coming the other way. It's certified Guanma. We know he can make those.
This is the two-headed monster we spoke about. I wrote down in my notes, Snaggy pretty much dominated the first half. And I've already written down that Wama's come out here in the second half and is just annihilating this Chilean team. Defensively, offensively, he's all over the court. It's phenomenal stuff. TD Castle working a good offensive board, a good timeout right there. Chile still within touching distance, but they've got to get going here.
Chile doing a lot of things right. They just need to avoid those turnovers. They've missed from point-blank range recently. You've got to execute in those very, very small moments, and you've got to get those details right. You're playing against the powerhouse. You're playing against Uruguay, the finalist of FIBA Esports Open 2, and a team that's defeated Argentina in group stage in this very edition of FIBA Esports Open. Sorbot, no good. You're Snaggy rebounding the basketball and putting this one home.
Yeah, I like that decision there from Snaggy. I thought they were going to kick it back out, reset the offense, but Snaggy says, nah, watch this. Boom! Big dunk at the other end, though. Glorious stuff here from Chile and Uruguay. They are putting on a show for us, no matter the outcome. Now, it's getting down towards the fourth quarter. This is where psychologically, mentally, we saw the errors creep in for Uruguay in game 1. Chile are within touching distance, jumps him out of his boots right there and then drains an easy 2.
So far, we've got to pay our compliments to Team Uruguay as well. We've been talking a lot about Chile, but Chile's looking to come back. Uruguay extending their lead. What a solid performance in the third.
Yeah, definitely. But look, 8 to shoot here in the third. Final possession, no doubt, of the third quarter, but this fourth quarter will be the decider. 17-point lead. Have Chile left too large of a task? Maybe. We will see. They were able to turn it on fourth quarter in game 1. We're about to find out. I want to see Uruguay really stiffen up here and really take this game, grab the bull by the horns, so to speak. Great backdoor cut there. Awesome. More of that, and I want to see what Chile can come up with here.
Chile is down by 19. They're facing a very tough challenge. Roro, he's been very efficient in the beginning of the ball game, but great defensive effort by Team Uruguay, and Roro is a bit neutralized now. Juris Nagy, he lays it in, and it's a record lead for Team Uruguay. 21 points, 9 out of 9 from the field. That's what you're pointing at, Chris, isn't it?
That is incredible. Snaggy has not missed a shot, and that last drive he took and double covered. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely tremendous. These are national heroes being made here at the FIBA Esports Open 3. And look, Chile have really brought their all here in this game, but Uruguay stamping their authority already here in the fourth as we see a good piece of defense here from Chile. I tell you what, it's been impressive stuff so far from both teams, but Uruguay in particular.
Uruguay is proving their point. They're a very, very solid team, and they're showing it here in this very ball game. And in the third quarter, especially, Chile was looking to narrow down the deficit, and Uruguay said, no, boys, this is our game, and we're going to do everything to secure our lead. They did that successfully. We'll see how the fourth quarter goes. Still plenty of time remaining. 3:30 on the game clock. It is by Maddie. It's raining from behind the arc. And speaking of your Snagy's performance, Chris, he exploded for 17 out of 17 from the field against Team Argentina. So still plenty of area for improvement in this ballgame. He's got 8 field goals to make to score the same amount of buckets from the field he scored against Argentina in the group stage.
Yeah, listen, by his own high standards, right? I know. That's what you're going to be judged by when you're that awesome, right? Every single time.
The bar's up high.
Oh, you only made 9 out of 9 today at 17 the other day. Listen, he's awesome. We're taking nothing away from him. There's only 3 minutes left. The score is only 16. I say only because we know that this Chilean team is capable of pouring in the points if they need to. Let's see what they can come up with here. Uruguay as well being tested, which I like. And if they 3-second violation, Chile ball. Okay, so there you go. Defensive 3-second violation. They're going to get the free throw and the inbounds here. So what can Chile do? I love that Uruguay have been challenged this late in the game as well. It speaks a lot to their character if they rise to that challenge.
It does indeed, and it speaks a lot about the character of Chile. They were down by 21 points, but they're not giving up. They're trying to look for solutions. They're playing high-intensity basketball, and this is what works for Team Chile down the stretch. It was the case in the first game of the series. It is the case right now. It's on time, but it's no good.
Yeah, an unlucky miss right there. And I like this. I like Chile just fighting to the last here, getting handsy, trying to rip that ball out of there. Good defense on the inbounds. Snaggy trying to set it up. Oh, Juanma was open. Now Snaggy gets wide open. You can see how much respect they have defensively for certified Juanma. Clearly a breakdown in communication there. There are the stats for Snaggy. He's got 6 boards, 3 assists. He's had a good quick timeout right there just before there's a backcourt violation. He's had a hand in a lot of these turnovers as well. He's defended beautifully. The 20 points to boot. Pretty magnificent performance from Snaggy in this one. 2 minutes left. 17 points. Juanma says 17? No. 20 points the difference.
Excellent shot. An excellent release for the point guard of Uruguay, and what a great team performance by Team Uruguay as well. They've had 10 assists in the first half alone, and it shows that everybody's contributing.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, Chile, this is last chance saloon. That's good work there. Castle knocking it in. Teddy Castle dropping it in there. And a fantastic shot from him. This is pretty much last chance. You need a couple of turnovers here, and you need a few things to go your way. And Snaggy, well defended.
His first missed field goal in the game.
Oh, we might have jinxed him there. We might have jinxed him by Maddie pulling up.
And I tell you what, Chris, it's a 17-point ball game. Usually we call it a reassuring win and so on, but it's a battle on the court right here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as though either team is giving up until the final whistle, which I kind of like. Oh, no. Offensive 3-second violation. Sad face. And, look, that makes Coach a sad panda right there. But, look, it's been a valiant effort from Chile. It has to be said. Their first ever FIBA Esports Open. Let's not forget that. Uruguay have been runners-up in the past, but they've got a mission. They've got a task that they want to perform here as we see another big 3 extends the lead to 20. They beat Argentina, the 2-time reigning champs, in group stages. We will find out who they'll be taking on in the grand final a bit later on tonight when we see the other semifinal for the South America Conference between Brazil and Argentina. That's going to be a barn burner, rest assured. Chile, great effort for their first FIBA Esports Open, it has to be said.
And Brazil-Argentina is another El Clasico in the world of sports. And perhaps we can create our own history right here in FIBA Esports Open and create our own El Clasicos. If it's, for example, a second final in a row for teams Uruguay and Argentina, it looks as if we're getting there in terms of Uruguay. They're up by 15, 23.2 seconds to go in a game against Chile. And, well, you have to compliment the effort of Chile till the very, very last seconds. They're battling, they're looking for open looks, and they've got the possession on their hands right here. Team Uruguay fouling. What's happening?
They're going down. They're really not giving up until the absolute last here. Uruguay trying to get the ball back from Roro. Roro's been very impressive. I think that was a really nice sub that Chile made between the games. Look, 13-point deficit. They've improved from game 1 to game 2. It has to be said, by 1 point, but it felt a lot more competitive. They're going to fight to the final whistle here. That is the passion that you would fully expect from two national teams going at it right here. Good defense on the inbounds. Look, they're down 13. There's 16 seconds left, and they're forcing their opponent to take a timeout on the inbounds. That tells you everything you need to know.
And can Uruguay win by more points than they managed to win in game 1? They're up by 13. The first game difference was 14 points. Chile, what an effort on the inbound pass. They managed to force a turnover by Matty, wide open off the back of the rim. It is by Kevin. He is denied by Matty.
There's the
He's
open
looking
man.
for Roro. Will he roar on this one? And yes, he does. 63-53 it is.
Awesome stuff here. That is going to be your ball game, is it? Yeah, it is. The final shot rattles out there. Impressive stuff until the very end there from Chile. Look, they can hold their heads high. They are going to get swept here in the semifinal number 1 for the South American Conference at the FIBA Esports Open 3. However, they went down swinging. National pride well and truly intact. All the fans, family, friend, coaching staff watching can feel very pleased about that. But Uruguay have now stamped their authority on this conference, it has to be said.
Uruguay is still looking for more, and Chile, we love those teams, Chris, that improved throughout the tournament, and Chile did indeed. They lost by 14 in the first game of the series. Great effort in the second game. Roro, he was subbed in for Stubby, and he managed to put up a great performance. Great fourth quarter once again by Chile, trying to do everything they can to come back into the ball game, and Uruguay was really, really challenged in this quarterfinal. Probably it's good to have such a matchup in the quarterfinal, just not to chill out too much and go into the semi and go into the final in a good rhythm.
I couldn't agree more. It's great to be tested, as we can see. The games we've called upon today are up on screen there. France versus Slovenia. You know, there was a quarterfinal that was, you know, potentially a little too easy for the French, not necessarily tested, but I agree with you right there. Uruguay, even though they sweep the series and you can see double-digit victories in both games, definitely tested. Chile were great. We could see the stats here. The Chilean team there really, really shared the ball around. 4 players in double figures there. Impressive. And, of course, both players getting into 20s again in Certified Wanma and Urasnagi. I mean, those are both of them putting their hands up saying, we want that Tissot MVP watch. But first, they're going to have to win the grand final tomorrow, and we're going to find out a little bit later on. You just saw the game on screen there. Who will be joining them? Will it be Argentina, now beneath me, or will it be Brazil? Argentina, defending champs. We now have Certified Wanmar on the interview. We're going to be told in just a moment whether or not he is ready to speak with us. No matter what, it's going to be an exciting final, because if we get Brazil, it's a potential first-time champ. And if we get Argentina, they're going for the three-peat with the bad blood against Uruguay, who were runners-up in FIBA Esports Open 2. It's going to be exciting no matter what, Ignis.
Yes, sir. And actually, both Uruguay and Argentina claim to have invented tango. So that's a rivalry in real life as well. We'll see how it affects FIBA Esports Open 3 if the final happens. Really an impressive performance so far for Team Uruguay. We are looking to have an interview right here with probably the best player of the team in the semifinal, at least together with Mr. Juris Nagy, 24 points and 8 assists for certified Wanma.
I would
agree. And Juris Nagy, 20 and 6 in terms of points and rebounds.
Absolutely. Look, certified Wanma, he can just do it to you any which way. He can drop in the threes, he can drive into the paint, make those nice layups, make those nice dunks, or find a devastating open shooter in the corner, destroy you that way. You pick your poison with him. He's a fantastic player. Can't wait to interview him. We need to find out as well, which city he is in. That's something that's kind of like it's been coming up in my mind. So we're gonna ask him that when we get a hold of him. And yeah, we got to ask him, who does he want to face as well, right? Like I wonder if you're Uruguay. Do you want potentially, and I'm going to use this very cautiously to any Brazilians and Argentinians watching, the easier opponent? I use quotation marks there. Do you want Brazil or do you want the two-time reigning champs Argentina in the final? Do you want revenge over them? Because you came second last time. It's going to be an interesting one. Personally, I think I'd probably be wanting the Argentinians.
If I was the one to choose here, it would be very, very hard to decide. Of course, you've beat the Argentinians by 4 Argentinians. They've beaten you previously. You've got a new addition of Juris Nagy. That's very important for Team Uruguay right here. So you can feel confident against Team Argentina, but we've seen a lot of those things turn around inside the series. They've played in group stage right here, so it might turn around totally in the final. I wouldn't be 100% confident playing against Argentina. I'd be confident, but it's not an easy opponent to face off against. And speaking of Team Brazil, well, you beat Chile by 14 points, then by 10 points, and Chile has lost in the group stage 42-63 to Team Brazil. So Brazil looking scary in FIBA Esports Open 3 so far.
Definitely looking solid. The good news is we don't have to choose. They get to play each other and decide for us, which is great. And I was just having a squiz over there at the stat line. And, yeah, it was only one miss in the end for Snaggy, so we gave him the curse of the commentator.
The block.
We gave him the curse of the commentator. We're very, very sorry about that, Snaggy. But still, 20 points there, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. He was just all over the court. A fantastic addition. We are just waiting to be connected with Certified Wanma. And if you are just tuning in, Uruguay have just swept Chile in the first of the semifinals for the South American Conference here, FIBA Esports Open 3. We will be having an interview with Certified Wanma. We will be hearing from our good friend across the pond in New York City, Jeff. And then we will be having an intermission, and then we'll be back for a best of 3. And we are just hearing that it's going to be just a couple of moments. We'll have a best of 3 game. As you can see just beneath me, the flags of Brazil and Argentina.
Oh, yeah.
After an intermission. That should promise to be incredibly exciting. One thing I do just want to give a mention and commiserations. Okay, sorry, Certified. Certified, we don't have video, but we have audio, we believe. Wanma, can you hear us there?
Yeah.
Hey. Brilliant. Okay, so we're not going to see you, but we're going to hear you. Look, congratulations on that really hard-fought victory right there. Look, please tell everybody watching at home, what does it mean for you to represent Uruguay here at the FIBA Esports Open 3?
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we are representing our country. We've been playing this game since a long time. I mean, and to have this chance and come here to the FIBA Open to represent our country is amazing. And I think we are making a nice show, and we are looking forward to play the final again.
Well, look, you just mentioned that. Everybody, we at the set, we're dying to know which city are you actually playing from in Uruguay?
We are everyone for the capital, Montevideo, from the capital city.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, hey, I mean, that means hopefully you can all gather safely to celebrate. You know, that's a great thing. And look, you were runners-up there at FIBA Esports Open 2. How did you prepare for the FIBA Esports Open 3?
I mean, we play a lot of matchups against different teams and different nations. And that's it. I mean, we train every single day at night. And the preparation was good. And we playing great. So I think the preparation was very good.
Your new addition to the team is Juris Nagy, and you seem to have great chemistry with the guy. Where does the chemistry come from?
I mean, I play with him since like 2 years in the same team in South America. And I mean, you can see he's the best center of the continent. And I'm very happy to play with him, and he's doing a great job. And I'm very, very happy for him.
Be honest with me. Who do you want in the final, Brazil or Argentina?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, I think Argentina's a great team. Last day was a tough game. But Brazil too, I think Brazil has a good preparation too. But to be honest, I don't know. I have to see the game, and we will be ready for Brazil and Argentina. So we're looking forward to see that matchup, and I'll see what happens.
That is a very diplomatic answer. Well put. You know, I predicted you were going to say Argentina, so you put me in my place. But look, we're going to let you go, and we're going to let you celebrate there, Juan. However, I wanted to give you just one final opportunity. The microphone is yours. If you wanted to give a shout out to anybody or a message to the people watching.
Yeah, let me get a shout out to my nephew. It's his birthday today. I can be with him because I have to play this series. So I love him, and happy birthday to him, and to all my family that is watching on the party right there. So, and also to the guys, to my teammates that are playing great. They are my brothers, and we're looking forward to play tomorrow and see what happens. We are going to give it all as always, and there we go.
Awesome stuff. That's brilliant, Juan. That is so nice. I hope your nephew appreciates the on-air shout-out to the tens of thousands watching. Listen, we'll let you go and prepare. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy. What's definitely to be appreciated, Chris, is the performance by Uruguay so far in the tournament. It's been impressive, but more is still to come on FIBA Esports Open 3, isn't it?
That's right, absolutely. And we actually are just waiting to be connected once again with our good friend Jeff across the pond there in New York City. Well, I like that. I liked it in our two interviews that we've seen tonight. As we have a quick look at the bracket here, and we can see Uruguay defeating Chile and booking their way into the final. Brazil, Argentina is coming up after our intermission. I love that in our two interviews, we actually had a shout out to Mum. Okay, and mums are awesome everywhere, but also to nephews. I got a nephew down in Australia as well. Shout out to him. That is very cool. I like it. He couldn't be there at the nephew's birthday because he's representing his nation in esports. And then to give him the shout out there, I think that's really awesome.
It is. Really, family is what matters in terms of support. You've got to have the motivation. When you're playing in such high-level tournaments, everybody motivates themselves in different ways, and it is amazing to see so many teams stepping up, improving in FIBA Esports Open 3. I'm not sure what they're fueled by, but it's been very, very impressive throughout the day.
You bet. And now we are joined once again here by our friend Jeff, whose name is not Juan Martin Olave. It is, in fact, Jeff. There you go, Jeff. You've just become an Uruguayan national as our graphics department. I'm just poking a little bit of fun at them, who are normally always perfect. Let's give our graphics team a shout out. But Jeff, great to see you again, mate. That game was pretty awesome.
Well, let me say what I feel like Juan should have said, right? They want Argentina. Of course, this is a redemption tour for Uruguay. He gave that diplomatic answer that you mentioned, but I mentioned it before in Jeff's corner as we went into that first semifinal for South America. I mean, Uruguay almost beat Argentina. Best 2 out of 3 series. They went to 3 games in FIBA Esports Open 2. They already got redemption in round robin play, but they want that championship. It's not done yet, right? We still have this Argentina-Brazil matchup coming up, but I think if you're Uruguay, for those official bragging rights of the continent, that's what you need.
I am 100% with you there. That would be absolutely beautiful if you're Uruguay to finally get your first championship under the belt here against Argentina. Look, it is Jeff's corner, though. It is not the Chris and Ignis corner. We're going to hand you the mic, and we will see you a little bit later on as well. From us now, it's goodbye, and here is Jeff's corner.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So we have Argentina against Brazil coming up. These are the only 2 teams in South America that have actually been part of this event now for 3 FIBA Esports Open. So they know each other well. Brazil definitely has a lot to prove, doesn't want to be that sort of third wheel to Uruguay and Argentina leading the South American group. Brazil lost to both of them in round robin play in FIBA Esports Open 2, lost again here, trying to find their footing. In FIBA Esports Open 1, there were 5 games played between Argentina and Brazil. Brazil did win one of those. So it is possible as this team continues to improve. But for Argentina, going for their 3rd straight FIBA Esports Open South American title, well, how do they get it done? Truly Numb is their guy. That's their center. 20 points and 11 rebounds and 5 steals against Colombia, just showing exactly how good he can be. In the loss to Uruguay, he had 18 points and 6 rebounds. The big number, though, 6 fouls. So Truly Numb, for Argentina's sake, needs to stay out of foul trouble. If you're Brazil, if you can get him in foul trouble, that changes the entire game. So that's where things become really interesting between this Argentina squad. Ban Juan, important player for Argentina as well, had 18 points and 5 assists against Colombia, had 25 and 6 against Uruguay. So watch out for him. Ambujo in the backcourt as well, a crucial piece for Argentina, and his shooting matters. 18 and 5 against Colombia, 14 and 5 against Uruguay. And one big thing to look, he was 5 of 13 from the field in that loss to Uruguay. So Ambujo shooting, a big part of Argentina's gameplay. On the Brazilian side, you look at a couple players for them. Gaba Slate is someone that I'm looking at, is 16 points, 12 assists against Chile, 28 points against and 11 assists against Venezuela. Those were wins for Brazil. Those are important. Important statistics for Brazil to get things done. Snatched by Gui, 20 points, 7 rebounds against Chile, 14 points, 7 rebounds against Venezuela. Pretty simple there, an inside-outside game for Brazil. The big stat for Brazil, this is going to be the stat that perhaps tilts the game in Brazil's favor. In those 2 victories against Chile and Venezuela, 12 turnovers for Chile, 15 turnovers for Venezuela. So Brazil has one of the top defenses, if not the top defense in that South America group. If they can play that stout defensive style against Argentina, they might be able to oust the 2-time FIBA Esports Open South American champions to get to the final to take on Uruguay. Uruguay is in. They will get the winner of Argentina-Brazil, a best-of-3 series here in this final South American semifinal. That final will come at you all tomorrow. So on the way, it'll be Argentina against Brazil. Classic sports rivals now entering the esports rivalry as well. Looking forward to it, and we'll see you soon.
Like the opposite of words of work, and I never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm freaking every check, I put the money in the pushing. Ready to be gunning to the finish and the getting of it up. But everybody know I'm working in the sky, I do it differently. So only time will give me everything that I deserve. My id.
I just bought a new whip, spend a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to no end. That's the stuff that I love, la da da da. We can be friends if you wanna. We can just talk if you wanna. We
can hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rockin' all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes. Well, I don't even care. In my life, I don't battle with no fear. Fighting dragons, always been a real one. Hate you saying showing love, you a real chameleon. Get the facts freaking straight, always on repeat. Like, we could be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do.
On the ocean floor, but I can fly. See me walking through that open door. I'm no longer reminding them how I broke the law. So dope before I left a ball with a broken jaw. So much more I can focus on. I'm noticing hope is gone. Y'all beat us in the head with these bogus songs. They ask if I really believe in God. Why would he let evil people eat while his people starve? I tell them every question asked don't need to be solved. Like when they ask why I named myself after Vietnam. No need to be alarmed. I might not, can't read a palm, but I can see the future as clear as tomorrow. I'm down, surrounded by murder by the pound. Death row, the boat further down the Nile. The Nile is the P-Nap. They have it in the air till he see now. For years off top like a real
freestyle. That's where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride solo. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On a cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky. Until then, I'm sitting here on heaven's steps. If minutes is millenniums, there's only seconds left. They chasing a meal, eat a slug before they second breath. If they make it to the table, fine, there's only seconds left. What you expect to get or recollect from those who never represent heaven? Send a teacher. If I'm speaking, it's a lesson and it's completed. Infinite evidence placed within a grace that is measureless, measured by what could never be measured with. They say we gotta see it, take a hike, never buy what they peddling. You can keep it. Plenty liars and stick with the penmanship. Put me in the Coliseum with the red letters that pray I stay strong. Even if they bear arms on your boy, call me the Reverend, son of the Father, surface, staying true to his purpose. Pray to Yahweh alone and find rest in his worship. I look through the throne whenever I'm stressing, I'm worried. He leads me by the still waters, I'm never hurried. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride solo. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On a cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Our people perish due to lack of knowledge, not of macroeconomics, but of God's solid promise. More relevant today than it can never be tomorrow. And we don't fear your pistol, so that tip you want is hollow. Hoping the resurrection, so that pit you dig is shallow. Reaching for it's easy, cause the best the leaders follow. Call me the harbinger, tool in the hand of the carpenter. That is stereotypes in the way that they like to market us. Fist up for my people, that ain't pride, it's solidarity. Truth is a rarity, we don't deal with your relativity. We want for certain, and we don't want your bread and circus. Power the eyes, people with implication and purpose. Bigger than pound symbols and phrases without spaces. Timelines updated with prophetic application. Grinding from the basement, but we always been fly. Reaching for that maturation, cloud 7-8.
If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud nine, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that